It is day 2 of the Mindanao group stages here at the 2021 League of Legends Wild Rift Sea Icon Series PH summer season. And the Mindanao group stages, RRQ, they seem to be staying true to the name and becoming the king of kings here in the group stages. But we are going to see if they can hold on to that top spot today. Mika Fabs over here with Audalus and Osiris back on the panel, here to break down all of the action for you guys and here to, bring you this friendly banter, give you some great interviews, and of course, to thank all of our sponsors like PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, for bringing the Icon Series over here and for organizing this amazing event. Thank you so much to Mineski and to Glow.
And of course, huge thanks to our official mobile partner in Oppo Reno 5. Picture life together with the all-new Oppo Reno 5. Enjoy all-day gaming with long-lasting, fast-charging battery, a powerful processor with a smooth 90Hz refresh rate. Get the ultimate gaming experience with the all-new Oppo Reno 5 4G for only 18,999 and the all-new Oppo Reno 5 5G for only 23,999.
At syempre, nandito din ang sekreto ng mga gwapo. Kahit buong araw nang naglalaro, hindi mo kang na-GG, fresh pa rin. At para fresh all day, bring your clay game with new Master all-in-one clay face wash that cleans 99.9% of germs, controls oil 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All-in-one, bring your clay game with Master, sekreto ng mga gwapo.
And you can up your game even more as Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. All you have to do is download the Globe One app, click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated, and get hashtag OL Together now on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. Now, guys, I know we ended a little late yesterday, so we might not have seen the schedule for today. Let's check it out right now. I do believe our first series of the day is between UCE and RRQ, and that's going to be very interesting, especially since, UCE, we saw that they were able to get a little bit of momentum yesterday, but RRQ is looking like the giant to beat in the Mindanao group stages. We will also have Tyrant Gaming versus VVV and RRQ in a back-to-back series, and we'll have VVV and UCE to wrap up the day. I'm getting really OC with the Tyrant Gaming. I'm gonna call them TYR just so that we have RRQ, VVV, TYR, and UCE over here. I don't know. It just feels right. I'm kidding, Tyrant Gaming. And checking out our standings over here as they are from the end of day 1. We do have RRQ on top, looking like they are on their way to a clean series. This is similar to what Omega Esports did in the South Luzon group stages and the Amihan Esports in the Visayas group stages. RRQ over here looking like they're on their way to doing that as well. Omega Esports did have that 9-0 clean sweep. I think they did lose one game, but they still have that 9-0 score, and Amihan Esports with that 6-0 score. RRQ, well on their way there, but again, we're gonna see today if they can keep that up. We're also gonna see as well if Tyrant Gaming can finally get on the board today. They do have a couple of matches today and that back-to-back feature, so we'll see. We're cheering on Tyrant Gaming here so that they can get that one win. Checking out, of course, our overall standings here. We do have North Luzon, South Luzon, Visayas. Those top 2 from each of the group stages will be advancing into the playoffs. Right now, we do have RRQ and VVV looking like they're on their way. But again, that may change by the end of today and the end of tomorrow. And right now, RRQ is in first, VVV is in second, UCE is in third, and TYR is in fourth over here. Tyrant Gaming in fourth. Now, really interesting to see what's going to happen between that second and third place, especially since they will be facing off in our last series of the day. VVV and UCE are pretty tied up, but we'll see who can get that leg up and widen the gap, so to say, between second and third place by the end of today. Now, guys, I do know that all of this, all of the Globe Cup point system and the C Icon series itself can be a little bit confusing, especially if you're jumping in just now. We had the Mindanao group stages earlier, we had the Visayas group stages, even earlier we had North and South Luzon as well. We want to give you guys a little bit of a refresher in just a bit, but this is our Globe Cup point system right here. We have RRQ with 150 Globe Cup points so far. One Globe Cup point, by the way, is equivalent to 1 peso. So, ta-da! At the end of day one, they got 6 digits right there. That is really sweet. And we have VVV Esports and UCE with 75,000 each. And Tyrant Gaming will have 2 chances today to get some Globe Cup points into their winnings. We're going to see if they can pull that off. But once again, if you are just coming in, I know that we're already at the Mindanao group stages, but a lot has already happened. So let's take a little bit of a refresher into this whole C Icon series and Globe Cup point system to catch you guys up on what's happened so far and what is to come. Check out this video. Was that? I am not sure if you guys were able to catch that video, but just in case you didn't, that might have been a bit confusing.
Yeah, I
That's
think
not
we're
exactly
just
what we're talking
excited
about.
to get the matches started. But yeah, we will get back to you in a bit there. Right. So Mika, this is going to be very exciting because we are 1 week away from playoffs, right? So we're just
That's right.
2 days away from finding out who's going to be our top 8 teams for the summer season. And I'm just so excited just thinking about it, right? After all the battles, after all the matches, we'll have our top 8.
Exactly, exactly. And Osiris, what about you? What do you think is coming out of the Mindanao group stages? Who do you think is taking those 2 spots? I know RRQ right now is looking like a favorite, but who do you think is going with them?
For the playoffs. So I really love VVV right now. So they are one of those teams that are really in a good position to contest RRQ. And if you're going to check the schedules for today, there's 2 RRQ and 2 VVV. So this is the moment that they can clearly put the gap and secure their second day just to make sure that they can relax, just what I did a while ago. Chill in on the third day, making sure that they got the top spot. And of course, I'm really excited for the playoffs.
Yeah, that is going to happen next week, and it's gonna be. I promise you guys, it's gonna be really really exciting. We've been talking about all of these little matchups, all of these little Globe Keep laner clashes, for example. Like the Baron laners from North Luzon up against those from South Luzon. It's gonna be really exciting as that all comes into a head at the playoffs. What about you, Otlus? I want to know who you think is probably going to take those top 2 spots going into the playoffs from the Mindanao group stage.
I actually am not even ready to count RRQ in right away, just because I want a storyline that differs from Visayas and the North Luzon and South Luzon, right? So in the past couple of weeks that we had and the matches that we had, we already knew who's going in, right? We really did not have that tiebreaker or a do or die scenario in where 2 teams will battle it out in a match in where the loser will not make the playoffs while the winner will make the playoffs. So I'm still rooting for every team out here in Mindanao to make things interesting.
Yeah, and don't forget, we still have the fall season coming up as well. So just in case, your favorite team didn't qualify for the playoffs, we still have the fall season. And there might even be more teams coming in, new teams coming on in. But right now, I do believe our Globe Cup point video is ready. This time it's for real. I know we're super excited to get into the series. But before that, check out this video to find out what the C Icon series is all about. there you have it, a breakdown of the Sea Icon series and the Globe Cup point system. Now, we do have somebody special joining us for our pre-show right now. We actually have Earl God from RRQ on the line right now. Earl God, thank you so much for joining us over here on the pre-show, and welcome, welcome, welcome. It's a good thing that you have some time before your big match today. So let's head on over and find out what these guys are up to. I actually want to ask them how exactly they prepare for a big day such as this, big weekend rather such as this. What have they been doing and everything. Earl God, thank you so much for joining us. Hello. Hi.
Hello.
So
Hi,
I
hi,
wanted
hi.
to ask you guys, hello. I wanted to ask you guys, how do you guys prepare for, a big weekend like this? What do you guys do? Do you have any rituals that you'd like to share with us?
Actually, there's no specific ritual. Parang we just played scrims with different teams internationally, and then uh, look out for our mistakes as well as how the enemies played their game, and then learn from it, from our wins and our losses. That's all. Yeah.
Oh, it's exciting. You have local and international scrims as well. Somebody's getting ready for Worlds. Okay, all right. On to Luz. What do you have? Do you have any questions for Earl God over here?
Earl God, Autolus here. First off, congratulations on securing 150,000
Yeah.
Globe Cup points.
Yeah, thank
Just
you.
want to ask the story behind your IG, and then also I have noticed something unique about RRQ. You guys have a 7-man roster. So how do you do the balancing when it comes to practice time and stage time? Because that, I think, is a challenge by itself.
Uh, the story behind my IGN is that my friend recommended it to me, and I've been using that during LOL PC days, from season 5, I think, up to season 10, where I left the game and transitioned to Wild Rift.
Wow, that's a
And
very
then,
special friend you
yeah,
have there.
yeah, tropa. And then, our about our roster naman is that our ADC, since Kenji and Marky, they constantly alternate, because it varies from our enemies as well, like how we will use the player, because both of them, napapansin ko, is they have different styles in playing a marksman role, and ayun, so depende din sa strat namin.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
That definitely gives RRQ a very unique approach and should make it difficult for your opponents too. They might not be sure what to
Yeah.
prepare for entirely. Cyrus, what about you? Do you have questions for Earl God here?
So yeah, hi Earl. I know it's been a while
Hello.
that you are playing League of Legends PC. So what did inspire you to pursue your professional career in gaming?
Well, for me, I've been very active ever since here in Mindanao. So, ever since I was little, like I've been dreaming myself in this part of stage, na achieving a bigger stage. So it's a dream come true for me, as well as to those people na who've been supporting me. Yan.
That's it's really nice. It's a
Yes.
dream fulfilled that you're here right now. All right, really quickly,
Yeah.
Earl God, because this is a tradition for us here. Let us know, what did you have for lunch?
Lunch? I haven't eaten my lunch yet kasi
Oh
hapon ako nagising.
my gosh! No! Somebody sent Earl God some food!
Yeah.
After their series, I think he has to focus on the series first, but after his series, somebody
Yeah.
sent him some
Yeah.
food, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Earl God,
Yeah,
do you
after
have
the
any
game.
shout-outs that you'd like to give before we send you off to get ready for your series?
Yeah, so shout out, happy birthday kay Clark and Charlene. Shout out din sa mga tropa ko, Pangarap ni Matt and all other friends. Then sa Gregorio clan and distant relatives ko. Sa nagpahiram ng headset ko, Noel, and then kay Manong din. Special mention kina Coach kay manager and kay Boss Calvin at sa dalawa naming players, si Kenji and si Marty. Salamat sa pag-aruga sa akin. And then sa family ko and sa lahat na sumuporta sa akin and sa team all throughout this journey. Yun. Thank you po.
Wow, talk about a support system indeed. Even the headset, they're there for you. Thank you so
Yeah.
much, Earl
Thank
God.
you.
We will send you off to get ready.
Good luck.
Good luck in your series today. We are excited to watch you guys.
Thank you.
I'll keep that.
That's some flying kids action, my friends.
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Earl God. We are going to send him over to get ready because he will be playing in the first series of the day against UCE. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we still have Earl God over here, still smiling and waving to everybody. But right now, we do have something else for you guys as well. Not just Earl God, but you also might get a chance to win some wild cores. You can win 1,650 wild cores just by watching this stream and by liking and following the PPGL Facebook page. Get creative and post a photo of yourself hanging out with us or with your favorite team, maybe in the background as they, fight it out today. You can post a photo and make sure to tag C Icon Series, hashtag C Icon Series, hashtag SISPH, that's SISPH, hashtag PPGL Wild Rift, and hashtag OL together now. I'm excited to see those photos. I actually haven't seen any yet. Maybe we can put some up like at the end and see how creative you guys have all gotten. We'll have 10 winners of 1,650 wild cores, and that will be announced at the end of every broadcast week. So that is tomorrow. So at the end of our post show tomorrow, we'll be announcing 10 winners. But at the end of today, we have even more winners, and Osiris will let you know how exactly to get even more wild cores.
Yeah, the same as what Mika showed us or told us that you can post a picture of your favorite team. So by supporting them, there's a chance to win at 380 wild cores right there. And what you need to do is first like and follow Oppo Philippines Facebook page, and then like and share the stream with the caption of the team you're rooting for. You know that 4 teams scheduled for today. Make sure the post is on public with the hashtags hashtag Oppo Game On, hashtag Oppo Reno 5, and hashtag Picture Life Together, hashtag Oppo A94, and the last one will be hashtag Live Life at Full Speed. So 4 winners will be announced at the end of each day. Once the winner are announced, so please do message us at PPGL Facebook page to know how to claim it. And this giveaway is only applicable to Facebook.
And again, we are live on 4 different platforms. You can catch us on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok. So wherever you are, if you want to participate in the raffle, all you have to do is to drop by here on Facebook just a split second and follow the instructions, and you can qualify for the giveaway. And if you're in a rush in getting those smiles like Earl God, you can buy some skins by loading up your wild cores using Kodashop.com using your Globe SIM.
Actually is really convenient, and you know what, it's like it makes it so tempting because it's so convenient. It's like, oh, okay, I can just easily click and then it'll get extra wild cores and stuff. But anyway, let's check out the pros who actually have those nice flashy skins in our first series of the day. It's going to be UCE versus RRQ. Now, UCE, they did come out with a win last night, early this morning I should say. It was a bit of a struggle for them, but it's going to be even more of a struggle now against RRQ. I want to know, checking out the lineup that they have, Otolus, how do you think these guys are going to fare against RRQ?
I did say yesterday that they have the mechanics to make it work, right? And UCE has this momentum ongoing for them, right? From the dark horse, quote unquote, status now to a legitimate Mindanao contender after getting their first series wins. At the backs of Renji Abaray and Expaeng, they have shown that if you give them free reign on Dragons, they will seize the opportunity and surely capitalize. So their average game time when we watch them win, right, it's around 18-minute mark. So it's going to be very interesting as to if they're going to play the same pace or if they will quicken up things in their upcoming match against RRQ.
And Cyrus, I want to get your thoughts on our solo player highlight on the side of UCE. And I believe it is going to be this man over here in the jungle, I believe. If it is Renji. But before that, I also want to get your thoughts on how you think these guys are going to match up against RRQ. What did you see from yesterday's series that you think they should bring into this match?
Uh, yeah, go.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm really excited about UC, stepping up. They got their own score. And one big potential right now is Tactical. Tactical and Bo really can take over the game. But, they are playing in a not so fast type of approach towards the game. And then whenever they get those snowballs, they got these tendencies to fell short. So I believe that they need to polish that a bit, and they can deliver 100%.
And what about our solo player highlight on the side of UCE over here? And it will be Renji right here in the jungle. Osiris, I want to get your thoughts on, his champion pool over here in the jungle and how you think it's going to fare against RRQ.
Well, he did deliver on their previous matches against Tyrant Gaming, especially with that J4, and that's something that you want as a jungler to complement a lot of gameplays from how Tactical and Bo the engages there. You got the utility from the flag and drag, even the cataclysm to have that fairly good amount of setup and then played around it. So I think UCE, they got this in the bag with Renji Abarai's comfort picks, and at that point they can really put themselves back into the board. But let's not forget that they are going to face RRQ.
Exactly. They are up against RRQ, but here's something else. RRQ is playing with a new face today. And Otlus, I want to get your thoughts on how you think this is going to affect their performance and actually UCE's performance as well. They might not be prepared for what RRQ has. Checking out the team lineup, let me know your thoughts.
Yeah, let's take it from Earl God, right? So RRQ decides as to who to use depending on the situation. And I believe that this is actually something that we have to watch out for because yesterday Marky played so well. So there really is a big role to fill for Ulexite, and it is up to him to make his fans and RRQ fans excited and chant RRQ or Viva RRQ. But really, I want to just compliment again RRQ's gameplay. They are very disciplined with Coach Kaigo in the helm. And you that asked earlier, contrasting the play style of RRQ and UCE, if the game time is at around 18-minute mark, I expect RRQ to still have the upper hand. So it really depends as to if UCE will fasten up things or will put the pedal to the metal because RRQ's late game decision making is really, really good.
And, we just have to point out, Ulexite over here, that's his actual name. That isn't just an IGF, that's his actual name. And my goodness, the Mindanao group stages. Why does everybody have such a cool name over here? It's kind of like entering another world. But going back right into the game, you're going to check out our solo player highlight for RRQ. We have Chaz over here in the jungle. Osiris, what are your thoughts about Chaz?
On the other side of the spectrum, you can see Chaz with a good amount of 8 KDA as a jungler. He is looking for the right targets, and we are seeing a lot of explosive casts really on point, putting out a really good setup, and even a Jarvan user as well. So he is delivering a good utility for also the same as how UCE, RRQ, they got this star-studded dragon lane with Earl God. Yes, he might be the ones who's baiting a lot, but there's a lot of time for Marky, and right now you'll excite room to grow or room to play with the items with the gold, and it's just Chaz who's securing the objectives and setting up those skills, and I really love how he's playing around with the Gragas.
Yeah, we have seen this, Gragas in the jungle in earlier group stages as well. It's nice to see it back. Checking out our Globe Key Player Clash now. I really want to get your thoughts on this one, guys. And our Globe Key Player Clash, I believe, is going to take place in the top lane right now. And it will be between Majo right here and Isila, or Alice, as he is more commonly known as, if you just turn that back around. Audalus, we'll start with you.
That's right. So Majo yesterday did play out about a lot of champions, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to backtrack on. I'm going to review our data on this, but this player has shown his veteran leadership and ability to, play the tanks and also being able to play the duelist. But on the other side of the spectrum, we have Isila, the grand duelist. His Fiora, his Camille, his Akali, I think is a very, very deadly, quite reminiscent of what we have seen in the Visayas group stages and North Luzon group stages. So this is going to be a very exciting matchup.
What about you, Osiris? What do you think about this key player clash?
Well, what I've noticed, it's Majo because it's Mark Joshua. So I really, I mean, because yesterday we were talking about if it's Maho or Majo. So it's really good that to see manifesting those names and. Going back to the stats, you can see that Majo, yes, he is ahead on KDA, but you know that Isilla is getting those kills done. He might not be looking flashy with the KDA, but he is delivering as a threat, as a secondary one who's poising up front, and then it's just a different show. It's a marquee show from there. So there's so many distractions for you to tunnel vision on Isilla, but technically it was just RRQ doing a lot of things behind the curtains of Isilla.
I have to give you points for your name analysis right there with Majo because if it's Mark Joshua, we don't say Joshua. So
Yeah.
so anyway, away from that right now, we're gonna get into the series. But first, I want to hear your predictions on how this will go. Are we all gonna go in favor of RRQ, or is somebody feeling a little spicy and going with UCE? Otlus, are you feeling spicy today?
No, I'm going to stick with the I think comfort pick here right now, which is RRQ, because again, when comparing these two teams, they have similar play style, and if the game reaches the late game status of the of the Wild Rift, then I will have to favor RRQ's decision making because they are very disciplined.
Yeah. What about you, Osiris?
Looking not so spicy right now because it's already hot in here. So I'll go with RRQ with a 2-0. Considering the respect that you have, yes, they're going to put in You'll Excite, but this is a different type of approach towards the game. You're going to see this six man to show his own play style, and it's not just about Marky. You still got Chaz. It gets that's still Errol God and notable, which is Helios. So there's still so much to point out that RRQ is really playing really good right now, and they are holding the top spot. I'll stick with them.
Yeah, same here. I will give it a 2-0 in favor of RRQ. I really liked what we saw yesterday from this team. A very cool, calm, collected, and so confident in their plays. So I think they're going to bring that here into this series against UCE. But we're going to see. We're going to see if UCE can, really dig deep and maybe pull out a win over here. We'll find out as we step into the Rift. Casters, over to you guys.
Thank you very much, panelists Mika Fabs, Autoluz, and Osiris, and welcome to the Casting Desk. My name is Riku. Together with me is Yuko, and we'll be bringing you all the action for our first series in the day number 2 of the Mindanao group stages. It's going to be RRQ versus UCE here. Yesterday, RRQ had a very strong showing. All of their 2 matches ended up in 2-0s in a very dominating fashion, except maybe for the first game. Especially, we encountered our very first 25-minute game for the Wild Rift Icon Series Philippines. And now for UCE, though, they had a rough start, having to fall 0-2 against VVV, but has earned their first point in the standings when they went up against Tyrant, taking it to a game number 3. Very, very spicy. Now, Yuko, I know this is one of the most dreaded questions, the predictions time. Panelists, though, seem to, ride the RRQ river, boat, ship, whatever you call it. How about you, Yuko, for this time around? Who do you think and how do you think this series is going to go?
All right, so first off, I know that UCE is a very, very strong team, and we did see our first Game 3 series yesterday. It was the last series, the only series that we have, game number 3. However, I still would like to give my predictions towards RRQ, and I think that they are in their best state possible, so it's going to be a 2-0.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. RRQ again had a very strong showing yesterday, and I think the difference this time around is, just as the panelists have mentioned, is that they're not going to be playing with Marky on the AD carry role. They are going to have Ulexite this time around, which is him gonna make his debut here in the Icon series. So a different dynamic. Earl God earlier did say that he brings a different play style on the board. So what do you think is gonna be the big difference looking at Marky from yesterday?
All right, so if I were to give one champion to Marky, he used a lot of Kaisas yesterday. So it's a question of, will this new player for RQ still pick up Kaisa, or does he have a more vast champion pool, or will he pick up maybe Jinx? Totally not, because I'm wearing a Jinx shirt right now. But yeah, Ezreal, Tristana, the other ADCs that we see in Icon series.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, there are a little bit of a difference. So, I mean, when we think about a Kaisa, it's definitely more on that aggressive side of things. Maybe we can see a little bit more on the utility side, perhaps on the side of Yulek side. We'll have to see. Very excited for the draft. Meanwhile, for USC, speaking of draft, they have drafted the most interesting draft in the Mindanao group stage yesterday. Rengar, Darius, and Garen mid as well. What are your thoughts? Do you think they're gonna bring those same picks again against RRQ?
Well, why not? RQ is at the top of the leaderboards right now, and I've been saying this time and time again, but we do see the logic behind the drafts or lineups that our teams have. You have Darius, you have Garen, you have Rengar. Those are three very beefy frontliners, and towards the late game, they dish out lots of damage. The only win condition that I'm a bit iffy or worried about is they really, really, really need to stretch the game just so these champions will get to hit their online points.
Yeah, that's the thing, for UCE, they do a good job when it comes to the early stages of the game, but when it comes to dragon takes, especially in the when it comes to the 8-minute mark, 4 and then 8-minute mark, it looks a little bit dicey. I mean, they did show a bunch of improvement yesterday when they went up against Tyrant, having to get priority over the lanes before having to prioritize those objectives on the board. Maybe they can replicate that once more, but now, very curious to see what RQ or what USCE will do, especially I believe Helios did such a they're not alone in the weird picks. I mean, we saw Helios going for a Fiora mid
and making it work. And if I'm not mistaken, he is the first player, no, not champion, first player to actually pick up a Twisted Fate for the mid lane, and that was basically one of the highlights we had in day number 1, series number 1. But for now, again, UCE versus RQ. Who will have the spotlight? Who will have those plays and who will be able to win the series? Again, there's only a 1 weekend group stages, so the Mindanao teams, they really, really need to go all in. If they have different plans, this game too. This is series number 1, day 2, and tomorrow will be our last day. After that, it's gonna be the playoffs, and that's where things will be at the highest risk possible.
Yeah, that's true. There's literally only 2 days before we get to wait for the next stage of the Icon series, which is, again, you mentioned the playoffs. So we're just waiting to see who will get those top last 2 slots, rather, in joining the rest of the representatives from North Luzon to Visayas. So very exciting, because every single day will count. Saturday, last day will be Sunday. RQ, of course, they did get a good head start so far with their 2-0s in their series yesterday. Meanwhile, UCE is able to get at least a 1-1 on the board, but still, every single game will count because it's a double round robin this time around. And of course, UCE, even though it looks dire on paper, I mean, they could still pull up a few interesting picks that could potentially surprise RQ.
Maybe that's something, or that's the thing that they can use to actually take the RQ. Pick a tactic or a champion that no one, even us casters or the panelists, expect to see. Maybe Renekton? I mean, we talked about this off cam. He is less likely to be picked up, but what are the chances, right? The option is still there, and if they want an element of surprise, they should.
I mean, it's possible. We did see in the Hong Kong Icon series, it was Infinity that brought it up how Renekton was being used in by MVP, I believe, and as well as a Master Yi jungle. By the way, this is the Icon series group stage for Hong Kong. But anyway, we are here in the Icon series Philippines Mindanao group stage. UCE gonna be on your blue side. RRQ in the meantime will be on your red, and look at that, Lee Sin getting banned right off the bat for UCE.
They do not want that early jungler power. They do not want those pickoffs towards the early up until the mid game too. Lee Sin, of course, still he's pretty okay, still in the meta despite all the adjustments that we did see. And RQ, they really do not want to go up against an Olaf. That's gonna be the first ban on their side.
Yeah, very interesting to see Battle of the Jungler bans, it seems. Especially that, Chaz did share recently that he took a screenshot of his Wild Rift phone, and it said that he is the top one Lee Sin player in the server in the Philippines. So that says a lot of respect. It's definitely a respect ban coming from UCE. Now Twisted Fate, another respect ban again, up against Helios. He is the only TF player so far in the Mindanao group stages. So junglers all around, you go.
All around, all about that jungler, and just one mid laner. This basically opens Akali, Camille, Gragas even, but looks like UCE, they are gonna prioritize that. Camille, of course, Hextech Ultimatum, hookshot, mobility, and the fact that you can just surprise your opponents in every lane possible. But RQ, they did pick up that Akali and Kaisa. Okay, thought they were gonna get Gragas, but okay, Kaisa still gonna be on the board. That's gonna go over to their ADC.
Yeah, I love how you brought that up. Graga is a very, very important pick. In general, you can flex it anywhere. It's a really good disengage, especially there are a lot of junglers that can get in your face. And I think majority of those said junglers have been taken out of the table. But in the meantime, for UC, they can still swap this around. A Graga's top, maybe a Camille in the jungle as well, and vice versa. But in the meantime, the Janna Graga's disengage duo is available for UCE.
Yup, and if you're gonna look at first 3 picks for the side of RRQ, it's all about just heading or pushing towards your enemies head on. And if you have 2 disengage skills, Moonstone and Dispositive Cast, that's something that UCE can utilize. And let's not forget, Gragas, he can also dish a lot of damage. There's also a chance that he can whittle down or burst the life bars of Akali and Kaisa.
Yeah, early game, magic focused build for possibly Renji or Majo can burst a lot of targets in the early to mid game. But that's enough, not a failure, so Aurelion Soul for Paeng here. I think that's the first Aurelion Soul for the Mindanao group stage. And to top the composition of our RQ, is that a hover? Is that a lock-in? It's going to be a lock-in onto Fiora.
Ours has to be a Fiora mid lane. We've seen it yesterday. Typical Kaisa and Galio duo at the Dragon lane. Corki, Janna for the Dragon lane as well. And that's going to be a Baron lane Gragas and a jungle Camille. Well, like what I said, Camille has more mobility, but I am just excited about the mid lane matchup. Fiora versus Aurelion Sol. So, UCE and RRQ, show us what you've got.
Yeah, very interested to see this happen because we're looking at a range versus melee matchup, which I assume that Helios may have a little bit of a hard time at the early stages of the game, but at least Fiora does have that repause just to counter out a very slow stun, if you will, coming from an Aurelion Soul. So at least there is that. The dashes as well can make things a little bit harder for UCE to sort of hold Helios down. So I think it could potentially be possible, especially better wave clear for UCE. That means Aang can just keep roaming around the side lanes and possibly help out.
I just realized that looking at the drafts of these two teams, both of them are just slightly leaning more towards the pickoffs. And as much as I would love to see full-on 5v5s, I guess they just want to commit on the ganks, again, pickoffs, or maybe the 3v3, 2v2, 2v3 of the combinations. So I expect to see more skirmishes at the earlier parts of the game, but RQ, they do have the reputation that they tend to stretch the game So Infinity told us this yesterday. There's a chance that we will be seeing 15 to 20 minute mark games.
Yeah, yesterday it was RRQ up against, I believe, Tyrant in the first series that reached the 25-minute mark. We'll have to see if we are going to be seeing a record breaker beyond that. I forgot the exact time, but anything beyond that is going to be definitely longer than the usual Wild Rift games that we usually have. But I like how you brought it up, Yuko, on the RQ composition. Definitely focused a little bit more on the skirmishes, very aggressive, fighting close quarters. Everybody, basically, especially if you add in Kaisa with the killer instinct, basically, that is going to be their play style. So for UCE, good news. They do have 2 modes of disengage, at least with the cask and the monsoon. So there's at least that. The only vulnerable member of UCE would be the Aurelian Soul for sure, because if you go in, there's not a way out at all. At least for the Corki, you do have that Valkyrie, you do have the hook shot coming from this Camille. So at least a little bit of good news for UCE on this very aggressive composition against RQ.
And since you brought that up, the chance RQ could try and at least focus on Orion Sol, because if Asol is down, you have no Voice of Light, no stuns coming out from literally nowhere, no disc coming out from the air, and his passive, especially when it comes to cleanup, is very useful. So maybe RQ can prioritize either Asol or Janna if they're gonna go with the fight or skirmishes.
Yeah, I feel like, Asol is their main engage, especially how we see Asol become such a huge threat when it comes to Rift Herald takes and as well as Dragon takes. So we've seen that before back in North Luzon, at the beginning of North Luzon, basically. And the pick has appeared here and there, very hit and miss. But usually when he is picked, it creates a lot of pressure when it comes to objective fights. So for UCE, this really fits their playstyle. They want them dragons, they want them Rift Heralds, and that is exactly what won them the 2 games when they went up against Tyrant last night.
It's all about those surprise and just basically focusing on objectives. Well, there are only 2 teams so far in the Mindanao group stages that tends to focus on fighting or taking down their opponents. The rest, they just want to go with the objective take. They're more by the book, they're more methodological, and I kind of miss seeing that. I mean, we love the flashy plays, but when it comes to analysis or just doing that thorough dissection when it comes to the game, it's more, how should I say it? It's more juicy, I guess, for our casters and even the viewers.
Yeah, I think it's definitely for this composition at least, it's definitely a clash of, I'm gonna do air quotes again, priorities. For UCE, it's objectives over kills. RRQ, in the meantime, they can prioritize kills to get objectives. Just try to pick someone off first before committing right away, because again, for UCE, they do have 2 modes of disengage. They can just use that to zone everyone else from RRQ and then just retreat after getting these objectives. So I imagine that is how it's going to go when we go into the dragon fights. But at the same time, for the laning phase, for RRQ, again, individually speaking, they're very, they have a lot of talented players. So it's all about, let's see if UCE can survive that laning phase. I mean, we've seen it happen before, getting 3k gold lead at the first, 4 to 8 minute mark. And we'll have to see. We get to find out soon as we enter the Rift, this first series of the day, UCE versus RRQ.
All right, and the moment we enter the Rift, it's gonna be Helios just trying to throw all the kunais and popping that 5-point strike against Paeng. It's an Akali mid.
It's Helios on the Akali.
I just realized it. I remember I said Fiora earlier on, but then I said, wait, Fiora does not have 5-point strike. What am I saying?
It's now Esila on towards this Fiora, and I think that is the magic of having a player that can easily flex a usual Baron laner and then put it in the mid lane. There's a little bit of mind games happening in the draft.
Yeah, and we might hear a Dragon lane and Baron lane though.
Oh, Majo with a body slam just for the stun, but he's forced to eat a honey fruit. Isila though already half HP.
And I actually like that they did the swap. Gragas versus Fiora. Fiora can be more aggressive, and looking at Akali, Akali will just try to be as near as possible, and Oriental will not be able to damage this champion.
We'll have to see as another body slam. Look at that half HP burst already towards Isila. Remember, that's an ignite. So Isila is aiming for that kill. Majo a little bit more defensive on that barrier. Okay, never mind. Hold that thought. It's a Scuttler fight as Chaz is able to secure that for the squad. Here comes Helios following through. Isila with the dash, not gonna hit. But here comes the rest of the squad. Kenji, or rather Renji, is forced to use a flash.
The flash of 2 minutes can Camille not being mobile for 2 minutes because she doesn't have flash. That's something RQ can utilize on. It all started when the shurikens did connect, but
So, Isila dropping the
So close.
ignite, but still not enough for Majo, although still has both still Isila actually still has flash.
it's just 2 minutes in, but these two teams, I'm already out of breath because the risk that they're taking, and it's so close. I'm really looking forward to see how this game will pan out. There's no major fights yet because, like what you said, most likely the clashes or the fights will happen when there's the Dragon, Rift Herald, and the Barret. Now going back into the mid lane, Helios is of course popping in that 5-point strike and that's why the Shroud, just making sure Paeng cannot go anywhere near her, and ouch.
Yeah, I mean, of course, for Paeng, he would love the Fiora and Aurelion Soul matchup, but this Akali matchup in the mid lane is just looking like a nightmare or at the moment. And at this point, you mentioned, we're waiting for that dragon, which is going to come up in about a minute. We'll have to see if UC is able to adjust because so far their mid lane for Paeng a little bit struggling a little bit up against this Akali.
But at least he has a bit more EXP compared to Helios right here. Olga trying to get vision, but I don't think there's a fight that's gonna pop just yet.
Yeah, so far for RRQ, at least on the map, they did get a 2 head start on 2 Scholars, so that is already an invisible win, I suppose. In the meantime, though, for UC, they do have a little bit of a gold lead. Just a tad of hundreds up against RRQ, and this is the usual for UCE, honestly. First, 8 minutes, maybe 3k gold lead for them, as long as they're not sacrificing too much. We'll have to see as 19 seconds on the clock already for the next dragon to spawn.
You already have Tactical just there at the sides, but of course RQ, you have Kaiser just under turret, and you have Galio checking if anyone is trying to get the objective, but there's none yet. But you have Renji just there at the sides. Girl God being very sneaky though.
Yeah, this could be a potential sandwich as Chaz is on the side. Earl God was a standing ward, I suppose, in that brush, and UCE had no idea. But now, though, RRQ does have first dibs with this dragon. They are already starting it. As we can see, though, Helios does have priority in the mid lane, so Paeng is absent in this fight at the moment, and there is going to be a steal from Renji from UCE on that first dragon. The first blood goes to Ulexite on this Kaisa pick, and Helios is non-stop. There's the knock-up. There's the Galio. Earl God will fall, though, unfortunately, as Chaz still wants to pursue the dive, but the dragon goes to UCE.
That was a dragon win for UCE, but a clash win for RRQ. Well, the re-engage is very, very strong. Also, I liked how Akali focused on Helios focused on Bo, because the moment the Moonstone popped, she was very vulnerable, and Helios just went in, bursted her down. There was no stain for the team.
Yeah, that means not a lot of disengage after that steal. So for UCE, they're happy that they're able to get that dragon for themselves. That's an Infernal Drake, a bit of damage for the squad. But at the same time, again, they lost a couple of members. So RQ is able to equalize the goal. There's the taunt not hitting anyone. Earl God decides to run away instead as Ulexite is already half HP.
I think that was a pretty awkward scrimmage if ever Kaisa is gonna jump in, because the life bars were already withered down by the Gatling gun from Corki. But still, let's see. Now have Fiora though already completing her Triforce. We're gonna see more action Jackson from this Brian Laner. Still though, Bo popping in that slow for Earl God. I don't think they're gonna fight though, unless, just kidding, supports can't fight as much.
Yeah, I mean, there is the Rift Herald spawning in 6 seconds, so we could possibly see a fight. Something that's a little bit scary is that Helios has been doing immense amount of damage already before. Okay, there is the ult from Chaz. They're engaging onto Bo. Already forced the flash into heal away, and Rift Scuttler being the priority, or rather being secured already by RRQ. The fight still is not over as Helios is super duper low. He's trapped in the ultimatum and he falls. No Helios, no Akali anymore. But at the same time, they remove the jungler of UCE already as Renji falls as well. Earl God will follow suit as the rest of UCE does have dibs on this area. No jungler, so that means UCE will decide to back away.
Well, I guess that was an awkward engage from RRQ. Helios, he did try to penetrate the backline and was able to get a kill, but at the expense of two of your team members. I do not think that was worth it. Also, the stuns coming in from Earl God. It was good, but there was no sufficient follow-up, and I understand the priority on Bo, but this player does not have Moonsun just yet. There was no flash, though, so maybe that's why they were forcing a chase onto Janna. But tactical, he can just free hit at the back lines, and whenever Renji is popping that Hexic ultimatum, whoever got caught, that is obviously the target for UCE.
Yeah, there was an opportunity. Helios saw that, Bo didn't have flash. In the meantime, though, Rift Herald already 1 HP. There's Renji, but he gets stunned, but he still steals it again. What is happening? This is not what RRQ wants. And at that point, there's the ult from... We have the support as Earl God, but the fight's already done. Remember, this is UC style. They take the objectives and they run away.
Renji, hello? What was that? Because the tactical sweep, it was too early. But I think that was all according to plan. Like, okay, you thought I missed, watch this. And then he was able to steal that Rift Herald. Dude, someone stop this Camille. So good.
Oh dear, Camille, Renji, maybe channeling, impressive,
right?
Omega back in the South Luzon group stages. But this is insane, twice in a row. So RQ might be sweating a little bit because that's the second objective they lost in the past 8 minutes. So far, though, the gold's still a little bit equal in favor of UCE.
Right, so next dragon is up, and RQ, they're already near the dragon area, just gonna clear out the waves. And I actually talked to a pro player and he said whenever you're gonna take dragon or Rift Herald, make sure that the mid lane, your minions, is pushing towards the enemy. So even if you get one objective, your turret will still be safe.
Exactly, having to get that priority before getting these objectives. Now it's round number 3. Round number 3, everybody. As UCE decides to drop the Rift Herald and they're focusing Ulexite. He's trapped in the ultimatum and no one is there to save him. Now that's a 4v5 situation in the hands of RQ, and it could be more, as now UCE is going to be happy about that pick.
That is the ADC already down for the side of RQ. No Killer Instinct, no IK and Rain, and Gragas also got pressured earlier on.
Oh, they're still going. There's the Howling Gale knockup into 3, but the ult from the Vi as Chaz decides to run away instead. Now Helios is the focus target here. He's able to take down one before he falls. Estilla trying to follow suit because they see that that Bo is super low, that they want to get another exchange kill. But look at that, a 2-for-1 in favor of UCE.
Comparing UC's gameplay to day number 1, I love how they're performing right now. They know who to target. Janna was able to pop that Moonsoon, and the moment they knew that Helios was either gonna chase Janna or gonna chase Tactical. And when they were there, like, okay, let's box Helios in. He does not have the ultimate, he has no flash as well as the barrier, and that was a pretty clean take from RQ.
Yeah, Bo seems to have a passive ton on
Right?
as his skill set so far, as it has been getting Helios in a little bit of trouble twice in a row already, and now because RRQ is just so far away, UC is free to take this dragon again.
Still securing their gold lead, and RQ said, okay, we'll just let go of the dragon. Let's get one Baron lane turret and maybe misplace wards at the Baron and try to take this next objective. But you see, they really want to get that mid lane turret.
They can afford to do so. They do have Monsoon and the Cask available. They can, again, this is their technique. They have 2 modes of disengage. They get an objective, they get a tower, then just disengage away, retreat away. And this is so interesting because, I mean, we've seen RQ in this gold deficit before. We've
Uh-huh.
seen that before
yeah.
in day number 1. So it's really nothing new for them to encounter. But again, UCE is really doing it against the top one team at the current standings.
Yes, and we talked about this earlier on. RQ, they're all about that pick off or one or just a single target skill sets, and they were not able to do that in the early parts of the game. That's why UCE was able to snowball, and I just have to really commend Renji here as well as Paeng keeping Helios at bay, and now they can do whatever they want.
Yeah, it seems
Right now.
that you mentioned that they can do whatever they want. They're able to walk towards that tower and then get another tower down, basically. For UCE, this is actually, this is looking really good for them. You list 3 Zonias on the board, by the way. Just to sort of scare away Helios and make him think twice to keep engaging in the back line.
Whenever anyone from RQ is gonna try to jump in, like, nope, golden, as we'd call it, alongside Infinity. And you said this earlier, to disengage ultimate, it's very, very useful since RQ is all about that engage and just going in with the pickoffs, and you just have Bo doing whatever she wants. You have 4 champions here at the Brown lane. You have Helios as well as Ulexite, who will pull the trigger first. Apparently, 1 turret already down, and UCE, they could just rotate over to the mid lane, or I don't think that they should get Baron, but they could if they want to. They're pretty confident.
Yeah, I mean, for UCE, they're happy with just trying to create more space between the Baron and the base of RQ. And the fact that, again, you mentioned how they're all about the pickoffs,
Mhm.
but now we're slowly building towards the later portion of the game where it's mostly 5v5. You cannot isolate a target.
Yeah.
As for UCE, usually they want to keep the Gragas on the board. They want to keep Majo still in their squad, in their foreman, and keep the Aurelian Soul, keep Paeng on the side lanes instead whenever Esila is going to be a threat with their split push. So super duper interesting to see this sort of dynamic as the mid lane instead will be the one going towards the side lanes.
And actually curious what RQ could do. I mean, we already saw them in this situation. They are in a huge gold deficit, rather, up until the first half of the late game, but it will only take them 1 clash. So will this happen? But looks like UCE, they're just at their prime right now, performing really, really well, and I'm looking forward to see that tactical rather is not even online yet. So what more will we see if this ADC is already up?
Yeah, curious to see, because we can see and hear a package already on online. 15 seconds on the clock for the air drake to spawn. And you see, we've seen this win condition before. We've seen this twice in a row yesterday up against Tyrant, and usually once they get that 3rd dragon, they're all set for the Elder, and they get that too, and that's just sweet, super sweet. RQ gonna struggle a little bit. That Galio Earl God will not be as tanky as they'd hoped for. Once you hear his entrance in, you'll probably melt from the damage coming from UCE. So for RQ, they definitely want to try to make something happen here and now.
Ooh, Majo just walking towards the middle lane right here, but you have tactical space created for the Jago lane duo. Basically, in UCE, the moment the objective is up, they will not waste any time. This is a good opportunity because RRQ is in a different part of the map. However, keep your eye on the brown lane because the waves are pushing in. Helios being very disciplined, making sure that the waves or the minion equilibrium is at least at their favor.
Yeah, definitely in their favor for UCE. They've been managing the waves really, really well. Now that the 3rd dragon has been eliminated, now they're waiting for the final win condition in UCE's pocket, the Elder Drake. And for RQ so far, they've actually passed contention of 2 straight dragons in a row. They gave UCE a free dragon in exchange of these turrets. And so far, it has been a struggle because what they're doing is just trying to open the map slowly but surely. But look at that. 2 towers still stand in the mid lane and as well as bot.
Right, and this is the reason why UCE has map control. They can go wherever they want. You have Maju here at the Baron. You have Kenji everywhere. Renji rather, he is everywhere in the map. Like I saw him earlier in the mid lane, but okay, looks like he's going over to Baron. Also, Bo is not really afraid to just step away from the ADC already at level 13 though. But Ulexite is also standing at the level 13. We'll see their itemizations in a bit to see who has the actual lead. But now you have Olga and Sol being lane to where Fiora is.
Yeah, so far, UCE building slowly towards an additional safety item, which is the Guardian Angel, which will make things extra hard for Chaz to sort of help burst someone down immediately with his ult. And as well as Helios here on this Akali. I mean, we've seen late game Akali's work here and there, but so far UCE is itemizing pretty well. Now Baron's getting started by UCE. RQ is actually nearby, but it's a 4v5 situation, no teleport for Isila, so I don't think he can catch up. Chaz just trying to reach. There's the Monsoon! UCE just secures the Baron. He cannot go near. Hextech ultimatum towards Ulexite. He is golden. He's just trying to survive at this point, but he falls. No AD carry for RQ at this point. Tactical is golden as well. He's able to flash. He's able to flash out of range, out of danger, and now UCE is doing it. They're doing it against RQ, the top team in the current standings, and now it's just a lot of death timers on the board.
Alright, so what happened there was I had my eyes on Mado the entire time. He was able to zone out Chaz, and RQ was not able to reach Orensol, and because of that one mistake, UCE being able to bag game number 1. But yeah, it's just all those micros forming into a macro. Safe to say that UCE was able to snowball. They got literally everything that they would want in a fight, and the mid lane turrets for RQ side are already down as well, and their death timers are quite high. So 10 versus 6 on the scoreboard right now. We said this earlier, these teams are very objective centered, and safe to say that UCE was able to meet those win conditions first. It all started when Renji was able to get the objectives. Tactical, again, remained untouched. And it came to a point that whenever Ulexite would just jump in or be exposed in a team fight, everyone would just burst her down. Helios was not, he does have enough damage, but the tags coming in from Maho as well as disengage coming in from Bo, it was able to stop the steamroll for RQ.
I mean, this is UCE giving RQ their first taste of defeat, because yesterday all their games were 2-0s in a very dominating fashion. So for UCE, having a rough start against VVV, basically, having to always die when it came to Dragon fights, when it came to Rift Herald fights, and now we're seeing them in a new, completely different light. And I think this UCE, this new and improved UCE seems to be going up and up and up based on what we've seen from yesterday. So RQ, interesting turn of events here, as again, they are the King of Kings. They are in the top of the current standings. So I love how UCE was just very patient with their play. They know that they can zone out RQ with the tools that they had. Double disengage. We talked about this ever since South Luzon, ever since we saw the Gragas Jana combo. It's just so deadly. And I feel like in the next draft, which I think we do have a lot to talk about, which we will talk about later. So I'm just, wow. what a statement from UCE though.
Right? And I said this earlier, day 1, day 2, they adjusted very, very fast. Again, this is RQ's top 1 in our group stages. Right now, they basically starved their opponents. RQ was not able to get anything aside from 1 turret, 2 turrets at most, and a few kills in to the board. But if we're gonna talk about the other win condition, it was a huge nada for UCE. So looks like this Gragas and Jana combo is very useful. RRQ, are you gonna ban it, or are you still gonna hold on to your Olaf ban?
I have a feeling Gragas should be taken out of that table. There is a reason why Gragas is, I wouldn't say 100% banned. I think it has been broken like once or twice already in the group stages of Mindanao. So I think it's just absolutely crazy. This pick in particular just fits UCE's playstyle well, it really enables them to do what they're good at. So for RRQ, I mean, I feel like they were really hoping that they would win the individual laning matchups. I mean, we saw
Yeah.
how Paeng was struggling with his Akali Asol matchup. We saw how Majo almost died in the hands of Isila with the Gragas and Fiora combo, but all UCE had to do was wait till 4 minutes and then basically survive all throughout every single time there is an objective.
You know what they say? Almost is never enough. All those almost coming in from RQ is definitely not enough because they were not able to stop the steamroll that their opponents had. Like, yeah, time and time again, Paeng would have 1 bar of his health left, but he would just stand his ground in the mid lane and make sure that Akali or Helios will not be able to go anywhere near him. And jumping into game number 1 earlier, I said that they could focus on Orion Sol right after maybe the stun as well as the voice of light. But if you saw or noticed in the last clash, Aurelion Sol was untouched. He was just the backlines, the passive dishing out an obnoxious amount of damage, and it helped UCE so much.
Yeah, as the fight prolongs, for sure they will bathe in all the hurt of Aurelion Sol of Paeng there. So it was really a tough game for RQ because again they built this purely melee composition. And they were up against such a good disengage comp. And of course, we want to see all of that again. This is Play of the Game, brought to you by Oppo Reno 5.
A lot of plays, of course, and to be fair, during the early game, Helios, he definitely shined. He does not hesitate to jump in head first, but it came to a point that he would just get taken down whenever he jumps in. Well, I don't think there's enough CCs for UCE, but they can withstand the damage that is coming out from RQ. So maybe one of the things that RQ could do jumping into game number 2 is maybe get 1 or 2 champions that has AoE CC or have that very well. Galio is a beefy frontliner as well as Vi, but maybe something else. They could try and get Olaf, they could try and take Gragas, or they can take Camille for themselves.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a choice here, as they did have to prioritize, I believe, the Fiora and as well as the Kaisa. But this fight, again, this is the last nail in the coffin after getting the Baron. Then they went straight to the Nexus as it was a full wipe. Curious to see who is gonna be the master of the match because everybody did an amazing job, and it's gonna be tactical on this Corki with prime positioning. He is your master of the match.
Team participation 100%, and space was created basically for him. And whenever there is a clash, this guy is very much protected. Yeah, he died a handful of times, but that was because RQ would commit summoner spells and skills onto him. So the moment he does get taken down, you have Camille, you have Janna, maybe even for their engaged. You have Majo for their engage as well. He's either the champion that pulls the trigger, or he's just a bait for his team.
Yep, Tactical's positioning was just super good to the point that even though there's just so much melee that can jump on Tactical space, his positioning just made it a hard time, made it such a very difficult task for them to reach, of course, alongside with the disengage champions, which is the Janna and the Gragas. It was just such an intense match. I mean, intense in a way that even though there weren't a lot of fights that happened, RRQ basically tried to avoid UCE as much as they could, except for the first maybe 8 minutes of the game. But at the end of the day, UCE was able to take the match, take the game into their own style, and RRQ was basically forced to just follow UCE's lead, and that's what definitely led to their demise. I mean, the draft that they have assembled did show a little bit of these challenges that they wanted to do. I mean, going up against the double disengage made it again a little bit more difficult than they expected.
Can I just say, RIP my predictions, but I'm so happy I had it wrong.
RIP
right?
panel's predictions too.
Yeah, this is just UCE showing up, and to be fair, their draft it's in the meta. It's something you'd expect you'd see, but the way that they executed it, it has their own brand. It has UCE plastered all over it. They were very patient. You said this earlier. And looking at the side of RQ, I did not see any groundbreaking plays from Kaisa. But to be fair, Ulix, he still had a lot of damage. He was able to whittle down the life bars, but it just wasn't enough. Helios was still the one that's playing aggressively, but there were times that he would just die, and the risk that he took, just the reward, it was a high risk, low reward kind of play.
Yeah, it was again, once you kill her instinct, there's you do have that follow-up, at least from the hero's entrance, coming from Earl God, but felt like it wasn't enough. Just again, on paper it looked so good for UCE.
Right.
UCE, their objective taking draft, the draft for objective taking was just perfect for them. For RQ, this was perfect for skirmishes, but UCE don't want no skirmishes. They are not going to engage on anything. They are going to just take fights if you start them, or if you start them in the dragon fight. So for RQ, I'm curious to see what they decide to do in the next game, because again, this is their first defeat in the Mindanao group stages after such a strong showing, 2-0ing everybody that they came across, basically Tyrant and VVV as well. So maybe they're going to opt for, use fire against fire. Maybe draft a 5v5 fight, because again, we talked about how individually speaking, these players are amazing. Their micro plays are amazing. So maybe if they draft 5v5, it could be a difficult thing to encounter by UCE.
Yep, and one of the things that I actually would want RQ to adjust on game number 2 is the draft, like put in a champion that has more AoE CC skill set. At the same time, be more aggressive, have more presence in the early game, because they were only aggressive or not passive during the first 4-5 minutes. You said 8 minutes, but I think it was only for like 5 minutes. Right after they lost that dragon, they decided to just tone it down. That's okay. They wanted to focus on CS. They wanted to focus on getting the items, but it just gave a lot of chances for UCE to get what they want. And it came to a point that it became harder and harder for RQ to actually deal with the deficit that they had.
Yeah, I feel like, the first 2 steals sort of shook RRQ off their boat there. I mean, it was Renji doing an amazing job just finding the correct timings. And that's the thing, you talked about CCs. They actually didn't have a lot on the board, and that's the reason why Renji can just casually walk towards the dragon or the Rift Herald and then just snatch it away from RRQ. So maybe it's going to be a switcheroo for RRQ. Maybe not rely heavily on individual laning advantage, possibly not on the skirmishes either as well, maybe towards the 5v5, because again, if UCE wants to play that game, then maybe they will play as well.
Yep, right. So I want to talk about the order of the pick for the side of RQ. We saw UCE lock in that Camille. I was honestly expecting a Gragas for the side of RQ. Instead, they went with Akali and Kaisa. I understand Kaisa is very, very strong, but what if, they had a Gragas in that lineup? Maybe they could have just put Kaisa on second pick rotation. I know it's you would not want your opponent to have Kaisa, but the fact that Majo can just zone out everyone earlier on, I kind of wish that RQ picked up Gragas instead.
Yeah, I guess RRQ just really wanted to, go bank on these skirmishes, on these individual power lanes, if you will, the Fiora, the Akali, and the Vi, which is, perfect. When it comes to synergy, you easily just lock down a target and then you burst someone down. It's a mix and match type of thing. Top jungle or jungle mid duo synergy. It works super well. Damage supplied, CC provided. So at that point, unfortunately, that did not work because UCE just sort of played safe. They didn't overextend or anything, and they just waited for the 4-minute mark where everybody else all has their level 5s and they can confidently take these fights and run away. They're not even aiming for 5v5 fights. They're just aiming to run away after getting the objectives.
And I actually expected RQ to do that, but also you mentioned that RQ was able to get the two Rift Scuttlers in the early parts of the game, right? That was a huge question mark on my end, but then I realized, wait, what if this was just them trying to just give away the Rift Scuttlers and thinking that, you know what, we can just get the objectives, we can get the dragon, we can get this Rift Herald as well, and things just fall into pieces. They were able to get or check their win conditions, and this is just them playing so well. UCE, I can't highlight this enough. That was so good. I really want to see more of that. It's safe to say that they finally found their footing here in the Icon series, and I cannot wait to see what they have in store for us.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see how this play style takes UCE further and further, because this is so refreshing. Because usually what we see in the usual Wild Rift games that we see, it's Wild Rift. You know, it's all about fight, get a pick leading to objectives. But UCE is going, you know, at the exact opposite of this flow. You know, they want just objectives. They're not after the fights. They don't have their blood boiling for a fight. They're not looking for it. They just want to peacefully take the dragons as an objective. And it's such a refreshing way to, again, approach the game. Just getting those 3 dragons, getting the Elder, and then winning the game.
And I guess that's something that the other teams can do or mirror, because ever since North Luzon, we've been seeing 5v5s, you know? I mean, it's good, especially if you're a play-by-play caster. Hi, Riku. You're play-by-play right now. But yeah, it just gives us a new flavor here in the Icon series. So I kind of want to see what's gonna happen if two opposite team tactics or team strategy, how will they duke it out? Who will win? What will be the difference in their draft? Also, I know you guys are excited, but we're just waiting for the players to load into the lobby for game number 2. We can't start without the players, of course.
Definitely cannot start without them. But yeah, it's very interesting to see all of these rock, paper, scissors come about. And now the pressure goes to RRQ. Will they stand for this? You know, of course not. More like, how will they prevent the potentially first series defeat? I mean, the first game defeat already happened for them. The series defeat may happen as UCE really looks solid from last night. I mean, we still haven't seen Renji's Wukong today. The Wukong was such a good pick last night up against Tyrant. He used it as a zoning tool. He didn't use it as an engage tool. So again, all of these picks being used in a different manner just to fit the shoe of UCE to just focus on objectives.
And I guess that's something that RQ should note right now. The player early in the interview, Elgod, if I'm not mistaken, he said that they would switch players depending on their opponents. So maybe this is just UCE being comfortable being up against Ulex, because they were able to keep him at bay. And UCE is just very comfortable right now. I will not be surprised if they're still gonna secure that Camille or that Gragas, maybe even Jana. I mean, people and players are still opting to get that Jana pick as much as they can.
Yeah, for Ulexite's debut game, I mean, he did okay. It's just a struggle having to work with 2 duelists, I suppose. I mean, there's a lot of damage output, but not a lot of protection provided. I mean, there is still Earl God with the Galio for engage rather, but feels like it may not be enough to sort of supply extra safety for Ulexite here. But of course, again, this is his debut game for the Mindanao group stages, so excited to see his second one up against UCE. And via RQ, we'll have to see what adjustments they will do. We still haven't seen. I don't think we're gonna be seeing Chaz's Lee Sin. I think expect that whenever a team goes up against RRQ, Hugo sad face. Whenever a team goes up against RRQ, I think expect they're gonna use one slot ban towards Chaz, because again, Chaz is currently the top one in the ladder board Lee Sin player in the Philippines.
Imagine though, what if, just what if, he was able to get the Lee Sin? And I'm
Oh,
really
that would
looking
be
forward
great.
to seeing how a top one Lee Sin player gets his champion right. But again, let's be real here for a bit. Teams will not want to be up against their Lee Sin. But Lee Sin being a very highly mechanical champion, the fact that Chaz is one of the best Lee Sin players out there. Well, to be fair, if we're gonna talk about the leaderboards, he is the best.
Yes,
He's
true.
top one for a reason. But yeah, and I guess he's just gonna opt with different junglers. We did see him with the Vi. It was okay. Just so happened that they were not able to make the environment that they're comfortable with, or mold the environment that they're comfortable with. So jumping into game 2, I won't be surprised if we're still gonna be seeing a Vi. It's okay. You see the logic behind it again. Unless they want to, switch it up, maybe get the, I was about to say Master Yi. This is me watching different Icon series at the same time.
Right. We saw Master Yi appear again in the Hong Kong Icon series done by MVP, which is currently undefeated in the group stages standing. So it says something, they can afford to play Master Yi. So maybe we get to see something different for RRQ, something we haven't seen before, because again, every single day counts. Having this loss actually, if they do lose this series, it may make you a little bit sweaty when it comes to the standings, because it's not clear. There is no clear winner on who will be the top two, who will get the top two, the last two slots off to playoffs. So it is a sweaty Mindanao group stages so far.
It is. And of course, on top of that, you have the 75,000 Globe Cup points. So of course, aside from Glory, UCE, as well as RQ, they are fighting for that Globe Cup point, which is 1 point equals 1 peso, which is why we saw after RQ getting those 2 series win, they're sitting very comfortably with that 6-digit win. 6-digit Globe Cup points win, rather.
Yeah, we'll have to see if RRQ will follow the footsteps of, the undefeated, like Omega or Amihan, maybe from the Visayas region. It could be. They could be the third team in the region that can go undefeated and getting a clean road towards playoffs. But right now, it's UCE making it a little bit harder for RRQ against the King of Kings. So for UCE, I think, I don't think they need to change anything. I just think that they need to prepare for the potential 5v5 comp that can challenge every single dragon take, that can challenge every single objective, that can take every single siege attempt, because UCE could get away with those strats, those approach, just because of, again, the disengage. We talked about the Gragas and the Janna. So for RQ, either take one away, take Gragas away, spend one ban, leave open Olaf, because Olaf isn't looking too good in the win rate department. So I think you can let that go. Yes.
That's true. And I just tried to think of a reason as to why RQ do not want to let Olaf go. Is it a respect? But I don't think so, because this has been their constant ban ever since yesterday. So maybe they don't want to deal with the champion, or they just don't know how to deal with it yet. And we are jumping into game number 2. Okay, perfect cue. You have Gragas being banned by UC. Okay, not giving Gragas away. They heard us. Just kidding. There's a delay in the live stream. But they do not want this strong champion going over to RQ, even to themselves.
Yeah, I think, it's starting to look like our conversation from earlier. It may be RQ will not ban out the Olaf, just let it go. For UCE, of course, they are afraid to give out the Gragas first rotation red side, so might as well just take that out. Maybe leave Camille open, pressure RQ to just leave that be, as they will actually just ban the Olaf instead.
Huh. Okay. RQ, they could ban out Camille if they want. Okay, UCE, they could ban out Camille if they want to. Just make sure that there's no. Okay, they're gonna stick with their Twisted Fate. Oh, it makes sense now. That's why the blue side went with the Olaf ban. It was RRQ. The first pick is gonna be a Camille, very powerful Baron laner or jungler, whichever you want. She can go where between those two roles. And Gragas was taken. They could get Akali, they could get Kaisa. Then how can I forget? They could
Janna
get Janna
Rengar.
too.
Janna Rengar
yeah.
could possibly come in. We've seen it so many times in red side. But I think it is pretty cool to just maybe get the combo canceller, knowing that RRQ can switch it up again. They could go Fiora Camille again in this rotation, so might as well secure one of your good counters in the 5v5. Especially Majo did so well, even warranted a ban from Tyrant in game number 3.
Right, they did lock in that Kaisa and hovering that Braum, locking it as well. So you have the usual combo for the Dragon Lane aside of RRQ. A lot of pokes, and of course the concussive blow is going to be a huge problem for the early game of UCE. ADC is going to be a Corki hovering. Most likely they're going to lock in that Algerian Soul as well. It performed very, very well in game number 1. Just make sure that no one will be able to reach where he is.
Yeah, there is the Janna on the board already for UCE, so protection secured. I won't celebrate just yet over that hover onto Annie, but if they do, that is a very aggressive, bursty champion for Helios, and I wouldn't be surprised if they do pick this up, because again, Helios is the type that plays a lot of things, from Fiora mid to now this Annie in the mid lane. Now they're gonna follow it up with possibly a Scylla on this Fiora.
That is going to be a jungle Camille if your predictions are correct. And Annie, all about that stun. And if you're going to look at the lineup for UCE, they're all about that dive. They're all about surprising your opponents. If Corki jumps in with the Valkyrie, say hello to Tibbers. That's basically what's going to happen.
Yeah, I can imagine this is going to be such an aggressive jungle and mid duo, and we'll have to see if Earl God will also tag along as that trio roam from Helios as well. I think we've seen the only Annie we've seen ever in the Wild Rift Icon series from Liab back in South Luzon. They comboed it with, if I remember correctly, Sinzao, Annie, and Rakan as having to help with the support roam and get a bunch of kills. So it's basically a roaming death squad. So I want to see if this is going to be the same thing, if Earl God is going to tag along with, because it works. Camille with a Hextech ultimatum, you just drop Tibbers with a stun and easy burst on whoever is going to be the first victim, basically.
There's also a chance that Braum with the Glacial Fissure is the one that's gonna go with the initiate, and then everyone will just follow. But look at UCE. You mentioned this earlier. Wukong, where you at? And now they actually picked it up. Let's see how will this jungler help or at least add things to the table. I really like the Garen pick here, because whenever RQ will try to jump in, you were the one that told us this. Garen is a neutralizer. He's very tanky, and even in late game, he can dish out a decent amount of damage. Let's see how UC will be able to utilize this Baron laner.
Don't forget, he can also steal dragons with, I believe it's Decisive Strike.
Right.
Never forget a bunch of Baron dragon steals done by Garen players. So that's also a funny thing to look forward to, as RQ didn't have a good game earlier when it came to dragon secure. So that's something that RQ cannot look forward to, rather. For UC, you mentioned, Renji back at it with his Wukong pick. We mentioned how he doesn't really use it as a mode of engage. He uses it to scare away, to zone away, and to sort of air quote disengage as well. So interesting to see if that's going to be the same approach to this Wukong pick for Renji.
That is a possibility, honestly, because you would expect that Camille would be all over your jungle or all over their jungle or whenever an objective is up. And you need to commit one champion. Yes, it could be the Garen, but you have to assume that Fiora, Annie, and Kaisa will be near where Orion Sol, Corki, and Janna is. So you might want to put that neutralizer where they are and just commit Wukong to Camille. You're just gonna pop that Spinaroonie and then try to push out or push away Camille.
Yeah, it's double blade. It's double Beyblade time with Majo and Renji dueling with their spin attacks on the Garen and the Wukong. And very excited to see how this will all come together. Especially we've got RRQ fighting for that game number 3, hoping to go undefeated in the Mindanao group stages as UCE wants to take that away from them as they're only one game away from taking this series.
Yes, pings all over the map. But before the action will start, can I just say that I really, really like the draft that RQ has right now? Question is still gonna remain. Will they be able to pull this off? Because UCE, they did small adjustments here and there. And let's see if they'll be able to make this lineup work. But earlier on, that is going to be Majo, okay? Popping in that judgment. I don't think we're going to see any kills so far. Unless, why do I like saying unless? I'm all about the surprise kill, man.
Unless, I mean, Asila is carrying Ignite, so it is a possibility. Both Baron laners here aiming to get those kills on the board with the Ignite. Very excited to see as well if Paeng, I think this is a very good matchup for him, I guess, individually speaking, in comparison to the Akali. So he does have better range to freely farm against Helios there. But of course, it's Helios. He will find a way to make things spicy in the mid lane.
Nice unbreakable from that, from able to shield the skills and the damage coming out from UCE. But that's out of poke. You have Janna and you have Corki. Marky. Oh, it's Marky now. Gonna have a hard time playing the early game.
Well, that's true. It is Marky this time around, you know, having to sub Ulexide out, and now it's Marky back at it again with this Kaisa pick. So far, though, Scuttlers secured by RRQ first. We'll have to see if UCE can get their first Scuttler for themselves, but they don't have priority in the mid lane.
Yep, they don't. I guess, okay, that's gonna be Chaz jumping in.
Yeah, hook shot. Helios very low, though, as Renji is gonna actually be zoned out. Because the rest of, oh no, he's used a flash now. But here comes the rest of the squad coming from RRQ. And now a flash burn. That means Renji is forced to back away.
You'd expect Helios to jump in with the stunts, but you actually witness Paeng just zoning Annie out. If this keeps up, there's a chance that Helios will not be able to have a really good engage. So, two things. He could just either patiently play this one out or try to go up against Paeng, because the skill set for Annie, not all of her skills can actually reach Orion Sol. Compared to Assault with the passive, with that mid to long range skill set, we can actually expect Paeng to play or at least work around this lead.
Yeah, I think it's definitely possible, as for Paeng still is... Actually, both mid laners still get to keep their Summoner spells. Marky forced to get that honey fruit, as that's really, really good poke again. It's not like you're with an Alistar or with a Nami that can help out with a sustain. Earl God just has to mitigate all these damage away from Marky.
And again, this is just a 3-minute mark. Kind of a mirror what we saw in game number 1. Map is quite quiet, but I really expect RQ to step up a bit. They're a good team, but I really want to see them go with the full-on gangs and just fight.
There we go. You ask and you are given, but Marky's so low though.
Oh, no.
He's just so low, as the heal is able to save Marky from the clutches of death. And UCE, not a lot of exchange for. All their summoner spells are complete.
Gatling Gun apparently really hurt in the early parts of the game. If Marky was in full health, I could actually expect Chaz to go all in, but they realized they would want the ADC to be there at the fight, and the fact that Marky was down and Earl God was forced to pop that heal, they just decided to let it go.
Gonna have to let it go, as again for RQ, their intention for this pick on the Kaisa is to just let Marky scale, basically. For UC, of course, deja vu a little bit. They started the dragon, but finds out that maybe we're not in the best position to start this just yet. Gotta secure that scuttler first, as Majo will take a little bit of the brunt hurt earlier on. But UCE already starting this dragon. So far, RQ just wants to try and push and get priority in the mid lane. Half HP already in the dragon. They're zoning out Maja, so no silence available for this steal. This is going to be a little bit dicey. That's a 4-man knockoff with a steal from Chaz. Oh dear me, for deja vu, but for RQ this time around, as gems are falling one by one for UCE. That's a double kill for Helios on this. Any pick. And my dear word, as UCE struggled in the dragon fight.
It all started when RQ placed the wards in that bush. They saw that Majo was there. He was forced to reveal his position and just jump out a bit in the area. And that's when RQ realized, okay, we could pull this 4v5. And they went and they were able to steal the dragon. And you have Helios. Solid engage, and this is basically what RQ should keep on doing. Bo did pop in that Howling Gale was able to stop the aggression from Chaz, but at the end of the day, RQ still able to leave that fight with smiles on their faces.
So interesting how they're able to get back into that get that steal in. And we mentioned that yes, they do have that Janna, they do have that Renji on this Wukong, but at the same time, it's still a struggle without the double disengage that we talked about. And for our RQ, they really drafted into something where they're able to create impact with all the painful AoEs on the board.
Indeed. And now Rift Herald is up. Wards from both teams are now placed, but you have the switcheroony for the Dragon Laners. They're now at the Baron lane, but looks like RQ, they are in slight bit of better position. Chaz already targeting that Rift Herald. That's going to be a hook shot. That's going to be the ultimate being popped.
Hextech ultimatum onto Bo. Look at that knockup, 5-man knockup with the package from Tactical as well. It's just an overlapping of area of effect. But at the moment though, got Tibbers already unleashed, but the rest of RQ just getting zoned away as Rift Herald resets a little bit earlier. Now it's just a battle of pokes as we see RQ decides to, okay, maybe we should push the mid lane instead, but that is secured by Renji on that Rift Herald, and they're able to take that one, and no fear of a steal whatsoever.
And they already summoned the Rift Herald at the Baron lane. They really want to secure that outer turret, but looks like RQ was able to beat them when it comes to the first blood turret. So you see, they're gonna go with the reset. At least they were able to get one turret out of it.
Yeah, they're able to sort of maximize that Rift Herald, at least take one turret down. But in the meantime, RQ is doing a good job as well, exchanging these. Oh, look, that's a huge stun, waiting for Esila. But again, a little bit too slippery, and it's very hard with a curved map for the bottom side of the map to try and control that a little bit comparison to the mid lane. But so far, UCE happy to exchange with another tower.
That's actually a good rotation coming over from UCE. But at the Brown lane side, Marky and Earl God, they were able to at least trade. Oh, I thought they were gonna secure it. I think they can. There's a fresh wave coming in. But yeah, UCE, they're still keeping up the tempo that they had in game number 1. The objective takes, like the Dragon, it did not go well. So I guess they're gonna opt with taking down as much turrets as they can. For now, you have on your screen, Marky, you have now Helios, Ultimate, and skill, and all of the skills rather are available. Flash and Barrier is still up.
Gonna be available for the next fight, as there is 15 seconds on the clock for the next dragon to spawn, and this is not looking good for UCE, as again they're hoping to take control of the mid game, slow it a little bit down, as they're already gone with 3 turrets on their first tier. And now RQ, this is the game that they wanted. You know, they're able to fight fire with fire, literally with Andy, as Chaz is going to be isolated from the rest of the team. That's a double man stun as Tibbers is being dropped, and a 3-man knockup from the side of UCE as well. And Marky so low, he's going to be the first one to fall, the first casualty, as Renji is going to go golden. He is still alive as the Guardian Angel is procced, but that is 1 member less for RQ.
That was good. Okay, I thought there's gonna be another fight.
Could
No,
be.
nada.
It could be with all this. Look at the dashes. Look at the pokes
Oh.
coming from Isila. Okay, no. They decide to retreat. Look at the flash. Oh no, Isila with the aggressive play. Will he die as well with his chase? They want the
Oh,
kill.
no.
Nicely done exchange. That's going to be a 1-for-1 in that aggressive call. And whoosh, UCE, they're definitely sort of leveling against RRQ.
UCE, hello.
It's not yet
see-
over. Majo forced to use a flash, and Bang didn't make the recall, and they're able to get one, catching UCE mid-port back to base, and they will suffer the consequences as RRQ already starting the Dragon now for the second time.
This could be non-contested, but the clash in the mid laners was successful because Renji was able to zone out the members from RRQ, and looks like they're gonna go trying to.
Okay, the Baron secured by RRQ though, as UCE will try to pick up the pieces. Earl God very low at the moment. He's gonna be the first one to fall. Monsoon activated. There is the duo from ult coming from the side of Esila, but looks like it's just 2 casualties versus a Dragon take.
That was a good moonsault coming in from Bo, was able to keep the members of her team alive, and now this gave space for UCE to try and get that Baron, but you have Majo just making sure Helios will nowhere be near the Baron, already withering a handful of life bars. Will UCE be able to secure it? Let's wait and see.
Yeah, no jungler, remember, but look at that. Paeng is just so low at the moment. That's so, what the hey? Estela steals the Baron away from UCE. And remember, RQ did not have the jungler at that point, and that is unfortunate for UCE, and RQ is happy to take that one.
Actually, Isila took down Paeng, and UCE was able to get the Baron. I really thought Isilia was able to steal the objective, but I think UCE,
I thought
you're
so
gonna be the
too.
sacrificial lamb. It's okay. I'm sorry you're gonna die, but alright, I got the Baron. If I'm not mistaken, Renji was able to secure the Baron. So nice plays and really good comms coming in from UCE, really showing that they can go toe-to-toe up against RRQ. But safe to say, we will be seeing more of these plays. Moonsoon is now up, and you have ultimate. Oh, I thought ultimate was up for tactical, but looks like he just popped it. We are now entering the 12-minute mark. Rabadon's already available for Helios.
Yeah, I got a little excited there. I think it's because there's so many steals happening in this game since game number
Right?
1. I saw the Fiora picture. Like, oh, is that a steal? Probably not. Okay. Anyway, for UCE, you're right. It is a Baron secure. Really, really nicely done. Especially they were able to eliminate the jungler Chaz out of the picture. Now it's Siegen time, basically.
If you're gonna look at the board, the goal lead is on the side of RQ, but when it comes to the third takedowns, UCE and RQ, they are fair, but UCE, they have the Baron buff, and RQ was able to get the first 2 dragons. So UCE, they are in a slight better position or better state than RQ right now. So one thing RQ could do though is just try to stall it out and wait for the Baron buff to actually disappear from UCE, and keep their eyes on Majo, because you do not know where this player or this champion will come from.
Yeah, I gotta be careful where RQ decides to maybe engage, because the silence may greet you with a smile. Majo with a smile there. Actually, Earl God with a smile earlier in the interview. But moving forward for RQ, this is going in their favor, most definitely. They have the goal lead. They have a 2 dragon start on the board, waiting for the third one for themselves. You see, on the other hand, not able to utilize that Baron buff too much. So honestly, even though UC got that Baron, RQ didn't have to suffer too much.
It was just RQ playing or winning that mind game, but you have few love taps here and there at the Dragon Lane. So Garen versus Fiora, I don't think Garen will fully commit just yet, but the next objective is going to be up in 25 seconds. UCE, they're already at their neutral jungle area. They could rotate over to the Dragon Pit, but you have Tactical just alone at the mid lane, clearing out the waves, just doing quirky things.
And just trying to do the wave clear for sure in preparation for the next dragon, last dragon for the Elder. Package timing for sure, just trying to port back as well. UCE trying their best to sort of juggle the waves here and there because they do have to worry about Isila in the top portion of the map, shoving the towards the second tier tower.
4K gold lead in favor of RRQ. I thought they were gonna go all out at the mountain jig, but apparently you only have Chas already trying to take this dragon. Members of UCE are slowly pouring to the dragon pit, pinged all over the map, but you have Fiora split pushing.
Here we go. There's the Cyclone activated and stun. And oh dear, Marky is the first casualty here as they secure the first dragon for UCE and denies the third last dragon for RRQ. But in the meantime, though, they're not porting back except for Majo. He's going to be the one who's going to defend the base for now. But the call for UCE is, okay, we're going to take this Baron instead and make it into a 3v4 situation. But take note, Chaz is still alive in this whole thing. And now, we'll have to see us half HP already for the Baron. Chaz is nearby. There's the hook shot. There's the sweep. There's the rest of the stun. Bows! Oh no! Chaz steals it this time around. There's no second Baron for UCE as Chaz may have fallen, but the Baron is secured for RRQ.
Well, 2 members are down from RQ. The Baron buff is only going to be utilized by Asilia as well as Helios and even Earl God. Let's see if UCE will just will do what RQ just did, wait for the Baron buff to actually disappear. But one of the factors as to why UCE was not able to secure that is because the ultimate from Garen was not available. Also, he was able to delay the recall from Asilia, so Fiora was not able to join the Baron fight earlier on. But now you have Helios as well as Marky, making sure the waves are gonna push toward the side of UCE. But the huge problem for me now is there is a hole in the base of UCE, and RQ, they can just go with a split push. They have Fiora. We've seen RQ do this yesterday. Will we see an encore?
Yeah, it is mainly possible, and the fact that this is a familiar scenario, you see, you had to face a 4-1 composition up against Tyrant, VVV rather, yesterday. Baeng is gonna get stunned, gonna meet 2 members of RQ by the Raptors, and at this point he's still a little bit safe for now. Marky going golden, and there is a golden tactical as well, but he's isolated. He is no more. He is gone. And that's a 4v5 situation as we see Asila moving towards the Nexus, having to face 1v2 in the base of UCE. The rest are a little bit isolated. As we can see, Helios is going to have to meet 2 members, delaying the recall of UCE. And it don't matter now as it's 2v4 defense. Now, look at the burst. Bo so low. He's going to fall as the Guardian Angel is proc on the side of Chaz. They're still aiming for kills, but the rest, there's no wave for now. That's the reason why they're waiting a little bit more, wanting more kills, wanting more stats on towards the KDA. And so far, RQ wants this kill on Renji. Will he be able to escape, though? That is the question. But lots of death timers, 2 minion waves across the board already for mid and as well as bottom. But RQ calls for a recall.
All right, they want to go with the reset. At the very least, Renji was able to buy time for Tactical and Paeng to actually respawn. But looking back in the skirmish earlier, it was a mistake on Paeng's side. He did jump in, was not able to connect the stun. Instead, he was the one that got stunned instead. That was a very good engage coming from RQ. And you saw that Camille focused her Hextech ultimatum on Paeng, able to finish off that kill. And they were also able to isolate Tactical from the team.
Yeah, and it could happen again with, look at the flash and the stun towards Tactical. He is safe for now, barrier activated, but that is a lot of summoner spells used for the next possible fight, the next possible defense for UCE. Now 3 minion waves are slowly building. Look at the timer, look at the clock. Both really juicy objectives gonna be spawning soon.
And honestly, UCE is in no position to take those juicy objectives. Why? Because their base is bare. and RQ can just go with the 4-1 lineup. However, what UCE could do though is just make sure Garen is going to be the security guard for their base. There are wards placed on the base of UCE though, so they have to keep their eyes on that. Baron Nash is now up here 1v1.
Oh, there is the ult coming
He should
from
not die.
Isila. There's just one vital point just to smack him down, and Majo falls. For now, though, Isila having to face more members of the squad. Chaz just trying to isolate Bo. Very low already as Helios attacking a little bit of the Nexus tower and just giving a thumbs up to UC before they destroy the base. They destroy the Nexus, and they will take this to a game number 3 here in their first series of the day. RQ takes game number 2.
It was a shaky early to first half of the mid game, but other half of the mid game up until the late game, RQ was able to get their win condition. It wasn't just Helios, you know. You have the very good zone capability from Camille. You know what I just realized? Does Camille win games here in Mindanao? Her win rate is pretty good if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, Chaz able to perform very, very well. Esilia late game damage is obnoxious as well. Marky was in a bit of a better position during the late game than he has in the early game. As you can see in the graphs, red, but the rest, it skyrocketed to the blue side.
Yeah, for RQ, this is definitely the game they were looking forward to. The Annie pick was definitely one of the answers for them to sort of challenge UCE every time they're going for a dragon take. And the fact that Isila and Chaz were both on such scary champions such as a Camille and as a Fiora, yeah, it made things a little bit harder for the rest of the squad. I mean, you do have that silence from Majo, but it's so difficult if you split it into a 4-1, forcing Majo. So therefore, no silence for your 4-man. Definitely. It's so different in comparison to what we saw in game number 1, where Paeng was the one usually facing off Esila, but can't afford that when you're up against a Fiora, a 5-1-4 Fiora at that.
I'm actually gonna quote Ottaluz on this. He said, "No jaywalking." Jaywalking can literally cause you the game. Credit to you, Ottaluz. But yeah, it's just those small mistakes that RQ was able to utilize and eventually just translate to their win. Helios 5-0-4, but Isilia is gonna be the MVP based on the game. But my personal MVP is gonna be Chaz. The initiates, the response, it was just so good. You also have Earl God. Out of 13 kills, he actually has 10 assists.
Yeah, basically everywhere, always with the squad as well. And wow, for UCE, of course, they were hoping to get this into a 2-0, just to not. This is their second BO3. This is their second game number 3. First last night with Tyrant, and now with RRQ, one of the top teams in the current standings. Actually, the current top. At the moment, and if ever UCE manages to win their second game in the series, they will be tied with VVV in the current standings, which is second place. So yeah, very exciting to see if UCE is able to do that, because RQ does seem determined after this second game. They look like they're aiming it to be, you know, still a win, remain undefeated in for the Mindanao group stages for at least day number 2.
Yes, and before we jump into game number 2, I did say that I like the draft from RQ because it screams power. That I just have this gut feel that whenever the lineup screams power, RQ will be able to pull it off. But this is going to be the Oppo Reno 5 plays of the game. Pretty even Steven for these two teams, but that was just a very ballsy move coming in from Isilia. Yes, he did die, but tactical, being thrown off to the ground, I think that was worth it. That's an ADC being taken down.
Yeah, they're able to take out Marky, a rather tactical in that engage, and I think this is the first or second Baron take where Chaz was able to get that steal, as Bo's Monsoon got cancelled over there, so not a lot of sustain on the board for the side of UCE. And this is, of course, the Mountain Drake fight where Marky was sadly eliminated, so that led to a 4v5 awkward situation for RRQ, but they still managed it pretty well.
Ooh, that was the beautiful a steal from the Baron, and it was just UCE being able to answer back. But for the last highlight, this was RQ showing their opponents who is the true king of kings.
And there we go, master of the match. We have
Celia.
Escilla on this Fiora pick.
We did see how really good he was towards the late game. I did not expect that amount of damage, but he also had their post almost always connecting, was able to keep their opponent at bay, and the side steps, as well as he would almost always hit the vital points. He would pop Grand Challenge defensively, even at some point. It just really goes to show how much he mastered this champion.
Yeah, he was super aggressive. Even though he was just all alone in some of the engages, he created pressure. He eliminated tactical in some of the instances. And we mentioned created pressure on the side lanes with the 4-1 setup of RRQ, where UCE was not prepared for definitely. And, with this trend, if RRQ continues with a 4-1, I mean, UCE, they are no stranger to going up against the 4-1 strat. They did go up against it during their fight against VVV, their very first match in the group stages, and they did really struggle. It was a 0-2 result in that fight, so perhaps RQ will take a page off of VVV's book when they're up against UCE.
What is it with UCE in game number 3? They started this during the last series yesterday, but now we're still gonna witness game number 3. Most casuals would say it's gonna be a best of 1, but I would like to take into account the tactic and the pressure that they did in games 1 and 2. So it's gonna be all those information, all those how should I say this? All those picks being funneled or being transferred over to game number 3.
Yeah, it could be a possibility. It could be something that UCE, maybe this focus on objectives and then disengage and not fight at all would be something that they will probably not do in game number 3, because RQ seems to figure it out, like maybe just do a 4-1, and then UCE will struggle a little bit because they have to send Majo somewhere else, as they do need him in that 5-man for their objective taking. So RQ, I feel like, panelists and us may not have the 2-0 prediction correctly, but if UCE still sticks to the usual play style that we've been seeing earlier since since last night against Tyrants, and as well as game number 1 and 2, RQ can possibly take this to do their victory and remain undefeated.
And I realized that if we're going to compare the drafts from game 1 and game number 2, RQ is much more comfortable with the draft that they had in game number 2. It was just Helios setting the tempo, and it was just RQ going with the full-on 5v5 fights. Earlier, we mentioned this earlier, it was a pick-off or more on single targeted skill sets. Did not work, or maybe because UCE was just able to get the objectives that they wanted. But jumping into game number 3, I will not be surprised for 2 things. RQ, they're still gonna go with the 5v5 fight, full-on 5v5 fights. Wow, all those F, man. And number 2, Olaf ban. I already expect Olaf to be banned even in game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, for Olaf, I really find the Olaf ban interesting. I think we're not alone in the Olaf bans. We've seen Olaf in other regions as well, sort of become popular again. Don't know if that has something to do with the gold changes or maybe something else. Maybe people just want to revisit Olaf and just rely on having to end the game quickly as much as they could. So yeah, you're right. Maybe it's just going to be the usual Gragas and Olaf ban for sure on the side of RQ. For UCE, Lee Sin remains to be ultimately banned, especially if you're up against Chaz again, the top 1 Lee Sin player in the Philippine server at the moment. So very understandable. If we look into history, though, something that has been open so far is the Ziggs pick, which we usually see picked if ever it is open, but it looks like RQ UCE decides to not get that for themselves.
Oh yeah, as well as UCE. I guess they're just not comfortable with the Ziggs pick. But personally I think it's pretty strong. But I guess they both teams would want to have a marksman that has an escape mechanic. Ziggs, you're gonna have to force a flash. I mean, satchel charge. Oh, words, Yuko, words is right there. But I guess they would opt to use it as a engage or actually take down turrets.
Yeah, it's a very heavy siege. I want to see the one that you baptized the demolition duo. Maybe we get to see uh the Ziggs Tristana for the first time. We've seen it once. I've seen it once in the Vietnamese region one time. So maybe we get to see that for the first time here in the Philippine region. But usually though, when we see the Ziggs, it's usually paired with a classic Ezreal just because
Mhm.
you have a ton of pokes. Maybe pair that up with a Lux, even though let's just say her prismatic barrier has been nerfed, you can't still deny how much she helps you land those skill shots, land those bombs as well if you do pick up the Zig. So I think that is also a potential option for the squad of UCE because Paeng does play a Ziggs. We see tactical. Actually, not sure if we've seen tactical already on the Ezreal. Perhaps he already did play that. So for Bo, though, something interesting though is he does play a Pantheon support. So maybe we get to see that again because it's a. I wouldn't say it's a do or die, but every game counts. You're just literally one game away from taking this series.
I was watching that series number 4, and the moment they locked that in, I'm like, really? Pantheon support? If you look at it, it works. Has the stun, has very good initiate, but really? It's logical, but you still get surprised when you see it right in front of you. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to UCE maybe just getting more of those surprise picks. But then again, if they revert to what works, I would understand as well. The Garen pick, I liked it. It just so happened that he was not there in the skirmishes. The silence was not utilized at all. You said this earlier. Also came to a point that Fiora would just poke or put all of her damage right at Garen's face.
Yeah, going back to the Pantheon that you we were talking about, I think the struggle is I think it's really good on paper. Pantheon, you mentioned does have that stun, an easy stun. He did get buffed in 2.2C, so his survivability sorta is way better than before. Not just you go in and then you just die immediately. And putting it in the support role makes it super interesting. If you play the lane air quote normally without a lane swap, and the fact that if also you don't have to go up against a Janna support because Janna is just super good. So when you play a Janna, it's like and you're up against a Pantheon. Basically, it's like you're up against a Leona. So the Howling Gale is just so easy to sort of cancel out any sort of aggression coming from a Pantheon support. So that is the unfortunate matchup that we saw last night. Pantheon was picked by Bo, but had to go up against a Janna support in the opposite end. So the Janna pick has been shining so brightly ever since we stepped into South Luzon. Because for North Luzon, it always has been Braum, 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 Braum. But this time, it's Janna, 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 Janna.
I can't wait to see Alistar. I mean, we've been seeing a bit of Seraphine and Alistar picks way back in North Luzon, but I guess when it comes to the tanky and enchanter supports, Janna as well as Braum are the ones at the top right there. And you see why. They have sustain, they have protection, they can protect their ADC, and they just have a skill set that just fits the meta. It's gonna be fighting, being quiet in the early game, and just surprising your opponents. But personally, I would lean a bit more on Braum just because I really like that tanky support, you at the front line, soaking up all that damage while your ADC or your mid laner just burst everyone down.
Yeah, it's such a good peel for the rest of the squad as well, especially if you go with a Kaisa. I think Kaisa Braum has been the most picked pair in the draft. When we look at the early stages of the Philippine Icon Series scene. So this is another cool throwback, or rather, it's nice to see that the pair didn't really die down because there was a period where the Kaisa Braum basically stopped a little bit. I think it was the era of Draven Lux. I think so. I think that was the time. But now we didn't get to see that too much anymore. That's maybe the reason why we get to see this Kaisa Braum back in the game. Not a lot of threats, especially when you're up against a quirky Janna. I mean, even though with the 2.2C nerfs on wave clear for Kaisa, it's still pretty okay. We did see Marky though have a lot of close calls in the lane
True.
earlier. So I'm curious to see though what Helios will decide to pick up, because he seems to be picking. I think he's picked up what 5-6 different unique champions already. I think.
Fiora, Annie, and you have Twisted Fate. What were the other three?
Oh yeah, you're right. Maybe not. Maybe I'm making stuff up because he picked Twisted Fate twice. I guess he picked up Twisted Fate twice. What did he pick earlier? He picked up Akali. So Akali.
Yeah, Akali.
Oriana.
There was also Oriana. Just one more champion. Another Twisted Fate.
Another Twisted Fate. So he was close to going for 6 unique champions on the board, and that's all a hell lot already. I mean, Paeng is already going close to that because he picked up a Garen mid, a Ziggs, an Oriana, and as well as a Diana, and now the Aurelion Soul twice. So it's kind of even. It's nice to see both of these mid laners go at it with a bunch of unique picks. Maybe we get to see more of that. I mean, it's game number 3 already. It's time to pull up the more of the pocket picks. Dig deep into your pockets and basically see the conclusion of this game number 3.
Draven mid. No, just kidding. I just said a champion at the top of my head. But yeah, we haven't been seeing them use the usual mid laners name. I don't think we're gonna see Zed, but there is a chance that they can pick up Ari. Ari has had her share in the spotlight going back into day number 1. And yeah, I'm looking forward to see more Oriana. I really love the shockwaves coming in from Helios, even though in day number 1 it was a hit and miss, but it's okay. It's just a matter of surprising your opponents or just making them scared of the orb that Oriana has. So yeah, these are the bans and picks for the previous game. Again, we're just waiting for the players to load into the lobby, and looks like that is gonna be the signal that game 3 will start in a bit. I'm actually curious, will we still see a Twisted Fate ban?
I think so. I think it's just super huge. It just creates a huge impact when it comes to cross map play. It also, just what Autolus mentioned yesterday, it's like a soft counter-ish. You're not really affected by any of the gold changes just because you do have that passive gold income with ATF. So I think it's just too much of a good pick to let through, especially if it's in the hands of Helios. It also enables our Q to be aggressive in the early game as well. So that is definitely not what UCE wants. They want a slow early game until they're able to reach their level 5s, until they're able to reach, again, that 4-minute mark for the Dragon.
And well, speaking of the dragon fights, this is where the huge fights usually happen. But I'm actually looking, or rather hoping, for a time wherein these two teams, earlier on during the laning stage, they're very quiet. I kind of want to see a surprise gank under 1 minute, because other teams, they do that, but I guess that's just not in the rule book, or not in the book for RQ. They're all about just waiting things out, right?
If ever we want that to happen, they must unleash the Lee Sin. Honestly, that is only the what do you call this? The environment that we need if we want like early game, whatever, like wow, rumble. Then most likely we need to see the Olaf unleashed, the Lee Sin unleashed, and I mean Camille is there already. Okay, maybe you can do a Jarvan, actually very good in tower dives, as long as they're given the right conditions for tower diving, because again, there's just so many disengaged champions available on the board, which sort of cancels out any sort of tower dive aggression as well. Maybe we get to see a low mobility champion on the top lane. We did mention that UCE also has a really good top and jungle
Yeah.
synergy, I suppose. We saw that when they went up against VVV, putting Majo on the board for early game kills. So I guess it will depend on the draft later on. So curious to see what approach this time. Are they going to do the same thing? Are we going to be seeing the Wukong again for Renji?
I feel like Wukong is going to be a good pick, but the chances are UCE will not pick that up again. The Wukong pick did shine, but that was only up until the 8-10 minute mark, because towards the late game, he would just get caught by literally anyone from RRQ. And if Wukong was not able to move, no solids, no one will zone out the opponents, and there's no Cyclone from the side of UCE. But are there any combos or any specific champions you'd still want to see from the side of RRQ?
I guess we'll have to find out soon, because this is game number 3 draft already. UCE staying over towards the blue side as they ban out Twisted Fate. RRQ in the meantime will be on the red. We'll have to see if it's going to be the same band. Maybe a Gragas band for sure.
Okay, that the Camille wins game streak for series number 1 is gonna end, because RQ is gonna ban that out. Of course, gonna ban out that Lee Sin. Of course, like what Rico said, respect ban for Chaz. Is RRQ gonna ban out Olaf though? I did a quick dramatic pause there, but let's wait. Is it gonna be an Olaf? Because if it isn't, that leaves a lot of champions open for these two teams.
Yeah, curious if they're going to ban out the Gragas or what you mentioned. We'll have to check that out, because that means I can imagine though RRQ can possibly go for, I don't know, a Janna Rengar red side rotation perhaps. UCE though will prioritize something else instead here, which is going to be the Kaisa possibly.
If they lock that in, I'm waiting. But yeah, if they do lock that in, that is going to be an Akali open, an Olaf open. Camille got banned out. That is also a Braum open if RQ wants to steal the Kaisa Braum duo. And for mid lane pick, Aurelion Sol, question mark, is open.
Yeah, it could be possible. UCE is going to find out whether or not the matchup is going to be good for them. But of course, RRQ decides to, okay, Holy Trinity is sort of banned with the Camille being out. Akali is still open if UCE decides to take that. I mean, we were talking about something that enables aggression, and the Jarvan actually fits that bill.
Ooh, and the hover on Ziggs. Here we go. But Tristana is open, so this is me totally not hoping we're gonna see a Ziggs and Tristana combo, but that is a possibility. Janna already being secured. Looks like RQ, they could secure a mid laner. I mentioned this earlier, Helios can pick up Ari, and looks like they're gonna lock that in.
Yeah, it's gonna be another new champion for Helios to show in the mid lane, as that's the first time we're gonna be seeing that on the board for him. And in the meantime, unfortunately, we don't get to see the Tristana demolition duo, as that is the Kaisa already being locked in for tactical. But now for RQ though, Chaz may be going for the second best thing after the Lee Sin. Works similarly with, which is the Vi, having to isolate a target. But Seraphine, this is going to be very refreshing, as we haven't seen Seraphine in a while. Could go towards Bo, actually. Or, yeah, definitely towards Bo. But Olaf, open. Olaf top? Is that an Olaf top? I think that's an Olaf top. Olaf top we've never seen in the Philippine region before. But we've seen it in the Vietnamese scene. But Draven, we talked about this. The reason why we don't get to see Draven anymore, because number 1, he got nerfed. Number 2, because usually Kaisa is paired with a disengaged champion, but he's not exactly with the Braum. He's not with a Janna. That's what opens up RQ to take this Draven on the board.
That is going to be a lot of pokes for the early game of RRQ. Seraphine as well as Kaisa is very, very vulnerable in the early game. So I believe Seraphine could use, or at least get her third skill for the early part, just to get those roots in the board, you know. But if she does go with first skill, that's okay too. I just prefer making sure that Janna and Dravel will be nowhere near me. or my ADC. Kai's of course most probably gonna get the Iketan Rain for her first skill. That is gonna be a Ziggs mid lane versus an Ari mid lane. Both champions that throws out orbs, well, bomb for Ziggs and literally orb for Ari. For the Brown lane though, you're right. That's gonna be an Olaf Brown lane being paired up against a Fiora.
Yeah, it is very interesting. The first ever Olaf Fiora matchup we're going to be seeing in the Philippine Icon series, at least. So, never seen this before. And we talked about how Majo and Renji have really good synergy. And
Yeah.
I can imagine that's probably why RRQ wanted to ban this out. It could be a target ban either towards Renji, either towards Majo. But going back into this lane of the Draven Janna, usually, was it Draven Lux that we usually see? There's only two pairs that we see in the Icon series. Draven Janna or Draven Lux. And I don't think we've seen this iteration for of this matchup in particular, a Seraphine and a Kaisa. Because usually when we see
Right?
a Seraphine, either in the mid lane or the usual Seraphine Sona that we saw back in Team Secret in the North Luzon group stages. So everything is pretty much fresh. So I'm excited to see how UCE executes this because this is so different from their usual, right?
It is. It's just them basically pushing or trying to go against their comfort zone, and I really, really would love to see how both teams will pull their compositions off. That was me being slow mo because I was looking at Vi. I'm trying to picture her possible targets because those are three pretty juicy champions. Seraphine in the back line, Kai'Sa there as well. You have Ziggs most probably in the middle, but the problem is if Vi is gonna jump in, you have to be very careful of the Ragnarok as well as the Cataclysm from Olaf and J4 respectively. In retrospect, if UCE is gonna go with the engage, you have the charm from Ari, you have the Moonstone, but that's gonna be for disengage. You have the Grand Challenge, you have the Assault and Battle for the side of Y. So like what you said, it's all pretty fresh, and I just cannot wait to see what's gonna happen in game.
Yeah, for RRQ, you mentioned a lot of single target CC on for RRQ. So they're actually really good in having a lot of pick potential. They can sort of burst someone down immediately. And I guess their primary targets are pretty squishy. Of course, for UCE, they're hoping that Majo will be the one that is able to soak all of these CCs for the side of UCE for sure. And this iteration is so interesting because the Olaf, usually when we see it, it's always paired with a utility support that is able to give, or rather, because of movement speed. So when you press Ragnarok, the rest of your squad is able to catch up. It's basically having a human righteous glory, but an AoE righteous glory. So
cute. I like that.
so I like this iteration. Doesn't really matter whether he's a jungle or he's top side, whether the Seraphine is mid lane or in the support role, it still works if you're in a group does 5, and for UCE that is definitely their playstyle.
Finally, we are at the loading screen, and again, these are the picks and in their respective roles for UCE versus RQ. This is the third game, last game for our first series. Who will win victorious? We actually started day number 2 in a very powerful manner. Powerhouse teams, both being able to adjust at the perfect time, and oh, cute, KDA Seraphine skin.
KDA surfing skin and the Pride Trail. Oh, so cute. Anyway, got a little bit distracted there. And again, this is the game. This is where we'll have to find out. RRQ, will they go undefeated so far series-wise for UCE? If they do win this, they will be tied with VVV on the scoreboard. So very exciting to see this happen in this series.
Oh, there's actually a switcheroo. Brown lane for duo for the side of UCE. I believe they could switch out, or at least, well, if Isilla is confident enough, he can still go with the full-on 2v1. And you have Raven verse alongside Janna going up against a J4.
Did they, I wonder, after seeing the Draven in the draft being locked in, of course they would want to do a lane swap, and that would mean putting either the Olaf pick at risk. I feel like that is the reasoning to why the Olaf is now in the bottom, in the jungle role, as Majo will be the Jarvan Baron laner. At least you do have some shields, at least to sort of help you out, I guess, against this scary bottom duo.
We see new things every day, but RQ, Draven still pretty stable, pretty still kind of strong in the early game, but you have Chas just there at the sides. If Majo does not go back, two things will happen. That neutral jungle creep will be gone, or he's gonna die. But looks like RQ, they just want to focus on getting that early game lead, EXP, gold. Earl going in with the reset. Almost 2 minutes in, still pretty quiet in the map. I actually did not expect a J4 Brown lane, but you know, we see new things every day.
Yeah, you're. It's the difference between because with that lane swap, right? Because Tactical and Bo wants to avoid the Draven Janna matchup in the dual lane. They are gonna get crushed. That's the reason why they do have this lane swap, and the reason why instead we're seeing Jarvan top instead of an Olaf top is because I feel like perhaps it's way safer because of the flag and drag in
Yes.
case there's a tower dive. In the meantime, though, that's gonna be look at that burst, look at the bomb towards Earl God is so low. But that's Isila now being joined by the support. But meanwhile, there's gonna be a tower dive. I said safety, but it don't matter as the first blood goes over to RRQ.
Yeah, 4 champs in the Brown lane. That was the goal signal for RQ. They were able to get the first blood, but looks like UCE, they want to force to get the first blood. So let's see if RQ will be able to get that. But that was just a really good power play from the side of RQ. And they were even able to take out Kaisa.
Tactical, unfortunately, had to fall off of that. I don't know what happened there as the rest are already porting back. I guess he ported in a very awkward position that RQ found him basically mid port. In the meantime, though, the lane swap will change as Tactical will move towards the mid lane for now, as that is a huge wave.
Always check your corners. I know that's for an FPS game, but still, you gotta check your corners. You'll never know who's recalling from that corner. You have Earl God. I don't think they're gonna go with the engage, but placing wards, seeing if anyone from UCE is gonna be there because Dragon is gonna be up in 23 seconds. J4 though is now up against that Fiora, but Maho is just being pushed towards his turret.
Yeah, might as well. That's the third swap already. I think 1, 2, 3 from top,
So many
mid,
swaps.
and now the third. And the thing is, RQ is so close to getting. Never mind all that thought. Helios aiming for a tower dive. There's a dash. There's the grand challenge already activated. On top of that is the assault and battery. As Majo, or rather, as Chaz will get the final kill on the board. But Dragon now being started by ECE.
Helios actually popped his Spirit Rush as well as his Ignite, but at least they were able to get the kill and most probably a turret. But they are leaving this Dragon up for takes for UCE. Unless someone wants to steal it. No? Okay. But I guess one Dragon in exchange for one turret and one kill, that's okay. But UCE looks like they left, RQ rather, they left this mid lane turret unattended. That's very engaged.
So Ragnarok activated, nicely done as unstoppable now for the side of Renji. So it's able to at least escape, but now you see focused a lot on this tower take, so slowly whittling them down.
I'm gonna say something that's not an analysis. I kind of wish that Kaisa also used her KDA skin, just for the heck of it, for the uniform. But now looking at Helios, Charm is available. Zig's gonna go back to the lane, already popping those bouncing bombs, but those are poison, so I'm gonna say bouncing poison. Ignite still on cooldown.
No.
Chaz is right there. Okay, already popped flag and drag. He just needs his presence, and Majo already popped the flag and drag.
I like how both Chaz and Majo were both unsure because they both didn't have vision on the jungle and on near the river, so they didn't know if they were both alone or not. So their knee-jerk reaction was to, do I engage? Nope, let's just go back because they are unsure. But anyway, Rift Herald will be spawning soon, so that will definitely be the next juicy target for UCE to take. Again, they're the team that is very hungry for these objectives. And so far, RRQ, based on their positioning, they look to contest that.
The Herald now is up. Helios successfully being able to clear the waves at mid lane, but 4 players, 4 champions of UCE is just here at the mid lane. They're slowly rotating over to Rift Herald. Ultimates are available. Bouncing Bomb is not gonna connect. Explosive Minefield does not deal that much damage yet. RQ, they are slowly doing the math on how can they take this Rift Herald, or at least steal the Rift Herald.
I mean, that is an Olaf, so press Ragnarok and then Smite. But there is the knock-up. There's the Ragnarok activated as he's trying to choose a target here. Unfortunately, Bo falls, Renji falls as well, and the rest of our Q still pretty much alive. Double kill already for Marky on this Draven pick. And so far, Tactical may be still alive, but he's far away. He's getting chased down. And our Q just clean slate as Tactical is the only one alive, and now they're free to take this Rift Herald.
Helios overcommitted. He did not expect UCE to be there, but the Eye of the Storm from Earl God literally saved his life. Now IE available for Marky. Draven gonna have that extra damage. 7 minutes in. Avicilla gonna go with the recall. Ragnarok is not available, so looks like I'm not sure if they're gonna commit to the fight. But here at Dragon Lane though, Tactical just minding his own business. Both that's like 30-40 seconds of no encore, and their RQ already have that number in their heads.
Yeah, definitely they do have to keep that in mind. Actually, Rift Herald wasn't taken earlier. They decided to just reset instead. Yeah, this is take 2, but UCE not in the position to take this one as Renji working his way towards his red buff for sure. And I guess UCE can try another day because RRQ so far just building towards their goal lead. Look at that, Marky 303, IE abort completed already. That is just terrifying.
And he is using Draven, all about that attack. But Avicilla, just RQ, they still want to go with the 4v1 setup. Dragon being up in 8 seconds. Going back in that Rift Herald take from RQ, Paeng committed his Mega Inferno bomb, and RQ saw the bomb coming. So the moment they saw it, they're like, okay, let's back away. And after it landed Rift Herald, okay, thank you for helping us take this major objective.
that could be a plan, as UCE might possibly set up for a death brush, but can't exactly risk putting resources too much as they might lose their mid lane tower. You mentioned the 4v1 setup. Looks like Esila will be comfy just doing the split push things, and UCE again is given a free dragon, but in exchange of the mid lane tower, possibly the top tower, no steal whatsoever, as pressure was just sort of building in 2 different lanes, done by RQ.
Problem here is that space given to Esila, he can still get this last outer turret, and UCE will not be there in time. They can most probably finish this off. You have Earl God helping out Esila. That's gonna be another turret down to the side of UCE.
We've seen this before. We've seen this situation before where the 4-1 setup can be the potential UCE weakness. Having to use the dragon as sort of a bait for the other team to just slowly whittle away the base, slowly whittle away structures. That was too close to comfort. Marky actually gets away with his life there, even though it's spotted in that brush.
That time, the RNG gods was in his favor. GA already being picked up by Chaz. He now has second life, and Baron is now up. Let's see if RQ will still let this objective go. I personally think they won't, and that they shouldn't. But UCE, they're really in it to just focus on the objective takes. They are now grouped together, basically. They know that the amount of CCs that their lineup can dish out is pretty strong. You have the Cataclysm, and again, you have the Ragnarok. Just pop that Ragnarok and try to penetrate the lineup from RQ. Problem here though, if Bo is the first one to be taken out, like what happened in a different scrimmage or in a different fight, that is going to be one major ultimate down for UCE.
Ragnarok activated just for safety. Axel hit Helios, but still nicely done charm. Spirit, the orb will at least be able to chunk Majo a little bit. But now Spirit Rush gone, now Ragnarok gone. No, not a lot of objectives off of the map for that to be to be actually a good thing. I think Renji will be able to get his Ragnar back anyways in time for the next objective. But RRQ are just doing a lot of sieging at the moment.
They want to play this out slow as possible, but the advantage is still on their side. You're being summoned at the Dragon Lane up against Majo. The pokes coming in from Isilla, goodness me. Able to make J4 say, ouch. Encore, not gonna connect.
Yeah, oh no, that's an important ult. Gone already. That's the go signal for RQ. As Ragnarok popped once more, Renji's super low. He's forced to go back to base. In the meantime, though, at the bottom portion of the map, Majus just trying to clear some waves as the rest of the squad from RQ has arrived. He's going to get trapped in his own Cataclysm, but he unleashes it right away. Look at the damage coming from Mark.
Tactical hurts as well, but sadly they did not commit in that fight. They need to be very aware of the charm coming from Helios. That's be the foxes or the fire we've seen from Ari. Blue team was able to get that turret, and now RQ 1 and 7 on the board, but the gold lead is still in favor of RQ, as well as the turret takedowns. Baron still up. No one is taking it just yet because RQ is constantly pressuring the mid and dragon lane of UCE.
Yeah, this is looking a little bit familiar. When UCE went up against VVV yesterday, when they would take dragon fights, or rather dragon takes, the sacrificial lamb is usually 1 or 2 towers, and that's what we're seeing at the moment, and makes UCE's life harder when it comes to getting more control over the overall map state, meaning third dragon may be a little bit dicey for you to take. And now for UCE, though, they're trying to find opportunities. Because again, remember, Olaf, not a good win rate. Not sitting in a very sad win rate. I don't know the numbers, but every single time it gets picked, usually struggles just because the games are much longer, not able to snowball as expected. And the fact that RQ basically avoided all the fights so far.
No fights, no jumps, but you have the Cataclysm pop here. Oh,
now
no.
Sila actually managed to escape that fight.
Was able to bait 2 ultimates too, and RQ they were able to secure that dragon. So that's 2 pretty strong damage based ultimates, or damage and initiate based ultimates already down, and they're just gonna continue with their storm. Scylla from the Baron lane rotating over to the dragon lane. I think he is still gonna try and take that one last inhibitor turret in that lane.
This could be a bait. This could be a bait for UCE, and UCE though not falling for it. They don't have it. UCE doesn't have any vision in that Baron lane, but RQ actually having second thoughts in baiting this Baron out, as no one is biting their trap. No one is stepping into their trap. So RQ, they want to just started. They do see Renji though. It's still a 4-1 setup. Helios with the Spirit Rush activated. Helios just waiting for the charm. Waiting for Ragnarok to pop before the charm, rather. And Encore, unfortunately, not going to hit anyone again.
And here at the Dragon Lane, 1v1, who is gonna win, or will they go with the disengage? They are gonna disengage. Again, that is Mega Inferno Bomb and Encore already down for UCE. RQ, they can pretty much take our UCE now. But I'm more curious on who won in that fight. That's gonna be Fiora. Why am I not surprised?
Yeah, it is a Jarvan-Fiora matchup, and Jarvan is really not equipped for these duels. Not equipped to deal with all the charm hits as Ragnarok activated for defensive purposes. And now, look at that, he's hacking his way through Marky, and the AD carry is gone. There's the teleport coming from Isila. He's gonna get knocked by the satchel, but it doesn't matter as he's able to repost the CC from UCE, but he decides to just back away, even as it is a 4v5 situation, as they don't have their AD carry.
The charm did not connect. Only if it did connect will RQ be able to have a kill in that skirmish earlier. No one's still going over to the side of the Baron. We'll check the accommodations later on, but you have Chaz already just rotating. I thought he was gonna try and signal for the Baron take, but that's still gonna be a no. Esila targeting tactical. Kaisa is very, very squishy, and that just forces tactical to pop his flash. 2 minutes of Kaisa being vulnerable. especially if Killer Instinct is not available.
Oh, Helios with a
Whoa!
flashy assassination play, and unfortunately, Renji had no choice but to watch that happen. And now, no bow, no support, no encore, no, I don't know, human righteous glory, built-in righteous glory for your team. So, I wonder what RQ decides to do with this.
They're basically forcing UCE to be separated, spreading themselves thin. That's why they kept on going with the 4-1 setup, and the baits, except for the Baron bait earlier, would always come through. Now they have Renji just near their reach, and if ever known UCE is gonna go to the Baron side, there's gonna be a very important objective going over to RQ.
Oh, there's a grand. Whoa. The steal coming from Renji. The sacrifice has been made. It doesn't matter because UCE is able to take the Baron for themselves, and RQ. That is just unfortunate. 30 seconds of the clock, though. For a potential for a temporary 4v5 rather, that UCE is not happy, but UCE gets to live another day because of that steal from Renji.
I heard myself gasp. I honestly thought that Mega Inferno Bomb will not be enough, but here comes Olaf. Don't worry, guys, I got this. But here comes Helios.
Yeah, that's the difficult part when you have an Olaf in the opposite side. He can just press Ragnarok, and no CC in the world can stop him from stealing that Baron. And take two, though. This could be a potential steal again. Renji, 4 seconds on the clock for him to spawn. He's going to be far away. Don't know if he's going to carry a teleport. There's the Assault and Battery focus on towards UCE, onto Tactical in general, as he still has assassinated the AD carry of UCE. Now he's gone. Marky is focusing on Majo, and he's gone as well. He's still pretty okay. He's still pretty healthy. And now he's still pretty much alive because of the monsoon. And now that's going to be an ace. And now RQ just slams the door off of UCE, and looks like they're going to go undefeated.
Looks like it indeed. You have the emojis, the cute penguins, and the likes all over the map. The death timers is gonna be enough. It all started when RQ jumped in behind that Baron. That was also a team ace. I really thought that that was a wrong move because UCE was able to go with their engage, but cute. But what happened there was RQ, they were able to split the members of UCE apart. They can afford to take those separate fights, 2 or 3 separate fights. On the other hand, UCE, their composition is all about that wombo combos, and them not being able to do that in the most crucial clash possible, it just costed them both the game and the series.
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't get to see impactful encores from Bo on that Seraphine. Again, they needed Bo to be there with Renji. That was such a good steal, but at the same time, they were at a 10k gold deficit at that time, and it was just quite a struggle to watch as RQ were still a little bit careful, even though they were, look at that lead, beyond 10k gold lead already at the end of the game. It was an 18-minute match. Wow, almost going towards the 20-minute mark. But I guess that's how our RQ likes to play, a little bit more on the safe side.
Indeed, and them being on the safe side was able for actually enabled them rather to get that series number 1 with a very good reverse sweep. So 2-1 in favor of RQ. We kind of have 50% of our predictions right. You know, this is just me totally not forcing my prediction, but you know, still got the team right. Overall, I really love the performance for UC today, especially Paeng as well as Renji, Majo as well, really juggling that 1v2s. Bo, there were awkward positions for the encore, but there were some skill shots that did connect. Tactical, there was a moment that he really hurts a lot. He was able to push Marquee back, but with the frontliner that RQ has, it just gave them the luxury to go with the risks.
Yeah, the Olaf really definitely enabled UC to take these risky plays. But yeah, unfortunately, RQ was ahead of the game. Marky was basically unstoppable. He managed to get, 3 early kills in the first few minutes, which was already a struggle. UC was avoiding the Draven Snowball, basically, with a lane swap even, but it's definitely not enough, especially that the game's a little bit slower now, I guess, with the gold changes, and therefore Tactical even though he wasn't a Kaisa, we know how monstrous a Kaisa can get. Against a Draven, though, it has been like the number one solution against Kaisa picks, so still proven to be very strong.
You talked about the games being long because of the goal changes. Also the fact that UCE would always ban out Twisted Fate. So there's that too. And yeah, that was just the first series. It's already 6 p.m. here in the Philippines. It really goes to show how powerful and how patient our teams are. And if you want to see those very good plays during game number 3, here are the Ocarina 5 plays of the game.
Yeah, it all started here, and super duper aggressive RQ with Helios being online with this Ari pick, and Marky, no contest whatsoever, as well as able to free hit and play clean. And unfortunately, though, the thing is, for UCE, most of their Ragnarok uses were used defensively. This is one of those really cool Ragnarok aggressive plays just to steal a Baron, but unfortunately it sort of just slowed their death. Yeah.
Scylla jumping in, being able to take down Kaisa. No ADC is gonna hurt out. And this is a very smart move from RQ. They zoned out UCE. They were able to take down Seraphine before they took out that Olaf, and them circling the Nexus. Very, very cute, and getting their victory for this series. Also, I realized whenever Cataclysm is going to be popped, Helios will just know where to land his charm. But Master of the Match is going to be, we called it, Marky on this Draven.
Yeah, Marky did a phenomenal job on this Draven. His positioning was really good. Not punished, he's absolutely hard to reach, especially the squad is there to peel for him, so he did a lot. He was unstoppable. He had 3 early kills, which made UCE's life much, much harder when it came to the early to mid stages of the game.
And I realized just now, late, it's 20 plus minutes late, that RQ, they were obviously banking on the late game. And the fact that the 15-minute mark is where they were able to force these fights, it just goes to show that they were able to at least win the mind games against UCE. Because UCE, if you're going to look at the early game, they're just all about pokes. And they were not able to get as much kills as they wanted. Objectives, it's a bit of a yes. They were able to get a few steals here and there. And J4 was able to at least snowball that at the very least. But still, at the end of the day, RQ still give them one opening, show them one mistake, it's bye-bye for the game.
Yeah, UCE definitely made RQ sweat there. You can tell how from RQ being very an aggressive team, showing a lot of confidence in day number 1, UCE made them sort of doubt, I would say doubt themselves, but play a little bit more careful. We saw that even though RQ had a 10k gold lead, they were still very careful. They were treading lightly. They didn't want to be too antsy. I think it's understandable because of how many Dragon Steals happened today. The fact that they tasted their first loss against in the Mindanao group stages in general, game-wise, but series-wise, they're still pretty good.
Still pretty good indeed. The streak is still there. So let's see. UCE, do not fret. Do not worry. The mere fact that you were able to get one win away from the King of Kings, or the one that's on the lead in the group stages, really says a lot. And that was game number 1. They could just polish a bit on their, I love their draft, regardless if they win or they lose. Maybe more on the split second decision making, because looking into game 3, that's where RQ basically shined.
Yeah, they shined a lot. They are able to sort of rethink what happened, especially what happened in game number 1. But of course, that is just the first series. It's just so a sweaty series for both of these teams. We still got 3 more to go. Very excited to see how the Mindanao group stages go from here. Of course, we are your casters. My name is Riku. Together with me is Yuko. And before we proceed to our next series, we're going to throw it to a short break. And when we come back, the panelists will be greeting you with the breakdown of what happened. So see you in a few.
Welcome to Wild Rift. know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We all have our reasons why we are on this track. Oh, we all have our burdens, yeah, but we just keep on fighting and we never look back. Here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
RRQ continues their win streak despite losing one game to UCE, but they will take another 75,000 Globe Cup points home. UCE though, I feel like they might have been onto something in the first game, but it was probably because RRQ was still getting their bearings. By the time they had fully warmed up, there was just no stopping RRQ once again over here. I do want to break down this series, so Onlus, let's start with your thoughts as we head into the series highlights.
Yeah, I'll start with game number one, right? We have Renji Abarai stealing two objectives right after another. So that just
Ooh.
means that, yeah, Chaz might be really warming up with that smite button. But really, what I'm looking at when it comes to game number one is the draft, right? So we know that RRQ really wants to play it steady, wants to play it, carefully. And when we talk about trying to win against these careful teams, you have to put in the pressure. And that's the reason why Corky and Aurelion Sol made a lot of sense to me, right? So the amount of pressure that both those two picks did provide for the side of UCE did allow them to just put in their fingerprints at the early parts of the game. And then you have, of course, Renji Abarai on the jungle, just the kleptomaniac, just making sure that he gets to steal those objectives off of RRQ.
Yeah, I did hear that we are going to, with the new patch incoming, we might be seeing some changes to, all those steals and everything. But who knows? It's probably just the skills of these players that's coming in. But I think you might be onto something there. I do think that, UCE had a lot of luck with that Aurelion Sol. They were utilizing that champion very, very well. Osiris, what about you? What are your thoughts over here as we check out the series highlights?
Well, loving the ban on the Twisted Fate. If you want to run an Aurelion Soul, which is roaming around the map, you don't want anyone going with a response with those Destiny. And it was a really good play coming in from UCE. And this is how well they played with a core key, putting a lot of pressure. And RRQ, they don't have any time for the Kaisa to really get those early kills to transition into the late game. When it was just UCE showing up the cracks of RRQ. As for game 2, it was UCE trying the same formula, but RRQ already. They drafted an Annie who answers a lot for that
right.
early game pressure. They wanted to pop those Aurelion Soul with just one T-Bear, so you know that there is something good about this. And if you're Garen and Wukong, you most probably jumping inside up front. And at that time, it was just RRQ just being reactive. They know what to do. It's still Helios being the player as he used to be, just taking the game. Same as game 3, it's just the RRQ, the older RRQ with Marquee. And I must say, they really did deliver this time.
Yeah, you know what? I love the mind games as well in game 3 with the Baron Clash and Renzi Steel.
Yeah.
That was that was really, really valiant for Renzi. That was really, really brave, but despite that, RQ was still able to win that last game. And at that point, I feel like, it was just a little bit of desperation there, just trying to deny them, those little wins. But yeah, RRQ, it just seems like if you don't beat them at their own games first, if you don't get the jump start on them, they're just gonna snowball and they will be unstoppable. There's like that small little window that UCE was able to catch in game 1 that they weren't able to catch, in game 2 and game 3. And yeah, Autolus, do you have any additional thoughts on this?
Alice, by the way. No, not Alice. Escilla. Right.
Escilla.
He always gets his hands on the Fiora, and so far in the Icon series, I can say that he's the most consistent Fiora user that we have here in the Philippines, right? So far, every game that he played Fiora on, he will have that impact. And I think that is this a testament as to how RRQ unlocks Alice or unlocks Escilla in the Baron lane, because every single time there is a split push happening and divides the map all throughout together.
I thought at first you were referring to Annie. And then I was like, oh, he's talking about. I thought he's talking about his he's talking about his
Yeah.
over
Yeah,
here.
so
But of course, that means that RRQ will take home another 75,000 Globe Cup points. And let's actually check out just how much more they have added to their winnings in our Globe Cup point standings. Right now, I believe, they have already broke through the 6-digit mark. And now they are well past the 200,000 mark with 225,000 Globe Cup points. VVV and UCE with 75,000 Globe Cup points each, and Tyrant Gaming, that will be continued as they do have a back-to-back series coming right up. This is
Mhm.
actually between the top two that we have coming, VVV and RRQ. So this should be really interesting for Tyrant Gaming. A lot is on the line for them here, and I feel like this is sort of like the tipping point for them right now. If they don't get something on the board soon, they will lose whatever momentum they may catch over here in day two of the Mindanao group stages. Now, speaking of which, heading over into Tyrant Gaming's first series of the day against VVV. And now, this is the start of Tyrant Gaming's back-to-back fight once again, and it is going to be an uphill climb for them. They are starting out with VVV, they are ending with RRQ. So this is a bit of a balance for them to be able to balance that, trying to get the momentum up and trying to build that endurance as well, because they will need to end strong against RRQ. Checking out the lineup right here of Tyrant Gaming. Let's have a look and let us have Otalus's thoughts as well on this lineup.
yeah, we did say yesterday, right, that Tyrant Gaming did have some internal issues, causing them to not be able to practice on time, right? So they were delayed in the practice sessions that they planned to have, and that really showed yesterday, not getting a serious win. But if there's a huge takeaway, I would say that Tyrant Gaming was also one of those teams that was almost able to get a win against the favored RRQ. So if Tyrant Gaming can remember what needs to be done, then I think that this will be a different series altogether, and we will have 3 1-2s right at the bottom of our standings.
Maybe.
So yeah,
Maybe.
and also we have Joms with Saki Oppose. Who can forget, man?
That's right. You know what? I think there should be a showdown between him and Helios over here as to what's the favorite pose over here for the Mindanao group stages. But you know what, Otalus, I think you're absolutely right. They did have a very strong showing against RRQ in the first series of yesterday's, and of day one. So I feel like you're absolutely right. If they can remember how they were able to, how the group dynamics sort of worked out in that series, I think they might be able to pull this off against VVV. Osiris, what do you think?
Yes, I mean, Tyrant Gaming, they got the potential, and VVV, they also got a loss yesterday. So, that's there's still an opening for Tyrant Gaming, and this is actually a friendly game, as I've heard also from Coach Mark Sheen that they are friends in terms of outside the rift, but this time they're going to be competitors, and Tyrant isn't going to back down.
It's really interesting when you have these relationships outside of the game, because then it makes you wonder, how well do they know them in a game? And they probably scrim a lot too. So it could be that, they might know VVV like the backs of their hands, so they might be able to get a read on VVV Esports over here. Taking a look at our solo player highlight over here, it is going to be Yoshi over there on the left side. And Otlus, I want to get your thoughts on Yoshi over here on that Baron lane.
Yeah, note the champions that is being used here by Yoshi. He's not the typical tank user. He's going to play the Fiora, he's going to play the Akali, and he's not afraid to show the Evelyn in the top lane, in the Baron lane. So it's going to be very interesting because they have a very contrasting playstyle, both the Baron laners that we have right now. But at the end of it all, what excites me most in the Baron lane is the ability to outplay your opponent, and Yoshi has that potential.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting because, again, you mentioned that they have very contrasting styles. We're going to get to the Baron lane, of course, of VVV in just a little bit. But before that, let's check out their lineup once again over here for VVV Esports. And I really want to know, these guys are currently number 2 here at the Mindanao group stages. They do have that spark, especially with the twins coming on here. You have Dragon Heart and Golden Heart. Gotta love it. You can't make this up. But yes, Dragon and Demon Knight over here, the twins, that's that connection that goes way beyond the game. And Audalus, I want to know your thoughts on how this team can stand up against Tyrant Gaming.
Are we sure they're not related to Bret Hart and Owen Hart? Because those are, the Hart brothers. But basically, when we talk about VVV Esports yesterday, they went out with a boom, right? Picking Rengar in the jungle. And I think that for the rest of the tournament, we are not going to see the Kitty Cat in the jungle because Renzi is just so good. So VVV Esports has that ace in their sleeve in that Rengar in the jungle.
And let's also note that we do also have a different lineup here for VVV
Yes.
Esports. And Osiris, I want to get your thoughts on this, especially with Hero coming in as a sub.
Hero, the sixth man, and actually the captain of VVV, that there will be the mines once again after Shin Physics, and this time the captain himself will be doing most of the work inside the rift, and this is what I love. I wanted to this might be the final form of VVV having a hero inside the voice comms, and this is not just the Heartbreak Kid. This is the Heartbreak Twins. Might be the ones who's going to deny the Tyrant's first win. So this time VVV, I believe that this is supposedly one of the best match that they can offer.
Very much looking forward to it, but I'm also looking forward to seeing that clash in the Baron lane. And of course, we're going to have Nasjo over here. Let's take a look at his solo player highlight. And Audalus, I want to get your thoughts on this. We discussed a while ago, Yoshi. How do you think Nasjo is going to work, especially since they play two very different styles of this lane?
The main reason why he is being put in the tank duty is because Renzi is just so crazy in the jungle, right? They are very confident that Renzi can dish out the damage. So it's about, the damage share. And as you can see here, it's 18% of the damage total by the team is just being allocated here for Nasjo. As long as he does his job, as long as he peels for his carries, then I think that Nasjo will still maintain that high KDA that he has right now.
He just needs to hold the line, basically.
That's
while
right.
Renzi causes chaos. He just needs to hold the line, and he will be up against Yoshi's very, very dangerous assassins. What about you, Osiris? What do you think about this clash?
Well, Nasjo, this is the person I'm looking for, with he being beat up with his Darius. It feels like we are looking at a Cloud9 Balls type of play style that he gets beaten up, and then by team fights, he's the one who's going to dominate. You gotta remember that yes, they might be Baron laners, but he is playing not on a type of a champion who's really thirsty or a much needed item type of champion, which is Baron and Darius. They can just hold the door, and at that point they can just dish out damage, provide utilities. Even just a fairly hook from this Darius can give a lot of potential. So Nasjo, he's playing for the team, not for himself.
Yeah, he's playing the bouncer role over here in
he's
this
posing.
setup. Yes, and he's already posing for it. There you go. He's already posing for that role. But of course, another key clash that we have to keep our eyes on is the Globe key player clash over here. And it will be, we already brought up, Renzi a while ago, it will be that clash in the jungle. And right now, we are seeing Yabutski versus Renzi. Hotaluz, what do you think? What do you think about this clash?
Numbers wise, it does not do justice for Yabutski because I'll be honest with you, in Tyrant Gaming, I'm paying close attention to Yabutski's ability to impact the map. Even though he's a rookie, he's playing like a seasoned vet, right? So he knows his bounds, his limits, and he has impacted most of their, win conditions. Meanwhile, we have Renzi, and yeah, that's 5.00 KDA that is basically boosted by the Rengar pick. So this is going to be very interesting. Maybe, hopefully, we can see the Kazakhs this time.
Osiris, what about you? What do you think? Are we seeing that Rengar? Are we seeing the Kazakhs? Are we seeing that showdown actually in the jungle?
As much as you wanted to see them both, you gotta respect Renzi because he's really on a frenzy in terms of playing that Rengar. You wanna stay away. Even though you're going to play Kazakhs, you know how well Rengar is being utilized right now compared to the alien himself. So I'd say away. There will be no thrill of the hunt for now.
But there will definitely be a thrill as we do watch this series. What do you think, panelists? Which way is it going to go? Tyrant Gaming or VVV? Otlus?
Okay, so this is going to be very interesting because VVV, for me, on paper, seems to be the better team, right? But I want to have a three-way tie, and that will only be possible if Tyrant Gaming can come up with a series win tonight, right? So I'm going to vote for Tyrant Gaming 2-1. All for your hearts. Let's go.
Spicy.
Attack on Tyrant, and then I will leave Osiris to, ride the VVV bandwagon.
Okay, Osiris, are you riding the wagon?
I'm not riding the wagon, but I'm gonna ride the storyline of Attack of Tyrant. This might be Eren Yeager's first episodes, and this might be a Rainer on VVV to going to beat up the protagonist for now. So I'm going for a TO. VVV as well polished of how they did with their previous matches, but there's no big of a question if Tyrant is going to go ham this time.
I think I'm gonna side with Tyrant Gaming on this one. I'm gonna side with Tyrant, but I think that VVV
different.
will be able to take one game. Yeah, I think this is their day. This is probably their day right now. They do have that uphill climb, so I think they're gonna start really, really explosively with this series. But let's see as we jump into the rift with Tyrant Gaming versus VVV. Cassis, you guys are up.
And look at that, ladies and gentlemen. This is gonna be series number 2. We'll be your casters. I'm Yukon. Alongside me is Miss Riku. So the panel is kinda torn right now. It wasn't a full-on vote for VVV or Tyrant Gaming, but yeah, like what Mika said, this could be the day for Tyrant Gaming. I just love hearing their anime references. Attack on Tyrant, Attack of Tyrant goes both ways, you know. And yeah, Mr. Q, what are your thoughts about series number 2? We just finished a 3-game series earlier on.
Interesting.
And yeah, anyway, I actually am very curious to see what these two teams can bring to the table. The panelists did highlight the junglers, so maybe Yabutsuki will do something different this time around. But I'm really looking forward to seeing that Rengar pick up. But I don't think we'll be seeing it because that the Rengar has a very good win rate if given to VVV. Mm-hmm. You know what? I'm actually really curious about the possible draft that these two teams has because they would almost always duke it out. They're all about that fights, but Tyrant Gaming, they're still waiting for that first win. They just need one good play. They perform really well in day number 1, still yet to win the game again, but I'm really counting on their junglers as well as their mid lanes. They really need to step up. This is day number 2. Tomorrow is gonna be the last day. They need to get those points and those Globe Cup points in. That's true. And I'm actually curious to see if there's still, surprise picks from VVV. Also, and these are the Globe Cup point system. You have RQ, Rex Regumpon, 3-0, still able to win the series earlier on. 225,000 Globe Cup points up in their pockets, being followed up by VVV Esports 1-1 with 75,000 Globe Cup points. You have UCE 1-2 still 75,000 Globe Cup points, trailing at their backs. And Tyrant Gaming, this is their chance to be able to get a handful, well, 75,000 at least, Globe Cup points. And really excited to see and hoping that these top 2 teams, well, literally the top 2 on the Mindanao, group stages right now, what kind of game will they show us? What kind of stuff will we see? Will they serve us in the silver platter?
Yeah, it could be a lot of things because Tyrant, of course, as what is wrong with me? The game goes by, the days go by rather. There's again, there's only like 2 days left. 1 day left after today to make things count. So they definitely want to get as much points on the board as much as they can. And for VVV, of course, they still want to get one extra win on the bag just to sort of close the gap between RRQ and them, since they're currently in the second place standing, as we saw in the graphic earlier. So very excited to see more new picks because again, there were so many yesterday we got the Rengar. We got the Rengar, Pantheon support, and maybe something a little bit more refreshing for this one in this series in particular.
And these are the faces of the dashing men that will be duking it out for series number 2. You have that Attack on Titan pose right there. Sasageyo to you too, man. You really are very much anime at this point. But yeah, and I am just looking forward to maybe, just maybe, seeing another 3-game series, but we still have to wait because VVV, they really want to try and tie things out with RQ. A lot of abbreviations in the Mindanao group stages, like what Mika said. What did she say about the abbreviation for Tyrant Gaming? TRG? TYG?
I forgot.
I think it was TYG.
I forgot. TYG.
Okay, let's go.
TYG.
Let's go with TYG. Just for the heck of it. But yeah, still really looking forward to the ADC picks. I mentioned this way back in Visayas. I do miss the fight, the aggressive kind of Baron laners like Fiora, Kali, all that. We did not see much of it during the South Luzon as well as some games in the Visayas, but now transitioning over to the Mindanao group stages, we get to see that Fiora again. Akali, yeah, but in the mid lane, but you're still all about that fight, still all about being able to surprise your opponent with the damage that you have. And guys, it's series number 2. Do not forget to share the live stream and invite your friends to watch alongside you.
Yeah, that's the thing. You mentioned how it's a little bit of shift when we look at the two Baron laner matchups, Yoshi and Nastro. Nastro definitely more on the tanky side of things. It was Osiris that brought it up and how he is not there for the laning phase, but he is there to play with the team, with the 5v5s, with the objective fights. Yoshi, on the other hand, enables Tyrant to play the 4-1 setup for sure. So I think that is something to look forward to between the two of these teams. Also, something that is new, it is going to be Hero again. Hero wasn't playing yesterday in day number 1, but he is the captain. He is a 6-man, but he is the captain of VVV. So it's super interesting considering that, again, VVV was basically sort of built as Hero with the core after his stint with NXP. So now he's like together with a lot of talented members of VVV, as well as a lot of high ranked players in the ladder as well. We're talking about challenger people. So very exciting to see how VVV takes on the Attack on Tyrant. Gotta say it, I guess.
It was right there, right? See, it's impossible to not say it at least once. The panel that we have and the amount of puns that they give us, it was too much. It was very, very funny. But yeah, still waiting for the pick and ban phase to start for game number 1. There's a chance that we could be seeing I don't think we're gonna see a Lee Sin ban, but maybe a Rengar ban and Gragas. Gragas still a very powerful pick for most, if not all, of the teams out there.
Yeah, I think for sure 100% on towards Gragas, but I guess we won't have to wait no longer.
Yep, and this is going to be the first ban from the side of VVV. It's going to be an Olaf. Oh, okay. No Olaf, no Ragnarok, but Tyrant Gaming answers that with a Garen ban. No silence, no neutralizer, no one yelling Demasha.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yoshi, again, is that 4-1, that split pusher. So they want to take out Garen off the table just to put Yoshi in a comfortable spot. So now he can pick up either the Camille, either the Fiora on the board. And of course, Gragas don't want to see that ever again. But of course, VVV will have to see if Fiora could potentially be taken right away, just in case VVV decides to take the Camille to Renzi and Fiora as well for Nastro.
That's gonna be a hover, and most likely a lock in on Fiora. Gragas and Akali gonna be last two bans for their respective teams. If they want to, they can at least try and get Kaisa now, or go with ADC or a jungler just to secure the champion for Yabutsuki. We've only been seeing him use Vi most of the time. He can still pick that up, but he can opt for something new. Looks like they wanted to go with the Ziggs, most likely going over to the mid lane, going over to Yuno.
Yeah, I thought they would opt for a Janna pick over here on the side, the Fiora Janna rotation instead. But I guess they do want to get this Ziggs on the board, so possibly they might get an Ezreal and pair it with whatever champion that they so desire. VVV has the choice to go Kaisa Janna instead, and therefore that is really good disengage already on the board.
Yep, Riku 100% prediction rate for the pick so far. VV locking in that Janna and Tyrant Gaming. Let's see who the no jungler for VVV side yet. Hey,
The Demolition Duo!
lock that in. Lock it in.
Lock it in.
It's just me hoping they're gonna lock that in.
Yes!
Hey!
Okay, so Yuka and I are very much looking forward to the Demolition Duo. Basically, the big different iteration of the Ziggs and the Tristana, rather the Ziggs, the usual Ezreal. Sorry, I'm super excited, but I guess we can talk about that a little bit more when the draft is complete.
Yeah.
So Jarvan 4 now, I think it's usually paired up with the Ziggs just because you've got the crater and then you can easily land all of these bombs towards the middle of Cataclysm.
And VVV last two picks are gonna be a Rengar. He was open, so that's gonna be a cute but very, very fierce kitty cat going over to the blue side, as well as a Diana. Full on AoE skills for the two teams, and this is gonna be the debut for the Demolition Duo. Riku and I talked about this. On paper, it can and will help a lot, but let's see if VVV will be able to stop this new but not really kind of pair at the Rift.
Yeah, okay, so we've seen the Demolition Duo once, I guess, so far in the matches that we watched in the Vietnamese region. I think it debuted, I think we saw it probably around last week. So, so close, so close.
So close. Well, Honeyfruit is there, so Nas just like, okay, I don't really mind going up against you. And he still does have the adaptive defenses, passive for Camille, so that is gonna save his life. You have Renzi rotating over to the Dragon lane, and again, it's just giving. Why am I so excited? My energy's off the roof. You have Renzi getting the Rift Scuttler, but Hero and Demon Kite, they're just gonna chill for now. Could steal the buff from the jungler from J4 because he is on the other side. He is on the other side of the map.
Anyway, yeah, there's gonna be a little bit of a swap of buffs so far, but yeah, going back to the Demolition Duo, Ziggs, of course, basics of the basics, right? You pick up a Ziggs, he's just so good in pushing down towers, and usually you see Ziggs paired with an Ezreal, so that makes it a very strong hope composition. But now with what do you call this? But now with a Tristana on the board, that means you have, instead of a caster AD carry, now you have an auto attacker AD carry, and the explosives of a Tristana actually helps taking down towers as well. So that's the synergy of this combo of this Demolition Duo.
Still very leaning more towards the Wombo combo, and let's just see if Tyrant Gaming will be able to make that happen. I believe they can though. They picked up a very good fight during day number 1. All summoner spells still available for the most champions or players for these respective teams. But for now, Fiora looks like getting the better part of the bargain, so being aggressive. But you have Renzi just lurking at the sides. He's gonna jump in, but looks like did not target Fiora just as the bombs connecting onto Dragon. And you have the flag and Jag being popped by Yabutsuki, so gonna try and chase down this Diana. Cataclysm being popped, but Dragon was able to flash out, and then that's gonna be the bomb connecting. You thought you're safe? No, I just reached level 6, and that is going to be the first ball being secured by
That's the thing. Dragon picked the ignite over the barrier. We usually see either or, but that means Dragon is usually the type that is super aggressive in the lane. He wants to get ahead in the game with whatever he picks, and this Diana sort of. Supplies that playstyle, but unfortunately, because of that gank from Yabutski, it sort of shuts him down a little bit.
Ooh, that's gonna be a cancel on the recall, delaying the recall or the time that Fiora can pick up the items. First Dragon is gonna be up in 10 seconds. Tyrant Gaming, they are a tad bit in the better position compared to VVV. And Dragon, the Moonfall is available, so that's something he can pop later on. First Drake is gonna be an Infernal Drake, and no one from both teams are going over to the Dragon Pit just yet. But you have Kaisa as well as Jana trying to zone out the Tristana. Tristana, early parts of the game, he has no choice but to, stay on the turret, play it out safely, because the pokes coming out from the Dragon Lane duo VVV is just too much. And speaking of VVV, that is going to be a start already on the Dragon. Megan for the bomb being popped right there. Void's going to be popped there. So that is going to be the Glacial Feature connecting, but that is going to knock into two. Well, three rather, but that's going to be the Moonfall being popped as well. That's going to be the main pop. Brom does get taken down. Tristana is goodbye as well. And VVV, they were able to make sure that Tyrant Gaming will not know who to target first. Here comes six, but Dragon jumps in. That is going to be the GA being popped. Bouncing ball connected. Well, Satchel. Why do I have a hard time saying that? Satchel charge being popped and was able to save his own life.
Ooh, that was an intense fight, and the dragon wasn't even secured by anyone in that fight. So VVV managed to pull the trigger. We can see that Nasjo was able to zone out the rest of Tyrant Gaming. So the fight was sort of halved there, and the one who benefited the most in that fight could possibly be Dragon. Actually, is able to get one kill on the board, so at least they're able to equalize what happened from earlier.
90, a pretty close goal for their respective teams. Just 300 or 400 goal lead for VVV, but still no one actually taking that Dragon. It was a good engage, but no follow-up coming from Joms. That is the Void Seeker not connecting. Yosh just gonna be the human ward at Bush at the lower part. Raquel is gonna be up in 5 seconds. That is gonna be the Howling Gale being popped. Hexplosive Mind Kill being used by Ziggs. I think that's gonna be the jump coming in from Kabila. Everyone just comes in as well. Dragon does get taken out. The move on connecting on the two, maybe even 3 people, but here comes that Kaisa here in charge of the cleanup, and now they were not able to finish off the kill, but that's gonna be a 3-0 in favor of BVV, plus 1 Infernal Drake.
I thought the dragon wasn't going to be secured again, and we're gonna see a round take 3 on that fight. But VVV played that so well. The Moonfall was just beautifully done by Dragon, as we can see 2-1-3 already on the scoreboard. And so far Tyrant is having a hard time. What's wrong with me this time around? Is having a hard time finding the opportunities to enter the fight that they want. First of all, Haze on this Tristana can be very scary once the resets activate, but because of course the positioning is going to be very prime, and I think Dragon is doing a good job just getting a lot of pressure when they do dive alongside with Renzi.
After getting that Infernal Drake, the VVV already rotating over to the Repel. There's still Honey Fruit at the Brown Lane, so that's something that VVV can take later on. Should Tyrant Gaming try to force a fight, they could and they should, just because of the possibility that they can have the lead when it comes to the turret takedowns. But looks like VVV, they will be able to secure this non-contested. Tyrant Gaming came in a tad bit too late, or they could have just let it go. They do not want to have more kills going over to the side of VVV.
Yeah, gotta hand it to VVV, not allowing anything to be exchanged whatsoever off of the map. This could be a potential dive, though, but I guess not, because the waves are already cleared. And yeah, VVV is able to protect their towers.
That is going to be a fight coming in at Dragon Lane. You have the Tapusu game pop, but here comes Dragon, and every time he jumps in, he just pops in. That move was able to take out that Fiora. The kill going over to Camilva, but I think that is going to be so worth it. Now Brum is forced to go back. Will you be able to defend the turret? Not sure. There is no Hextech ultimatum. There is no Moonfall as well. So they said, okay, we got the kill, and we don't want any other members of Tyrant Gaming rotating over to this area. We don't want to overstay our welcome, so let's just go back.
Whew, I mean, very, very scary stuff. Okay, Renzi just
Ooh.
wants to take his Krugs and eat it for his meal, but Tyrant now wanting to see if they can break First Blood Tower, or rather no, as top lane has already been taken. So they're hoping to equalize the map at least somewhere, but VVV is doing a good job just responding to any sort of wave threats and just defending their towers.
Nastio chasing over Yosh. That's gonna be a lot of damage being dished out by Camille, but Fiora, being the slippery champion that she is, was able to survey her way out of the danger, out of danger rather. And you have VVV summoning that Rift Herald at the mid lane. Demon Kite alongside Hero going over to the jungle lane. They could take down Tristana because Ziggs as well as Braum is at the mid lane. Fiora, J4 just being focused on Camille. Mere fact that the ADC came back from went back rather, or recalled back. That's gonna be an open turret going over to VVV.
Yeah, it is more turrets on the board for VVV for sure. They're the way that they're able to defend the lanes right away, so they're kind of choking Tyrant into this one small quadrant of the map. And something that's super interesting though that we see in the duel earlier between Nastro and Yoshi. I guess when we usually when we check out what Camille mains have to say with this matchup in particular, they would usually most likely say that yes, Fiora should on paper win this matchup against Camille just because okay, little bit of sneaky there, sneakiness. Never mind.
Okay, that is gonna be a quick hello from Yabutski, but Nastro was able to hook shot his way to safety. Now we have Demon Kite still gonna try and take it.
Oh my
Miss Yosh, that's gonna
word.
get lots of damage. Oh goodness me! Killer is gonna connect as well, but will it be enough? The answer is gonna be yes, because she was able to secure that kill. The Mega Inferno Bomb is not gonna help her teammate at all. Good start. That's gonna be another kill they secured by VVV. You are right. Slowly choking out Tyrant Gaming, not only when it comes to map rotations, but also at the resources and also at the kills. See, objective after getting one kill and one ultimate, or the out that is going to be the cat that's being popped at the brown lane. Nastro does get stunned. Hexic ultimatum being popped there as well, but it is not enough to actually save his life. So many things happening at once here. The mid lane is jumping in. That's going to be the Moonfall connecting. Killings becoming over for this Diana, and 3 different lanes at 3 consecutive times. VVV, they are on fire.
VVV making the right calls because they're adjusting super well with Tyrant's greediness, I suppose, on maybe managing to kill Nazjo, but at what cost? They already lost their second tier tower, and if that continues, they're gonna have a hard time getting Baron control at this point with this lane being super open already. So for VVV, making the right calls. For Tyrant at the moment though, we still have yet to see the strength of the Demolition duo, just because VVV is just creating pressure in different points of the map.
Yes, and speaking of Demolition though, wait, are we gonna see a 5? That's gonna be a pull coming in from Yabutsi. I don't think they are gonna commit. That's gonna be the Howling being popped. And yeah, comparing Tristana to Kaisa at the 12-minute mark, 2K goal lead in favor of Demon Kite. So that just goes to show, if you check the itemizations, Kaisa is a tad bit more comfortable to where she is compared to Tristana. Tristana already has Eigen Static Shift, if I'm not mistaken. Bouncing Bomb is gonna connect, but I don't think Ziggs will be able to secure that buff. Tyrant Gaming, they're now clumped together. Fiora cannot split push just yet because you have Janna there at the side. You have the Winter's Bite connecting. Renzi already popping that ultimate to see if he will be able to hunt someone. The answer is going to be no, but Baron already up, and the VVV, they want to get the buff.
Well, VVV is so comfy right now with the state of the game. They do have a gold lead, but
Oh no.
no fight will happen because, again, it's not like they have a huge reliable engage tool. They only have the flag and drag, unfortunately.
Let's see who will be able to win this duel. Okay, we did not see anything. That's okay, Nasjo. It happens. But what matters is he did not die.
I think he was hesitating whether or not to go for it or not. So I think that's what happened why he stuck his hook shot just on the wall without the second hook shot going in. He was thinking about it though. He was thinking about it.
Cute, yeah. Also, the Mega Inferno bomb from Dig did not hurt the members of VVV at all earlier. Now you have Diana just pushing the waves in at the Baron lane. Hayes still trying to get as much farm as he can. Again, Baron is alive, ladies and gentlemen, but looks like none of these teams want to get that GA already available for Yabutski. Still waiting for that solid Cataclysm. He did commit that earlier towards Nasjo, and they were able to get a kill. However, it would be better if he can get 2-3 enemies in alongside the other members of VVV, because that's basically the perfect setup for their team. Demon Kite, Killer Instinct is available should VVV want to go with the engage or the fight. Howling Gale not gonna connect, but at least pushing Tyrant Gaming back.
Yeah, Tyrant Gaming unfortunately has to play defense. VVV is slowly gaining a lot of map control. Look at them already choking resources away from Tyrant. It's basically Renzi's playground right now, having to just get all the resources away from Tyrant. And same story too for Yoshi. Still has to deal with Nasjo with a very interesting skill matchup, I suppose. A little bit of mind games here and there. Do you want to riposte? Is he going for the hook shot? Am I going to get stunned and stuff like that? And now the waves are shoved in VVV's favor. So this is going to be the third dragon, enabling this Elder Drake to spawn in. So far, though,
Ooh, let's see. Will you be able to go with the kill? You have Dragon trying to go back. Cataclysm already being popped. Sustain. And okay, Dragon did not even do anything there. He's just, hi, I'm in the Cataclysm, so how's Icon series? He was just very quiet, did not even try to go with the fight, but here we could see a fight that is a stun connecting, but looks like Tyrant Gaming is not gonna go with the follow-up.
yeah, and the fact that Dragon kept his flash in that chase means a lot. That means Tyrant doesn't have a lot of hold, doesn't have a lot of AoE CC to hold them down.
Ooh, VVV, they can actually try and force a fight, but looks like they want to take the discipline role. The moment the turret fell down, they're just gonna go back, and now they have Nasjo in charge of split push duty. The usual duelist we'll see. Fiora versus Camille, and in the mid lane, Renzi just having the time of his life. He is 2 levels above Yabutski 15 minutes in.
Again, choking away resources. That's what happens when you don't have any jungle left to jungle. Your jungler becomes a normal champion that tries to take scraps off of of these 3 lanes instead. So VVV doing a good job keeping their lead and just creating more gold gap, as we can see now that Demon Kite does have a lot of items on the board already. Proto Belt as well for the additional safety, and now Baron being started.
Roughly 20k gold lead in favor of VVV as well. Space created because Dragon as well as here they can just shoot him on Tyrant Gaming. Looks like they're gonna jump in, but that's a lot of damage being taken by a boosting team going for no bomb. Apparently already hurts a lot. It's gonna GA being popping. Kaisa does fall out in the hands of the right team. Shutdown coming in from the ADC. Blue team was able to get the Baron Nasher, but the explosive, the damage coming in from that. Diana double kill coming over for this Dragon. They jumped in. They still wanna try and get Yuno and was able to finish out that triple kill, dominating coming over for VVV, and that is gonna be a 4-0 in favor of the blue side. And they just finished the game in just 17 minutes. Okay, waiting game paid off, I guess, for VVV.
VVV, yeah, I wouldn't say, I guess it wasn't a waiting game. It was one of those things where they took everything away from Tyrant, and Tyrant unfortunately didn't have the tools to stop them, didn't have the tools to punish them. The fact that Dragon can go overextended, even though Tyrant did their best to chase him, he still manages to keep his flash. That's how ahead VVV was in that game, and it was just so dominating with only 4 deaths on the board, and I believe just 2 towers being sacrificed in that game for themselves.
Yuno actually had 21,000 damage, and it just so happened that Tyrant Gaming was not able to give him the setup that he needed. And if you're gonna look at the lineup from Tyrant Gaming, they basically have so much poke and so much harass in the early game. And I did not see much of that. Instead, I just saw VVV picking out fights that they knew they'll be able to win, and Renzi being very disciplined when it comes to the objective takes. Came to a point that Tyrant Gaming, they were at Baron Lane, and that just gave VVV the free dragon, and the goal just ballooned from there up until it became a 14 versus 4 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, it was a VVV game basically, and you mentioned, Renzi is there as the Rengar, not exactly the Rengar that we usually expect. He is there to create chaos, and Nazjo, of course, held his ground up against Yoshi here and sort of disabling the 4-1 setup that Tyrant is very, very accustomed on, and of course Demon Kite as well, having to get early kills in the first two skirmishes or first two team fights that we saw. Really created so much pressure up against Tyrant. And honestly, it's so sad that the Demolition Duo debut didn't go so well,
Yep. No points for the Demolition Duo, but that's okay. At least we get to see them in action. Maybe the other teams will pick that up. But yeah, when it comes to the lineup, VVV, it was just a tad bit more better. I will not be surprised if they will keep the Kaisa and keep the Braum. Well, Braum was at the very least, because of those still gonna be very useful. But Nazjo on that Camille was also very, very noteworthy. Was able to go up against Fiora. Fiora could not move or could not advance to the third side. And yeah, Tyrant Gaming split second decision making. They still kind of lack that, so maybe they could do something about this.
Yeah, it makes me wonder what's gonna happen in the draft later. Do they want to ban out the Camille and then Camille and Garen, perhaps? I guess it will depend on which side they are going to be. Are they going to be blue? Or are they going to be red? But that is a good example of complete control. So VVV, hero here on this captain position, on this 6-man. Now on the support at the moment, playing for VVV. Is still, the really, really strong calls so far, really strong direction. So the shot calling very dominant. I don't think they were greedy at all, but it looks like they were extra confident in this particular match.
Every move or every clash, every skirmish they had, it felt like it was handpicked and it felt like it was calculated. I'm not good at math, but I feel like it was calculated. Maybe because the captain is there playing and going with the shot calls. And yeah, a huge improvement too for VVV from day number 1. And you see just how fast our teams are adjusting. This is going to be the Operating 5 play of the game. That was a very impressive first blood from not gonna lie.
Yeah, it was a really good gank from Yabutski for sure. But what happened? What happened after? Not a lot of follow. It was definitely just VVV having the fight just to try and isolate targets. When we look at Diana picks recently, it's not doing so well. But this Diana pick by Dragon is just so good. He's just, look at the moonfalls, 3 mad moonfalls and a lot of bursts coming in. Even though you didn't win the lane, it doesn't matter as long as you force the enemy team into early fights that they're not ready for. You can take advantage of this Diana pick like we see now with Dragon.
And well, that was just them being able to make the Diana pick work. And you have them being able to pop GA at the right time, shut down from that ADC. And again, I highlighted this earlier, Renzi being very disciplined with those objective takes. During the 16-17 minute mark, this was just them going all out, and they know the amount of damage that they had in their pockets.
Lots of damage aboard for sure, and I'm not surprised that the master of the match is going to be Dragon here.
Dragon on that Diana. the animation really hurt a lot. KDA 12.00 damage per minute is gonna be 1,170. Kill participation 86%, and the gold per minute is roughly 1k 940. Well, the panelists already highlighted this, but cool name, Dragonheart. Imagine your parents naming you Dragon.
Yeah, Dragonheart, and then his fellow twin on the AD carry position, Golden Heart. So Demon Kite is IGN. So yeah, Dragon did a good job enabling a 1-3-1 setup. He's able to push the top portion of the map as well, while Nastyo is working his way towards a different lane as well. So a really good dynamic for VVV. They're very flexible. Not only can they do the 4-1 setup, but also 1-3-1s, which can be very scary, especially that we saw Tyrant struggle a little bit. I think they found their new nemesis, which is unfortunately it's VV right now.
VV indeed. Yeah. There's a perfect start for series number 2. Let's see if will we see a 2-0 or will we still see a game number 3. But one of the things I also want to highlight for Tyrant Gaming is they kind of lack the discipline that the jungler is supposed to have. Yabutski, this guy is a challenger. He's very, very strong. But if put up against other pro players, there's just something about him that's missing. I'm sure he can feel it though because he's that good. But I just don't feel his him being a jungler in the early parts of the game. But it could be just because he's the one focused on farming, right? But still, question mark.
I think it has something to do with the draft. I think VVV's comp earlier has a lot of mobility. You've got Diana, you've got Camille, you've got a lot of mobility on the board, I suppose. So I think that contributed to how Tyrant could not do any punish, because what is your CC? Your only CC, and it's not even a stun, is your flag and drag. That is your main mode of engage. Other than that, there is unfortunately nothing. So I think that is what went that is the reason why Tyrant struggled against VVV. Basically, the comp did not allow any punish potential, therefore VVV can just be extra aggressive while getting away with it.
VV just being the very sturdy wall that Tyrant Gaming just cannot take down or go through. So, what do you think should Tyrant Gaming do or adjust coming into game number 2?
Very interesting. I think if they're gonna go with another mid laner, maybe Oriana would be good if they want to play up play the Jarvan. I think the ball delivery system very reliable there. Cataclysm, and then the Shockwave. I think the struggle with that approach would possibly, how do you slow a game down? How do you slow a game down up against VVV? Because basically they sped up the process. They sped up the game so fast. Towers were falling down left and right. So I assume lots of wave clear and see what bans are going to happen for this, because disengage will most likely be very important if VVV decides to go with the same route of aggression.
Wave clear. That means Tyrant Gaming could pick up Corki or maybe take out Kaisa just to, have that insurance for the Dragon lane. And for the Baron, Fiora is kind of okay. She has pretty decent wave clear, but I do agree with what you said that one of the ways to stop your opponent from steamrolling is, aside from winning clashes and skirmishes and ganking them, like those are the ones I remember on top of my head. But yeah, make sure that there's some minion waves pushing towards your side. Always protect your turrets and just, if possible, secure the Rift Herald, which I believe Tyrant Gaming was not able to get.
Yeah, I mean, they had an opportunity. They do have a good wave clear, I guess, in the form of Ziggs. But at the same time, it didn't really get to transition well because they really struggled in the early phases of the game. VVV starved Tyrant as well. So I think when we dissect that game in particular, it all went wrong in the first 2 fights near the blue buff of Tyrant. Basically, and they were forcing fights they weren't prepared for. And if you look at their composition, of course you do have at least disengage inside of Braum. So for Tyrant, it's about the decision making, whether or not you want to pursue the fight 100% if VVV starts it, or just back away and try to get that reset instead.
I'm not sure if this was you who said it, but in a certain series yesterday, you said that there were certain fights that when a team enters, they commit full on.
Oh, yes.
Sometimes that's good, but sometimes you just have to take a step back, because if you still keep on going at it, you're just gonna get wiped out. And I guess that's what Tyrant Gaming did earlier. Did focus a bit on fighting, but VVV was still the team that was able to snowball. And you mentioned wave clear. VVV already banned out that Akali, one of the Baron laners that has sufficient wave clear.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about, you mentioned the 100% commitment. I think it is, we've seen this being not done by, I think, from Omega, I think, where if they find out that they lack one member, or their one member is already low, they just back away and retreat and try another day. Even though the opposite team really wants to fight, you don't give in to the temptation, basically. So understandable. Low HP bars on the opposite side is also very, very good bait. But at the same time, Tyrant possibly weren't ready for that fight just yet, and the fact that they were sort of split into two in the jungle makes it even harder. That is how assassins thrive, when the fight split into two and all your carries are isolated and separated. You've got a Rengar, you've got a Diana on the opposite side, you've got a Camille, so you have to stick together. And if you want to fight, stick together. And for VVV, they just did a good job splitting and forcing Tyrant to scatter.
It was a buffet for Renzi as well as Demon. Basically, they were just able to play out of their minds. But I actually do agree that Tyrant Gaming should have stuck together, because the only AoE skill that they have, aside from Ziggs, Mega Inferno Bomb, of course, is that Cataclysm. You also mentioned that it's not even a stun, or they're not able to stop their opponents at their tracks. You do have the Glacial Fissure too, but that's going to be a knockup. I did not see any good initiates from Brahms in game number 1, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, the skills did connect, but there was just no follow-up. Two things: either the team was far away, or it was a wrong choice on his part. But yeah, jumping back into the Demolition duo, it's very easy to say that rather than Ziggs and Tristana, so I'm gonna stick with that. Tristana did not get the start that she needed, but Ziggs was able to hold out for a tad bit longer. And looking at the graphs again during the post game for game number 1, he had the highest damage, higher even than Kaisa or Diana from the side of BVV. But still, when it comes to overall team fights, very clean cut. BVV was able to win most of that.
Yeah, Tyrant wasn't able to slow the game down. We would expect that maybe possibly Tristana would have been relevant sooner, but the problem was Demon Kite was able to get early game kills. I think he got 2 kills or 3 kills in the 2 encounters, in the 2 skirmishes or team fights that they did in the blue buff area of Tyrant. So at that point, it was already going out of their plan. It was already planned ruined, basically, for the Demolition duo. Hopefully, we get to see this duo again, or you can possibly play safe and play purely on the classic duo, which is the Ezreal and Ziggs combo, which is purely poke. But looking at the composition for VVV, if they do indeed opted for that choice, I think it's still a little bit hard. There's just so many backline access on the side of VVV that would really create a hard time for the Tyrants.
You also mentioned Janna earlier, and that the amount of movement speed that VVV has was very superior compared to Tyrant. It kind of made me imagine what would have happened if Tyrant was the one who locked in Janna. VVV gave them the chance. They first picked two different champions, and still they opted to a different support. Again, Braum still pretty good, just that in that lineup could have been better if there was a Janna, just so Tristana can have a disengager right at her side, and there's still shields coming out from this enchanter support. I know I said that I favor Braum earlier on, but you know, in this lineup, Janna could have been the best.
Yeah, laning phase wise, Tristana and Braum works. You rocket jump and then Braum will jump with you. So it works out. I think that is the reason why they wanted to prioritize that. Plus, they wanted to get a strong open pick, which is Ziggs. Actually, you brought up Janna. I thought the rotation was going to be Fiora Janna, but I think they were not confident in facing a Ziggs comp, looking at VVV. That's the reason why they took it instead, even though let's just say they wanted to go for a different composition. Well, they went for the Demolition Duo, which this is the first time we've seen this before in the Philippine Icon series. So maybe this duo gets to improve a little bit more, because I think there is potential with this pick.
What if, just what if, we see a Zig support literally alongside Tristana? Very unlikely, but the chance is there. I can't wait to see if there's any team that will pick that up and pair that off with maybe a Galio mid lane. That is a possibility. Maybe even Oriana, or just have a very tanky Garen Brandon. See, we imagine these lineups before we even jump into game number 2. But yeah, very solid performance coming in from VVV. However, to the fans of Tyrant Gaming, do not worry. This is a best of 3 series 2. By the way, your team still has the chance to push this to a game number 3. We talked about the things that Tyrant Gaming could do to win game number 2, but what do you think should VVV do or keep to be able to end the series with a 2-0?
I think keep the bans. The bans are actually super fine already. I'd honestly let go of the Olaf ban and ban Fiora Akali. But I wouldn't want to ban out Fiora as well. Just because you make, for example, this is the arrangement. You sort of force Tyrant in this case to pick up the Fiora, because if they don't pick it up, then that could be a Fiora Camille duo, which you can just flex Fiora in the top side Camille. So you don't want two of the strong duelists in one team. So I guess the Olaf ban is, I think you can ban Ziggs Akali. I think would be okay for VVV. Let the Olaf go, because the Olaf is not doing so well in the Mindanao region. Even when we left South Luzon at the end of that group stage, the win rate sort of dipped. So I would let go of the Olaf, especially the games in the Mindanao group stages are quite long. So I think they can let that one go.
And while the previous nerfs that Olaf had, I would initially say that it's okay. The kit is still pretty aight, but you said this earlier. When it comes to prolonged team fights, it's just not there. Afterwards, he pops Ragnarok. Now what? You're gonna get chased? Yes, you have movement speed, but what's gonna happen next? Let's say you do have a Lulu, sure, but if the engage did not work, that's 2 crucial ultimates already down. So I do agree that you could let go of Olaf unless you think that it's worthy for a respect ban to any of your opponents. But yeah, let Olaf go.
Wow, I got the reference just now. Olaf, let it go. Okay, got it. Yeah, I think it could be a possible Ziggs ban perhaps. So maybe we'll get to see that later on. And mostly the sad thing about Olaf is if you use the Ragnarok defensively, his offense power just takes a dip as well. His potential just takes a dip. In general, even though he's also there to sort of soak up CC for your squad. So I guess it depends, because earlier the Olaf we saw unfortunately didn't get to use it offensively. But I'm excited to see what will happen in the second draft, just because so far we did have 3 games in a row. Last night,
Yes.
Tyrant versus UCE, and then UCE versus RRQ. What is up with the UCE games? So Tyrant already got a taste of game number 3, and obviously, they want to take it to game number 3 if they do want to have a chance and get 1 point on their scoreboard.
I'm really seeing a trend here in the teams for the Mindanao group stages. But yeah, there is a chance we can see a game number 3. I'm sure the panelists will have a treat if that does happen. But yeah, we talked about Olaf not being banned, but I think Gragas should still be banned. Gragas, very good flex pick, can either be a tanky frontliner or you can just go with the half build. He can just dish out damage as well as be super tanky. So I don't think we'll be seeing a Gragas in game number 2, as much as I would love to see those body slam, those amazing explosive casts.
Yeah, it's just too risky, especially if you pair it up with Ajana Gragas. I actually want to check how the win rate is for that duo, just because every single time we see that duo, it's like a recipe for victory. And yeah, so Gragas for sure, 100%, we're not going to be seeing that. Rengar, though, in the other hand, is a very hit or miss, you know? Usually it's because it's telegraphed, but I guess we get to find out soon.
That is, we are gonna jump into game number 2. First ban for the red side is gonna be a Garen still. Oh, okay, still a Garen. But VVV, they just do not want to let Olaf go. So they're still gonna ban that out. And they're gonna keep that Akali second ban.
Yeah, I believe it's going to be the same. Gragas, remove the Garen just so that Yoshi has a comfortable lane. Therefore, it could be a Camille first pick once more, which I'm not going to be surprised. This one, though, for Tyrant, I think you should get the Fiora Janna in this rotation or Fiora Rengar. But that means the Janna will go over to VVV. So either you get the Fiora Janna on this rotation or Fiora Kaisa. Get your good disengage self. Okay, never mind. They're gonna go for the Zig. They're gonna try this one more time.
This is deja vu. There was a series with Tyrant Gaming on the blue or red side. They still went with the similar first 3 picks, if I'm not mistaken. But like what you said, this opens Janna for VVV. Kaisa Janna gonna be the Dragon Lane rather duo for blue side, and
I think they're going Ezreal this time. I think it's not going to be
They could.
Tristana anymore. They're going for the classic Ziggs Ezreal instead of the
Ezreal.
new Demolition duo, which is the Ziggs. You know what? I'm not gonna talk anymore.
I'm just gonna get my water. I'm just gonna drink and let the teams do their thing. But yeah, to be fair, we still talked about this. There is still a chance for them to go
There.
with the take 2.
Yeah,
See, I was
Corki.
wrong again. I don't want to talk anymore.
Yeah, they're going for Corki. So this is also this enables. He's very very flexible. There's the poke. There's also the package for Dragon Take. So this is also a good choice. Not the classic Ezreal, but now though VVV going for their own classic, as this is the exact same draft. This is nothing has changed. Then Diana should be picked after this Rengar. I mean,
Let's see.
it's classic.
Okay.
Do not fix what is not broken, I guess.
This is just VV showing us that quote in real life. You said that one of the ways that Tyrant Gaming could stop VVD from going online is wave clear, and I mentioned Corki. Tyrant Gaming listened to us. So yeah, they did make that small adjustment. Plus, Braum still going over to Joms, and Zig's still gonna be at the mid lane. This is good because you have 2 champions for the backline that can just dish out consistent damage, well, burst damage and consistent damage. The Hextech munition can actually wither down the life bars of just Renzi. Okay, Camille can be quite tanky, but Corki can take out the life bars of 4 champions. Camille, Diana, Kaisa, and Janna. Should Tyrant Gaming be able to make a perfect setup for Corki?
Yeah, nothing much has changed for Tyrant's composition except for the Corki, just as you mentioned. Very interesting because again, not gonna be, the Ziggs plus a caster Well, technically, it is a caster for Corki, a caster AD carry with a ton of pokes. So works similarly like an Ezreal here, and
Whoa.
even similar builds. Even when you look at the Triforce, and maybe I don't know if he's going for Triforce IE or Manemune Triforce. I don't think we've seen the Manemune in recently, so it's gonna be the Triforce Infinity for sure. Infinity, IE, Infinity.
Infinity Riku's looking for you.
He's casting the next series. What is wrong with my brain today? Okay, IE. So I don't know. This looks to be a copy paste, except for one change. So I am curious to see how Tyrant is able to make this work this time around.
Yes, and see if Hayes will be able to perform well compared to game number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now at the game 2, series number 2, VVV Esports versus Tyrant Gaming. You have Nasjo, you have Yoshi as well as made the tactical sweep being popped, but it did not dish out that much damage. I'm not sure if they're gonna go with the normal or standard laning phase, or are they gonna try and freeze the lanes, rotate over. But you have Dragon being able to clear out the waves very quickly, pushing minions towards side of Ziggs, already popping and getting vision to where J4 is. VVV has the option. I thought they were gonna try and take the buff from the side of Tyrant Gaming, but you have Renzi just near the Dragon lane.
Yeah, I think Dragon in general will be as in Dragon the player, not Dragon, the objective Dragon, will be wary of the first blood gank from the first game because it's the same recipe. Butski on Jarvan 4, on this Zig. So he is going to be wary of possibly the left side river side, but so far he's doing well on this lane, except for that satchel that ruined his day.
Yep, Dragon could have secured the first blood, but thinking very, very fast, was able to go with the disengage. Nasr just dancing around. You have Yosh popping in those weak points, was able to deal a significant amount of damage onto Camille, but here Dragon was forced to pop that flash. Here comes here. Are they gonna go with the re-engage? You have the movement speed, and now Dragon is at level 4. You have the adaptive defenses being popped. You have the Rift Scuttler being taken out, but still no casualties for the two teams.
It is going to be a 1-for-1 start of Rift Scuttlers. Pretty even, pretty equal so far for both of these teams. So a good start for Tyrant Gaming to sort of deny a double Scuttler start for VVV, especially for Renzi on this Rengar. And yeah, going back into the matchup at top side, we talked about how, usually on paper, Yoshi should win on this Fiora, as we can see now, because again, especially when level 5 comes, Hextech Ultimatum will only draw you closer to Fiora getting those vital points easier. You do not want to be trapped. You do not want to be in close quarters with a Fiora once the Grand Challenge starts. So that's the reason why, even though that's just say there is mechanical outplay potential, especially when it comes to Yoshi and Nasjo here, having to bait out riposte is so that you can either get the stun in or not.
Jumping in from Dragon, but was not able to at least take out So I guess they just want to focus on farming first. You have Ziggs coming in with the recall. Braum rotating over to the Brown lane. Corki now left alone at the Dragon lane. No objectives will be up anytime soon. You have Yabutski just minding his own business again with that J4 take number 2. Will Tyrant Gaming be able to pull off this composition, or will we see an encore win from VVV? Gatling gun being popped by Hayes right there, but Demon Guide still just keeping the safe distance.
Yeah, nothing funny will happen, especially Dragon has pretty much learned his lesson. Although, Jarvan 4? Yabutski?
Well, he's gonna jump in under turret from the mid lane, but looks like that's gonna be a kill being secured by Diana. A very quick call, but looking now at the Brown lane. 3v1, that's gonna be the beautiful pop in for the adaptive defense. He was able to bait out that cataclysm. Here comes the case of Fisher. Hex ultimately be popular as well. He did get something being boxed in. What will he do? Will he live? The answer is gonna be no. But To be fair, that's three people at the Baron lane. Perfect timing for the Dragon. Tyrant Gaming is now forced to just take that turret.
Yeah, Nasjo tried to hold on to his flash as long as he could and try to buy some time, and he did an amazing job. Just as you mentioned, VVV is able to take the dragon no sweat, but in exchange of that, Tyrant will opt for this first tower blood, additional gold in their pocket, and that's what we see at the moment. But difference though, it ain't deja vu this time. It's Dragon getting that first kill over in the mid lane, a solo kill at that.
Looks like VVV they were able to adjust and at least polish more from the game that they had. Looking back into game number one, Riku, you were right. Corki is gonna pop or buy the Triforce as his first item. Now you have Renzi just taking out that buff. You have two champions from Tyrant Gaming at the Baron lane. That is gonna be the support and ADC duo, if I'm not mistaken. Now, Dragon, already seeing Fiora going back to the lane, just decided to jump away. Most probably gonna get the honey fruit first. That is, we have human wards there. Demon Kai trying to get vision. They decided, you know what, it's not worth it. Let's just go to the mid lane and clear the wave. Maybe get turret and let Dragon just go with the invades.
Yeah, it is definitely possible as Dragon will get a buff for himself. It's looking like what we saw in game number one, slowly whittling away resources away from Tyrant, adjusting on the fly where Tyrant's again players are at, and if they focus on the opposite side of the map, VVV does not hesitate and take something in the other side of the portion. But Rift Herald has already spawned. All ults are available except for Renzi's, as he used it earlier just to try and scout and hide in the brush.
Well, that means Moonstein's available. That is gonna be Dragon jumping in. He does not care. That's gonna be the Hextech ultimate being popular as well. Guess if you're being used, but they went with the jump in. Re-engage Dragon being able to jump out. That's gonna be the making from the bomb being popped. A lot of damage being dished out, but that is gonna be a good mission coming in from VVV. Moonstone pop at the perfect time. And now Tyrant Gaming is forced to jump back. But look at Renzi. Oh no! I thought he was gonna get taken down, but it's okay. Was able to go with the re-engaged GA being popped from Yabutsky, and Tyrant Gaming losing a lot of summoner spells, skills, and items in that clash.
Tyrant, VVV, imagine that was a 4v5 because Renzi was positioning himself ready for any potential cleanup when Tyrant is going for the retreat. And not only did they get a bunch of kills, they also got the Rift Herald for themselves, so they can build towards more map control, more tower takes for this team. They even got to equalize the map score with as they take down that first tier tower at top side.
First tower being secured by VVV indeed, and they were able to get the 2k gold lead. Now, Nasjo defending the turret with his life. You have looks like Tyrant Gaming is going to go with the 4-1 setup yet again. However, this setup is only viable when Fiora is in the lead. I guess him just avoiding Camille is working to his favor, but you have Hayes using that Gatling gun to clear the waves just as quickly, but tactical sweep is gonna help a lot for Nasjo as well. 7 minutes, almost 8 minutes actually into the game. Ward being placed, and you have VVV just trying to camp out the area. They can try and get it. That's gonna be a jump coming in from Renzi, and Yosh is just forced to admit, or rather accept, his death. That's gonna be another kill being secured by VVV. 4 versus 1 on the board right now, but now Tyrant Gaming, you need to secure this buff. The Mega Inferno Bomb already being popped. Howling Hill is not gonna connect, but here you have Renzi trying to de-ward in that bush. Next dragon rather, is gonna be up in 3 seconds. Bouncing bomb connecting, but did not actually finish anyone down. His Explosive Mine being popped there as well. Cloud Drake is now up. VVV looking very, very, very confident. They're rotating over to the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, the timing is perfect on that Rift Herald drop. Even though, let's just say, they didn't get to maximize this Rift Herald, it actually forces them.
Woo! Blue team able to secure that Cloud Dragon. That is gonna be a 4-3-man moonfall connecting, and here comes VVV. Kai's at the front line. You have Nasjo jumping right at your space, but they said, okay, that's enough. We got the objective. Dragon got taken down. We were able to at least take out Yabutsky. Let's just let this go.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. One dice, don't commit 100% already. Just wait and fight another opportunity. It was a chance though in the mid lane, but they didn't have much engaged tool again for VVV. They will heavily rely on the Hextech ultimatum by Nasjo or from Dragon when he dashes in and get that Moonfall on the board.
The more minutes that pass, the more gold lead VVV is able to secure. Now, Nas just still alone at the Dragon Lane, but the Baron is going to be up in 23 seconds. Tyrant Gaming, they need to prep for this Baron take. Most likely that's why you have Fiora up there. Corki and J4 will most likely rotate over after going with their recall.
Yeah, a little bit of reset. No objectives on the board so far though, so only the Baron, which will be a little bit risky. Tyrant, all they have to do right now is to... they have a Kaisa on the opposite side for VVV. So actually, if they slow this game down a little bit, the newest threat would be Demon Kite on this Kaisa pick. So I wouldn't really recommend just trying to slow the game down.
Oh no, you got taken down at when you least expect. That's be two ultimate rather being connected. That's be one ADC down from the side of Tyrant Gaming. Corki says goodbye. It's gonna be a 4v5 should they force a fight, but of course Tyrant Gaming, they will not do so. Satchel charge, okay, being used at the mid lane just to make sure that no one from VV will jump in. Yabuski, you could try and cancel the recall from Hero, but looks like that is gonna be a bait. Howling Gale is gonna connect, and Diana, fresh from the brown lane, going over back to the base, and most likely will go to the mid lane.
VVV and Tyrant very stubborn in keeping their first tier tower in the mid lane for sure. I mean, understandably, it's very hard. You're up against Yuno on the Ziggs. Really strong weight here. VVV, in the meantime, have the early lead. So Tyrant cannot afford to sort of overextend and make an attempt to chip away that mid lane tower. Actually, they're doing it now. Seeing VVV is moving towards top side.
Ranzi, that damage though, and you also have the follow coming in from Kaiser. He did get exhausted. It's gonna be one Ziggs down, no bombs, no burst coming off from Tyrant Gaming. But here comes the red team. Are you gonna try to go to the gate? You have Yabutsky popping the character. That's the Moonfall connecting on the two. The Unbreakable is not gonna be enough because BD will be the one to break that Grom, and now Tyrant Gaming already two down as the Musun being popped, able to spread the members of Tyrant Gaming. GA being popped, and now Hayes was the one left under turret. It is a 2-3 to none in favor of VVV. This just gives them the space for two things. Take Baron or maybe take one mid lane turret. Looks like VVV, they are gonna opt with the latter.
Yeah, before they are able to commit to the Baron, for sure they would surely love to open the mid lane first before anything else. And unfortunately for Yuno, no place is safe with Renzi here on this Rengar. So you're just casually standing around near your base, and Renzi just appears out of nowhere with such burst damage for himself. And now 10 seconds on the clock for the next dragon to spawn. Last dragon before we get to see Elder Drake. And now, so far we'll have to see if Tyrant decides to pursue or try to make an attempt to steal.
Infernal Drake is up, so first more damage, but Renzi, wow, the consistency from this jungler. We could see 3-4 members from the red side recalling from the mid lane. This is going to be a quick and non-contested dragon before we do see the Elder Drake later on. That is going to be Voice here connecting. Nasjo keeping Yosh at bay. Adapt defense is being procced as well. Fiora cannot win the duel so far because whenever Nas is very low, he would just jump away using in that hook shot and Demon Kite. Safe to say, this Kaisa hurts a lot now. So it's a matter of who should Tyrant Gaming focus on. First, that's going to be the Voice here connecting. I'm not sure if he's going to pop that Killer Instinct, but you have Renzi just trying to go with the invades. You have Dragon gonna hide in that bush. Renzi popping his ultimate as well. Gonna try and see if he can hunt anyone. No, not again.
He's going
thought it has to be a 1v1, but he does became golden, and now he's forced to go back there under 30 minutes being popped right there. IK Tyrant is gonna connect, but still, getting that gold in, that is gonna save his life, and he's just forced to go back. Renzi now at the mid lane alongside Demon Kite as well as Hero. They now have full control of the mid lane.
Okay, that's 2 Zhonya's burned. So that is a very good opportunity and window to actually pursue Baron. You burned so many things on the opposite side. The fact that Yabutsky is also gone is an insta for Baron. Tyrant is nowhere near, and they have no chance to contest this one for themselves. And after this Baron, Tyrant has to go on full defense mode. I mean, they were going full defense mode already from before, and now they have to go even harder.
2k gold it's still comparing to the ADCs, and looking at the gold for supports won't matter as much, but there's a huge gap for the gold when it comes to the junglers. 7k, almost 18k compared to a 12k Rengar.
Yabutsky!
I was just talking about you guys, but Yabutsky was able to make it out of there alive. It did leave his buff open though. So that's more resources being starved for the side of Tyrant Gaming. And you have Nasjo just having the time of his life. Is Renzi gonna jump? Because I feel like every time I see this Rengar 15 minutes in, he can just target anyone but Demon Kai. Okay, they want to go with the more objective play. Mega Inferno Bomb being popped, but it did not damage Diana and Rengar as much. But it's not gonna connect. Last to be the heads being popped there as well. Kata is gonna be used, and Fiora was able to finesse her way out of there by just the slither of her teeth. Moonstone already being popped. Void Seeker and like Rain connecting, and it was just too much for the jungler to actually bear. Now you have Tyrant Gaming gonna go with her engage. STB one ultimate down for the side of Braum. Red team was able to take out all the turrets actually. 15 minutes in, and Renzi did not want to wait any longer. Beautiful last scene. That's gonna be the moonfall, not connecting because VVV was already able to secure that game number 2. Very strong, very disciplined play from VVV.
Yeah, they ended the game in a dominating manner. I mean, it is the same draft. It is almost the same draft. So VVV was very comfy with this draft in particular. They knew what to do. They knew what to shut down. The only difference is this quirky pick. So for VVV, they did a good job. Imagine almost past 15k gold lead in this game. They play so patiently too, even though their gold lead sort of ballooned up already pretty much in the 10-minute mark onwards. They like to take their time. They like to get and sort of surgically remove the towers in the board against Tyrant Gaming. And yeah, no questions asked there. MVP, rather, as we can see on the scoreboard, Triforce and then Demon Kite pretty much safe. The only casualties VVV had to suffer was Najo, understandable since that is the Hextech ultimatum being used as an engage tool, and Dragon on that one kill, because again, these the one kills only fell towards the people who had to engage fights.
It was actually Hayes and Yabusi being able to secure those kills, and I highlighted this earlier. Renzi level 40 on a Rengar, Yabutsky, J4 just on level 11. They're the MVP and the SVP respectively though. But yeah, just go to show that Renzi was the one that set the tempo, and you highlighted this earlier. There were times when he would just gank, and most of the time, does not have satchel charge available. That's why he had no other way to go to disengage. Because if you are a Ziggs and you have a melee champion right at your face, you just gotta accept your death, man.
I know, it went the different way around. It was game number 1. It was Demon, or rather Dragon, who has fallen for that first blood. And now it was Dragon who was able to get a solo first kill, first blood kill at that, up against in the mid lane. So Diana picks still can get very, very scary, especially in the right hand. So for VVV, wow, it's definitely a different dynamic when they have Hero on the support role, I guess.
Right,
When they put in on bench unbench hero. I think it's super cool to see this different play style. I guess a lot of these interesting 1-3-1s, I suppose, because of this Diana, because of this Camille pick. So I'm looking forward to more, most definitely.
Hopefully. And yeah, we'll be seeing more from these two teams. But overall, for series number 2, that was just VVV alongside their coach, their sixth man, being able to beat Tyrant Gaming in a very fashionable and very textbook kind of manner. And that was just, we actually have a lot to talk about there. One of the things I kind of wanna ask though, while we watch the Oppo Reno 5 play of the game, is why was Tyrant Gaming not able to go with their re-engage? There are moments that there's no more summoner skills or no more initiates from VVV, but they were just forced to go back. Do you think this is just them being worried, or do you think that it's just VVV being very confident and just scaring off their opponents?
Yeah, their only mode of engage is Yabutsuki here, and if he dies, there's really nothing else that they could do. So it's very difficult. I mean, the idea is there though. I like it. The Cataclysm, the bombs, and then you just funnel the Cataclysm over with a lot of AoEs on the board from the Ziggs and the Corki.
Ooh, and match of the match, we talked about him. The panelists talked about him. We highlighted this player earlier on before we entered series number 2. It is gonna be Renzi on this Rengar. You know, this is already day 2. I feel like they should ban out Rengar when they're up against this guy.
For sure. Definitely gonna take another of that ban slot for Renzi. I mean, he is proactively using Renzi, finding, like, even if the laning phase is over, even if it's already by the 15-minute mark where usually you find people together, sticking together, he still finds the right targets and is still able to assassinate despite so many possible things that could go wrong. He's still able to do Rengar things, basically.
Also in the late game, most of the time the camera was on him and we're like, is he gonna jump on the opponent or no? Looks like he's gonna jump. And yeah, just very clean, disciplined plays from VVV. Really looking forward to seeing more from them. And again, they're the current top 2 in the Mindanao group stages. They really want to show or assert dominance, as Autolus would say. And let's see if they'll be able to keep up against RRQ, since only 2 teams from each group stages will be able to advance to the playoffs, which is gonna happen next week. So we're all very excited for that.
Yeah, for sure. We only got basically one more day after this, and then we're looking forward to the playoffs and excited to see who will be the final 2 teams that will join the rest of the 6 teams that are waiting in the playoffs for now. And of course, for VVV, they would love, they like this win for sure, especially that they are one series win away to sort of tie it up against RRQ as they are in the top of the standings.
Of course, the action and all the ruckus will not end anytime soon, because this is only the series number 2. But before we jump into series number 3, we are gonna jump into a very, very short break. We have been your casters. I'm Yuko alongside Miss Riku. So sit back, relax, and wait for the panelists to come back.
Welcome to Wild Rift.
This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing, standing up holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
VVV takes the second series of the day. It's only the second series of the day, even though the sun has already
What time
set.
is it?
It is a 2-0 against Tyrant Gaming. They are slowly cementing their right to that second slot to the playoffs here at the Mindanao group stages alongside RRQ. They add 75,000 Globe Cup points more to their winnings. And Tyrant Gaming, I feel for these guys, but it feels like they couldn't take the control that they wanted. Checking out the series highlights that we have, we talked about them being outdrafted as well. And Otlus, why don't you let us in on your thoughts? Take it away.
Oh yeah, about the draft, they target banned Nasjo in the Baron lane. We discussed right the contrast of playstyles by Yoshi and Nasjo, and Nasjo's preference is to really go for the tanks. But we also highlighted the Rengar, and look at this, Renzi just going to open things up, Dragon making sure that the initiation is there. So this is a more standard Rengar composition, right? You want someone to start off the fight or deal some AoE damage so that Rengar can just do the cleanup. And I'm happy and sad at the same time. Happy because, yeah, the Rengar was open, so there is more time to analyze the Rengar pick by Renzi. But sad because I think it warranted a ban from Tyrant Gaming. So, yeah, in the span of 2 dragon fights, Rengar was able to collect a lot of trophies. And if you actually look at the stats of Rengar, he went for the rune that will allow you to get so many ability haste. In fact, there was at one point he had 95 ability haste, so it's kind of nearing the 50% cooldown reduction already. So that just goes to show that you don't need mastermind on Rengar. You just have to kill, and that's one thing that I really love about VVV's fascination or pocket pick in the jungle. I hope to see it again, but I doubt that it will happen.
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna be so excited to see if they do make it to the playoffs, to see this jungler matchup against the other junglers from the rest of the group stages. But yes, we mentioned Renzi rather. Well, is there any difference right now? Maybe not. But he kept everybody on their toes, on their feet, including the casters. Yuko, every time he was on screen, she was like, up, up, up. But he was like a sheepdog herding Tyrant, and they just lost control. They couldn't seem to gain control of the game. They couldn't seem to initiate at all. Osiris, what are your additional thoughts on this?
Well, as what the casters told us, it has been deja vu, but for me it is daijobu, because is it okay
We're
really
waiting for that.
to keep on opening that Rengar? I mean, Renzi already demanded respect on game 1, and if you're going to check the bans, you got the Garen. And you wanted to let the Garen out because it's on a static lane, and it's mostly not the one who's going to control the tempo of the game. Instead of the Rengar, that's with Kaisa. So technically, you have that haymaker, the punches that can take down Tyrant. And again, we've saw this the issue with the Tyrant, that in terms of their drafting, they are really having this kind of difficulty, even against UCE previously. So I think Tyrant, they kind of need to answer the wake-up call if they're going to go up against the top 1 seed right now.
Yeah, they have quite an uphill climb. I do want to just say to everybody that Osiris was really planning that out. He was like, before he went like, I'm gonna do it. This is my chance. I just have to throw that out there. I can feel somewhere out there Yuko face palming. That's what I say. I can feel it.
Yes.
Oh my god. But of course, Tyrant Gaming, they really have to learn fast from their mistakes from that series. I feel like they also lack that extra bit of anticipation. There were just so many moments where they were caught off guard, or they were caught out of place. Probably, Rengar's doing as well. But in the end, of course, VVV Esports come out on top. And checking out our Globe Cup points as they stand right now at the end of that second series, I do believe that VVV Esports now hit the 6 digits. Congratulations, guys. They now hit the 6 digits as well as RRQ. And as I mentioned, they really are, fighting for that, right? They really are widening the gap in here between the top 2 spots and the bottom 2 spots right here. Again, now VVV Esports gets 150 Globe Cup points, with RRQ with that 225,000 Globe Cup points. UCE has a
Mhm.
very decent 75,000 Globe Cup points, and Tyrant Gaming, they have one more shot for day 2 here at the Mindanao group stages, but it will be up against RRQ. So this is a tall order right here, and we're actually going to get right into that after checking out our standings, after reviewing the standings right here. And, Tyrant Gaming, again, I feel for them, but RRQ, they have just been looking so dominant, so on point through this entire group stages. And I want to get your thoughts, actually, panelists. What can Tyrant Gaming pull out of their hats? What can they possibly do for this next series coming up here? Oculus, we'll start with you.
It does appear to me that they trust their Baron laner to do the right thing, right? Yoshi, I think, is the captain of Tyrant Gaming, and so now it's going to be against Isilla, right? So this is going to be a very heated matchup in the Baron lane. And if they support their win condition in the Baron lane, then maybe we can see, Isilla having a hard time finally on the Baron lane, because so far he is very consistent, I tell you. And also, I just would like to highlight Mika Fabs that heading into series number 4, we could be having a very heated matchup, because if UCE wins that, we have a two-way tie for the second. So
Yeah,
that's going to be
yeah,
very
yeah.
interesting as well.
Exactly, exactly. And while VVV Esports, they do have that lead right now, UCE still has that shot to, bite back. And the fact that it is down to the two of them, they are doing that little tug of war between that, VVV Esports and UCE have that tug of war ongoing for that second slot into the playoffs. Again, the Mindanao group stages are concluding tomorrow. So these teams, they really have to hustle for VVV Esports and UCE. That chance happens later on after this coming series. And right now, we do have Tyrant Gaming versus RRQ. Now, again, checking out, just refreshing, of course, our memories with Tyrant Gaming's lineup right here. I asked Otlus how they could possibly bounce back. Osiris, what do you think?
Well, Tyrant Gaming, some challenges all throughout with their team composition. Yes, they wanted to stick mostly with the J4, but if you're gonna let out the cat or Rengar, you should be the ones who's playing on par with the aggression that it delivers. You want to go with Lizen, not going to stay with their J4. I really love the combo of Ziggs and J4, but there's so many highly mobile champions right now that can escape the Cataclysm. So it's not something that you wanted to stay with. And with their first win against UCE, they are the ones who's using the Kaisang. So I think they should be prioritizing that one more if they wanted to put a lot of pressure, or if you wanted to keep on playing with the Ziggs J4 combo, because you need that late game power play. Not by staying on a core key that might be the one who's going to outscale towards the late game. So Tyrant Gaming, they should be the ones who's pulling the trigger right now. They need to fight fire with fire.
Yeah, I agree. And, they shouldn't be afraid to take that early control because, again, as we mentioned earlier, RRQ, the moment they know that, you are not controlling the game, or the moment that they see that they can actually snowball, they won't stop. So
Yeah.
Tyrant Gaming do have to stop them, from the very first second of the game. They have to be one step ahead right away. And, part of that responsibility, of course, falls on our solo player highlight over here in the mid lane. It is going to be Yuno and Otlus. What do you think? How can this guy help set the pace for Tyrant Gaming versus RRQ?
Right, so this guy is a rookie, right? But I have full confidence that he can dish out, a very good performance on champions that, warrants early game pressure. As seen earlier in the previous series, he was able to bag a first blood against Dragon's Diana.
Mhm.
So, okay, talking about win conditions here for Tyrant Gaming, again, we saw how RRQ prefers to play. They want to play steady, they want to play slow. Now, if they put again on the on champions that he favors on a Ziggs and a Diana and allow him to just snowball, then maybe this is an upset waiting to happen.
It's possible. It's possible. And one thing that might contribute to that is, we know RRQ, they are very diverse and they do have a lot of subs coming in. So the team chemistry might change. It might contribute to that, but, they are looking on point, whoever they bring in to sub or whatever, they're just looking incredibly strong. Again,
Mhm.
reviewing their lineup over here. And Oddloos, I want to get your thoughts right here on how exactly the dynamics change when they bring in other players in versus their usual or their main lineup right here.
So many changes can happen over time, especially if the role that you're going to change is the support. And I believe we have a switch on the support role this time around. So earlier today we saw that the dragon lane was swapped around. Dragon lane, when it comes to playstyle, you just have to protect the AD carry, or maybe the AD carry is just the more aggressive one. But when it comes to the support, he has more influence in the macro setup of the map. So this is going to be very interesting as to how X will fill the role of Earl God. By the way, guys, we did interview Earl God earlier today, and again, this is a team that has a 7-man roster.
Yeah.
Right? So now we have seen fully the 7-man roster in just one day. So I'm so excited to see what's going to happen in this particular matchup.
And that's also what gives RRQ an edge over these other teams, because you're not sure what kind of RRQ you're facing. So how exactly do you prepare for this? All of the other teams just need to be on their toes for whatever RRQ can pull out. That's the advantage of having such a wide roster. And checking out, of course, our solo player highlight, it is that man with our favorite pose so far here in the Sea Icon series is going to be Helios on that mid lane. And Osiris, I want to get your thoughts exactly on, just how powerful this guy
Wow.
is and the
Yeah.
impact this guy has right now on the. Oh my god, look at that
Yes.
KDA. Kind of KDA that you dream of.
Yes, no questions asked with this 11.57. Kind of missing with the most used champions, I believe, with the Twisted Fate, because I'm a fan and he's really showing a lot on that play. But you gotta consider that this Annie played really well with their early game, and the Fiora that surprises us.
Mhm.
It is the one who's going to nullify the assassins, and knowing Helios, he's an assassin himself. So this guy knows how to counterplay himself. You got that pretty solid damage per minute with the 1040, and damage taken per minute, that's 699.80, which is nice. And you don't want really to. He is playing on a safe part of the map. Whenever you're playing a Twisted Fate, you can see that he flashes. There's no hesitation. Whenever he's going for the Fiora mid lane matchup, there's no hesitation. And we also saw him on the Akali, but wasn't really saw the high level potential, as they had a hard time on the battle a while ago. So I think Helios is one of the mid laners that we need to watch out all throughout Icon series, as he might be on par with Tatsuri, with Arise, and even with NXT's mid laner. So everyone is really eyeing with this mid lane matchups.
Mhm.
Yeah, we're already excited for next week. We're already like, oh, how are we gonna take on a
Yeah.
matchup against all of the other teams? And yeah, I totally agree with you. And I just have to point out, it's like, you have the most used champions over here. What stands out to Osiris? That Twisted Fate.
Twisted
Oh
Fate,
my
yeah.
God. Listen to Audely's voice, like, yeah, I know. But of course, we also have our Globe key player clash over here, and we are gonna turn our focus over to the Baron lane between Asila and Yoshi. And I feel like that this is gonna be so interesting. Nautilus, you mentioned this earlier that you're gonna keep your eyes on this lane. Remind us again why.
Yeah, because if we remember correctly, this was the matchup that dictated what happened in the almost win of Tyrant Gaming over RRQ, right? That was the Akali versus Fiora. So this is going to be the most watched lane here in this particular game. Both of them favors the same set of playstyle, wants to outplay the other. So yeah, who's going to outplay who? That will dictate the game and the tempo for this particular series. So yeah, Yoshi and Isilla, good luck on your split pushers.
Yeah, this is your signal, audience. Keep your eyes on this lane, and whoever controls this eventually gets that snowball. Osiris, any additional thoughts?
Well, I really love if this will be an Isilla Fiora and a Yoshi Akali. So you got that pretty solid matchup in terms of the Baron lane, and
Mm-hmm.
both of them really delivers. Yeah, how aggressive they are. They wanted to reach the back line. Isilla with the he is on his own wonderland with his 1v1 lanes. So I must say, they both of them are really playing at their peak right now. It's just that this is a team player type of game. So you see, Yoshi, there are times that he's falling apart, or the whole squad. So there is more to see to Isilla because of how well-rounded RRQ right now.
Yeah, Tyrant Gaming, they really have to be on their toes here. And as I mentioned earlier, from that first second of this game, of this series, they really have to take that advantage. If they let it go, it is all going to go downhill from here. And I feel for Tyrant Gaming, but I'm going to start off the predictions right here. I think this is a 2-0 in favor of RRQ. What about you, Adeluz?
Yeah, 2-0 for RRQ. It's going to be, well, if we're going to bank on what happened yesterday, right? There was a game in where Tyrant Gaming was able to get the lead at the very beginning, right? And that was against RRQ. So maybe this is, what we call the counter team, right? There is a term that I know on top of my head that I just cannot put out. But basically, what I'm trying to say is Tyrant Gaming may have RQ's number, and this is going to be an exciting match. Hopefully, there's an upset, but for now, my guess is 2-0 in favor of RQ.
And what about you, Osiris?
I mean, RRQ, some having a hard time in the early game as they've lost against UCE. That's one thing, the cracks that Tyrant can take advantage of. But if the drafting continues to really fail, remember, this is Coach Kaigu's mind. They're playing into their drafting, and also me, I learned a lot. So this is going to be RRQ on a 2-0, but I will love for the Tyrants to really change the pace or be the black horse of the Mindanao.
Yep. I agree. It made a story indeed, but I am just here picturing Kaigo like an overlord and this big whole
Yeah,
monster
belt.
behind
Kaigo
and
belt.
everything.
Let's
Yes,
go.
Kaigo belt
Grandmaster.
indeed. So we're gonna see if Tyrant Gaming is up to this very difficult challenge right here in our third series of the day. Tyrant Gaming versus RRQ. Casters, take us into the rift.
And in the rift, we will take you indeed. Thank you so much, panelists, for that amazing intro for series number 3. So we'll be your casters for the Tyrant Gaming versus RRQ. I'm Yuko, and alongside me is Infinity. So, Infinity, hello. So,
Hello.
before we discuss or talk about the mechanics and all that deep stuff, first off the bat, I'm gonna pressure you. Predictions for the series.
Predictions. I know we're gonna come into that one time or another in this specific series, but coming into this, RRQ and Tyrants Gaming, RRQ remained undefeated in the Mindanao region, and I see no reason why they can stop today. It's gonna be 2-0 in favor of RRQ. They're gonna sweep it out against Tyrant Gaming.
That is true, and I actually would like to echo that prediction. Solely because RQ, even though they did suffer their first loss in one game when the day started, they were able to finish that off with a reverse sweep. Tyrant Gaming, they're not in the best condition right now. They did come off from a 0-2. However, I do believe that they have the ability to go with the mental reset, and let's see how will they duke it out against RRQ. So again, these are the phases of our players, and time again, the panelists would copy pose from Helios, and you have the Sasagio pose from Tyrant Gaming. I kind of want to mimic the pose of Yabutsky. That's cute. It's not like this. It's this. It's cute. Yeah. And are there any specific picks or tactics you're looking forward to seeing in this series?
Interesting that you said that. I'm looking at RRQ. They have shown us how methodical they are when it comes into the rift. They show us patience for RRQ. They know when to trade, they know what to trade, and what to do next after. Because in the past, in yesterday's series, they have played. It was pretty close against Tyrants Gaming, but I do believe that RRQ has evolved for day number 2. They're gonna be the next level corps if there are any in attack of tyrants, as we may call it, as we have been showing in terms of the storyline for day number 1. I think RRQ has coming in for this series against Tyrants Gaming with a bit of more patience and knowledge on what they want to prioritize in game, especially with how Tyrants Gaming has shown us in series number 2, wherein they're playing very aggressively
Yeah.
and they get punished time and time again. And if RRQ does the same thing, but get trades instead of get debts, I think there might be an answer against Tyrants Gaming, and there might be a lot of chaos coming into the series.
Chaos. I love it when we talk or use that word before we jump into the rift, because chaos is definitely one of the words we would like to say when the teams duke it out. And again, this is the second day of Mindanao group stages. All or nothing. Tomorrow is gonna be the last day before we jump into the playoffs. So guys, that's gonna happen on June 4th, 6th. So might as well mark your calendars if you want to see your favorite teams or favorite players at the playoffs for Icon Series. But for now, let's jump back into the present. There was a game yesterday wherein Tyrant Gaming, they dominated the early game. You said this earlier. It just so happened that all it took was one mistake for Rex Regumkon. I really like saying that instead of RRQ. Yeah, it only took them one mistake and they just steamrolled and was able to win that game. If Tyrant Gaming is able to get a hold of their advantage or their lead, we might be seeing, there's a chance we might see rather the first win for this team.
Yeah, that's pretty much the name of the game. It's about utilizing and adapting. If ever you're at a disadvantage, look for the right opportunity to gain that mistake from your enemy team and gain that advantage back. And that is what something that RRQ has shown us in day number 1, more specifically onto Tyrants Gaming as well. Tyrants Gaming was pretty much up close against RRQ in their game number 2 yesterday. It was really dead even. But RRQ played it very patiently, played it onto the late game, wherein they have a huge power spike, wherein their power scaling is there as well. They got the right opportunity, they got the Baron Nashor, they finished the game off, and the split pushing of potential of RRQ was there as well. I want to see that happen. And also Helios was one of the notable players coming in from day number 1. And if that reflects here in day number 2 as well, if Helios gets those cards damage up against the enemy team, and even the Fiora mid lane to be viable in this series, it's really gonna be so close that we cannot expect anything for today, because these two teams are coming in with champions that have not been unexplored.
That's true. It's gonna be the battle of the teams with the unorthodox picks or jabs. And going back to Helios, Riku highlighted this. He has the most diverse picks for the mid lane, if I'm not mistaken. There was earlier today was the first time he picked up Ari, so I'm really curious if he has Aurelion Sol in that champion pool. But yeah, this player being very diverse, and I actually want to see who will Tyrant Gaming target ban. I do not recommend target banning Helios at all. At the most though, they can ban out his Twisted Fate. That's it.
Definitely, and they even showed us how they play it onto the counter game, right? Because typically what happens is we're just gonna go for the tournament power picks. There is 2 paths to go for the draft, right? Play it actively or play it passively. And the active game is more on the counters, is more on banning the comfort picks of the enemy team rather than going in for banning out those tournament meta picks and picking out those big champions that are only good for your team but not necessarily onto the counters of the enemy team. RRQ has shown it otherwise. They have played on a while ago against UCE to counter onto the ADC. They played Vi to get those secured single targeted CC. So I want to see that happen once again. And if Tyrants Gaming can act in the same way, you know what? You're gonna play counter, we're gonna play counter onto your counters. If Tyrants Gaming can do so, it's gonna be toe to toe.
It's gonna be a game of counters, basically, if that happens. And let's see if you'll be seeing a 3-game series. We only had 1 3 series yesterday, as well as today, the last series and the first series, respectively. But yeah, Tyrant Gaming, they really need to put something new on the plate, show us casters, panelists, as well as the viewers what they can do. However, just a bit of a hover on what happened in the previous series. I kind of have a question mark on my head when it comes to the priority picks for Tyrant Gaming. Rika and I said they could have picked up Jana. Let's say they did not prioritize Jana. That's okay, but they could have taken Kaisa at the very least. The take two on J4 did not work out again, and the fact that Rengar was left open still in game number two just basically was a nail in the coffin for the second series. But now, series number three, fresh start. Let's see how Tyrant Gaming will be able to jump on this head on.
Yeah, I heard that happen. I think Tyrants Gaming's Ziggs was a bit underwhelming that we would have hoped so. Because typically what happens is a Ziggs is being played out to not be played front face first in terms of the danger, in terms of the 5v5 team fights. But what happens against Tyrants Gaming, it was being picked off consistently. And we've seen how it came through in game number two, in series number two, 0-3-1. Ziggs wasn't really able to do any much damage against your enemy team in that specific series. And that is not something that you want to happen. If you go for Ziggs, you want to go to the back lines, just go for Mega Inferno Bomb, like from the base into the half the map. Right? And with that, you have the potential to control the map. And even then, it's not specifically targeted onto the champions as well. You can use it to go for the minions. You can clear the wave so that the splitting potential can be delayed. And I think that is what RRQ is planning to go for. So if Tyrants Gaming wants to step it up, they could indeed, you know what, I'm putting this out. They could indeed use the Ziggs once again to try and punish the split push. But they need to change how they played from the previous series.
So you think that the draft for Tyrant Gaming is good? You see the strength and logic behind it. It just so happened that when it comes to execution, they fall off a tad bit too short.
Definitely, yeah, I see that.
I do agree with what you said, but yeah, it's still gonna depend on whether or not RQ will be able to play or win the mind games, because so far the reason why they are the kings for Mindanao group stages so far is they would almost always win the mind games, not just in the bans, not just in the drafts, but also in game. Helios, a lot of spotlight, a lot of eyes on him most of the time, and time again he would just take someone out before he falls down, or he manages to take 1-2 kills and still manages to get out of there alive with the help of their support. So yeah, a lot of combinations, a lot of possibilities for these two teams, and it's basically like getting chocolate. You don't know what color or what brand you're gonna get.
Yeah, you don't know what flavor. Is it dark chocolate? Is it gonna be milk chocolate? It's gonna be white chocolate. There are a lot of flavors that can be placed in the game. It depends on what you want to pick and what you want to leave open for the enemy team to pick up. Because that's the thing. The draft is not a matter of, oh my god, they left this champion up. No, it's not about that, because there are also a lot of champions that you can go for the counters. You can go for sort of playing the mind games against the enemy team. If you play that game and win that specific minigame, you can dominate the arena. You can dominate the rift with ease. So I think it's a matter of choosing what you want and choosing what flavor you want to counter against the enemy team.
Let's see if that's to be sweet or bitter before we jump into game number one. But I actually have a question for you, since you already brought this up. When it comes to lineup, are you gonna pick a draft that counters the draft of your opponents, or are you gonna pick the draft that you're most comfortable with?
I think it should go hand in hand. I think one cannot grow.
You can't have both, man.
Yeah, you can't have a single one and grow exponentially in terms of the rift. You need to have both comfort and both counters against the enemy team, because if you just go for comforts, the enemy team could just go for the counters and even plus comfort, then defeat you by then. So I think when you're considering the draft, you need to have a mixture of both, not necessarily a more dominant one side of another, but more on weighing it out. You know what, we have a comfort onto maybe, let's say, the Twisted Fate for Helios for RRQ, but is it a counter for Tyrant Gaming? Or we can switch it up, which they did previously. They've shown us Fiora mid lane to counter onto a Diana mid lane for their enemy team. And that is what I'm saying. You need to have a balance of both counters and comfort picks at the same time.
perfectly balanced as all things should be. That's what Divinity is basically saying at this point. I'm making a lot of Thanos references lately. I'm like, man, yeah. Jump before again we load into game number one. I really want to see who or which champions are they gonna ban out. RQ, they have been banning Olaf most of the time, 80-90% of the time. So let's see
Olaf
if they're still gonna
Rengar.
ban that out. Right, Olaf Rengar, that's it. And for Tyrant Gaming, they have a more diverse ban pool, usually targeting two players or just one specific player, like what they did in series number two.
Mhm.
But yeah, a lot of questions in front of us right now, and I just cannot wait for these two teams to give us or show us the answers.
And I love how you mentioned onto targeted bans. Because those
Mhm.
targeted bans, it's really a complicated thing because there is a lot of thoughts that comes to it, right? You can target a single role, for example,
Mhm.
banning out champions of Helios to punish him and put down the champion pool of that specific role and punish RQ or rather than any team by then at that point, right? So it's a matter
Uh-huh.
of going in for the mono role bans by banning out a single role target or having the respect bans on comfortable champions of the enemy team, not necessarily onto the single role or even the meta bans. And the meta bans is sort of the tournament power picks that you don't want to fight against, not necessarily a comfort pick of the enemy team, but it's just so obnoxious to fight in the rift.
On the top of my head, I already thought about Gragas. Initially, I would say Diana too, but not much teams here in Mindanao plays that. We only ever saw VVV play that one out. Well, Diana could be put in the mid lane, so let's see if it is within Helios's champion pool. But I highlighted this in series number two, jungler matchup. Let's see how Yabutski will perform this time around. He's up against a new jungler, and I'm still looking for that synergy or that aggression from Yabutski. I mean, he picked up J4, picked up Vi even yesterday, even though there was an encore pick, not Seraphine pick, literally an encore pick, a repeat pick, was not able to make it work. So this will be another chance for Tyrant Gaming to at least get a game or hopefully win a series, since I know that the fans out there, they are still rooting for this team.
Mm-hmm. And when you're speaking about the jungle, I want to talk about RRQ. It showed up
Okay.
to me. I've seen their games a while ago. I've seen their games yesterday, and they're playing it a bit actively against the enemy team. The
Mhm.
enemy team picked Corki, picked Kaisa. They played Vi, and I mean Lee Sin was a better option. But the thing here is, it was banned away. So I think Tyrant Gaming needs to think: are we gonna ban it out the Lee Sin, but leave Vi open for RRQ? Because if we ban both Vi and Lee Sin, that leaves the Baron lane to be pretty much open for RQ to take. Yes, you're going to be the first side selection, but aside then, there is a lot more champions to consider than just on a single pick alone onto the blue
Yeah.
side selection. Right? If you're the first pick, you can then go pick up maybe the Gragas, but that leaves Camille open, that leaves Akali open, Braum, Janna, these supports, these Baron lanes that are very, very strong individual champion that the red side selection can pick up. And the disadvantage of the blue side selection is at that aspect of the matchup, is that aspect of the draft wherein they cannot pick two successively, and therefore being in a bit of a disadvantage into the second rotation of the pickings, the third rotation, and the red side selection is a bit of an advantage in terms of going in for the active play. It's going in for the counter play. But they don't have the advantage of getting those flexible hyper priority picks, such as the Gragas, if it is left open.
You know what? You talked about prior picks, you talked about the blue side. There is a trend lately with the teams. First pick is most likely going to be a Brown laner, and then the first two picks could play around mid laner or a support and even another Brown laner. You know, it's just all those combos and miss in matches. And that's most probably why I kind of favor the red side for now in terms of the pool or the champions that you can get. I mean, yeah, first pick, you have a lot of choices. You can get the best champion possible, but what if the opponents will be able to get 2 picks and counter that best pick? Again, usually it's going to be the Baron, could be Camille, could be Akali, could be Gragas. So it's just a lot of risk or a lot of conditions to meet. But then again, there are teams that has a really good win rate when it comes to the blue side. So again, it's going to depend on who will they prioritize, how will they play this out, and I'm just really excited to see what's gonna happen in game number 1.
Definitely. I mean, you know what I'm very excited for is the untraditional picks. We saw Anami yesterday being played out, and they won that game that was so chaotic, that was so great, that I think it reverberated throughout Mindanao. And I want to see that happen for today. Is RRQ gonna do the same thing? Pick up an untraditional champion, which Tyrant Gaming will be surprised that they have not showed us in day number 1, because day number 1 is sort of the download game. I think we talked about it yesterday, where in day 1 is typically more of the surprise game, more on the information game, where in these teams doesn't really know what's going on. And yes, they might have scrimmed from time to time, they might have fought up against each other, and even in the qualifying stage, but that doesn't state on what level came up onto the Mindanao group stages. They're fighting for high-stake gameplays here. Every single match, every single series that you win, it's 75,000 Globe Cup points. And having the top 2 position in Mindanao region group stage puts you into the playoffs. And playoffs is a whole nother league once again. So I think it's really much of a different type of a strategy that was implemented from qualifying group stages and the group stages itself for Mindanao. So I think those creative picks, those obnoxious picks, those untraditional, that is what I'm looking forward to. Yeah,
You
it's
mean
the
unorthodox
annoying
picks, right?
Yeah, it's the annoying picks.
Okay, and now it makes sense. But yeah, I was about to say that it's also gonna depend on the teams. How will they be able to fill that gap when they finally cross roads with the previous top 2 teams in different regions? But you know, they went this far. I'm sure they have a lot of check up their sleeves and even plans that they can show us. So I'm personally, aside from the jungle matchup, I'm actually looking forward to the Baron Lane matchup. But now, finally, we are gonna jump into game number 1. Tyrant Gaming, they're gonna be up against Chaz. So I'm pretty sure that the first ban is gonna be a Lee Sin. I was right.
Yeah, it's a respect ban. I think it has been played up against RRQ. I think RRQ's jungle, Chaz, has been playing Lee Sin on one of the highest level that we've seen in Mindanao region. So I think banning it away is more on the respect ban and more on the counter bans as well. And even the Twisted Fate as well, being locked in or banned away by Tyrant Gaming, leaves Helios' champion pool now for a little bit more destroyed. Right? He has played Twisted Fate, he has played the Fiora mid lane, and now what does he come up next? But the Bragg is now being locked in by Tyrant Gaming. Very flexible throughout all the roles. It can be put into the bot lane, mid lane, and even support.
Looks like they're gonna lock in that Camille. Janna is open. Kaisa open too. Camille, Kaisa the first 2 picks for RQ. And I like how Tyrant Gaming finally had a priority on this Gragas. We were wrong. Looks like that's gonna be a Rengar and a Caliban for the side of RQ. Fiora and Diana most likely gonna be locked in. So they finally have the pokes and the burst damage that can go up against Kaisa as well as Camille. Riku said this, the moment Camille steps onto level 5, it's gonna be very crucial whenever she is gonna pop that Hexic ultimatum and they're gonna go with the 1v1s, solely because if Fiora will be able to hit all of the weak points, that you're just basically locking yourself with the person or the champion that can take you down.
Yeah, Fiora is a master of pokes. He pokes with the Reaper and he gains HP with Grasp of Undying as the Keystone Rune. And it's just so massive into the Baron lane, they could match up, especially against Camille of RRQ, in a 1v1. But the thing here is, Wild Rift is not a 1v1 game. Wild Rift is a 5v5 team fight composition of a draft wherein every single champion has to play a part in the team fight composition, and Camille has a lot more when it comes to those team fights.
Well, speaking of full-on team fights and Camille, when you talk about Camille, another word I would like to highlight is follow-up. And Wow, RQ picking up that J4 and that Galio. Galio most likely going over to the mid lane, but for Tyrant Gaming, their last two picks will be a Corki and a Janna. Finally, they picked up that Janna support. However, I'm just not sure how Hayes will be able to perform in this Corki, solely because you have to be very wary of a J4 saying hi at your lane, or at least the Baron laner of Tyrant Gaming here.
Hey, Yuko, do take note. We talked about this sort of draft composition of RRQ in the past. Camille, Jarvan 4, and Gaio being locked in by RRQ. This puts me in a high position because these three champions are wombo combo. Jarvan 4 comes in with the Cataclysm. Gaio is there to go for the Hero's Entrance. If that is unsuccessful, you still have Camille to go for the Hextech Ultimatum. Then Galio has another way to come into the 5v5. And even then, if that fails out, you still have the Braum to go in for the Glacial Fissure. So a lot of CC potentials and CC totals for RRQ coming in from this game number 1. And yes, you have Tyrants Gaming undoing for the counter picks right now. Right? They have the Corki, they have the Janet, they have the Gragas, and these are counters onto those diving composition. These are counters onto the wombo combo of RRQ. And now it depends on who will be the better adaptability type of draft and adaptability of team, and who will execute much better. Because on who initiates first, if RRQ initiates first, it's over for Tyrants Gaming. But if Tyrants Gaming comes first, they have the Gragas to go for the explosive cast, and you also have the Yana to go for the Moonfall to follow up with the Corki's Gatling Gun, and you also have Janna to go for those sustainability. So it's a matter on who will get that initial setup first and objectives game, because as we've known in the past, if you're a 5k goal lead, but the enemy team has 4 dragons in their composition, it's not looking that great when it comes to the late game.
True, the Baron buff is gonna help a lot, and I like how you highlighted that in a situation wherein Tyrant Gaming is gonna go with the engage. It makes sense. I do see that happening, and they have to do that. However, there's a lot of layers from the side of RQ that they have to go through just so they can reach Kaisa. You have the chunky boys, you have Braum, you have Galio, most likely gonna be of course the ones that will soak in on that damage. J4, Flag and Jag going in with the turret dive, as well as another champion that can just hold still with their front line. But yeah, I just have my eyes on Diana here for Tyrant Gaming. Moonfall is gonna help a lot, but Riku did say that the Gragas and Janna combo has a very good win rate. So let's see, will we still see a win or a victory going over to these two disengaged combos? And ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna jump into game 1 in a bit. Again, do not forget to share the live stream, tag your friends, invite them to watch this with you, because we are at the 3rd series, 1 series away from ending day number 2.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for this draft. I'm excited for the games. I'm excited for the team fights. What will RRQ do against Tyrants Gaming? Is this going to happen? We're in Attack of Tyrants. We're in the Tyrants will dominate the early game. They will crush down the wall of RRQ that has been built up for the Grand Under in terms of their foundation of their knowledge, and then defeat them. Or is RRQ gonna go in and slice the Tyrants' necks and build it down from their composition, right? Retrieve back on what they have lost in this game, and we might see that today, a Tyrant game against RRQ.
Yep, and let's see, what will we see actually in the early parts of the game. I will not be surprised if RQ is going to go with the early invade, but they are known for just stalling the game out. So they can just go with a pretty standard laning phase. Nice check on the bush right there. You kind of felt that Janna is there at the sides, but looks like, still will be able to get first dibs on the minions.
I think right now it's just going to be the patient game, right? Corki is a level 5 Trinity Force power spike of the champion. Marky, but Kaisa is also more or less gonna be like a 2.7k or a 3k gold type of champion that can power spike, because a Kaisa needs the 70 attack damage for the Kingdom Rain to be upgraded, and that will lead from 8 to 12 a Kingdom Rain damage coming in against the enemy team, and that will be something that Kaisa really wants to go for if he wants to go for the big burst damage potential, and Kaisa is known to be that. And I think it's something that RRQ is known to be as patience, but now it's going two-man roam mid lane.
Yep, 2v2 at the mid lane. However, I'm not sure if they are gonna connect. That is Chaz. You'd have the taunt coming in from Gala, and it did connect. Looks like they're gonna jump in as we knock airborne. Let's see who will get the first blood first. But that's gonna be no casualties for these two sides. But that is gonna be a flash in rather to Gragas. Words, Yuko, words. But Chaz was able to flash out just as quickly. Again, no casualties, but two flashes burn for two teams.
Yeah, it's a flash for flash. So right now, I think Tyrant Gaming RR2 is still gonna be even, and even at that, it was both the jungles that forced out the flash to go back away. So it's pretty much even still. And RR2, yes, they have a bit of a gold advantage, 600 gold, but it's still gonna be the laning phase. 2 minutes into the matchup, there is really no big deal when having the 300 gold lead, 700 gold lead, because that is typically an equivalent to a single wave in every single lane. So I think it's pretty much even still. Tyrant Gaming is still doing as much as they can. Play it very patiently, wait for the power spike to match it up against RRQ, and in the same way, RRQ does the same.
Gatling gun being popped. Let's be the hex popping and making sure that he is in front of Marquise. Shield is there for Braum. What looks like he's gonna be forced to reset. Gatling gun coming in from Corki earlier, but has to be the taunt connecting Helios, being able to get a tempo or set the tempo against here. But no actual fight coming in from the Baron lane. Still pretty quiet. Howling Gale is not gonna connect. Marky though down to the last 2 bars of his health, and now Fiora, Yosh is just forced to clear out the wave. You have a nice peekaboo here. That's be the Katas being popper there. That's be RRQ jumping in. Jabuski cannot do anything about this auto attack. But you just be the flash incoming in from this Camille, able to secure the kill. Moonfall is actually not enough for them to save their teammate. Bombs coming in. That's gonna be the unbreakable beam pop. Voice is gonna connect. No ultimate yet for Marquis though, but they could have jumped in.
Alright, there is a lot to break down and get engagement from RRQ. Two-man roam into the mid lane. It was Jarvan 4 and it was Helios coming into mid side, uses up their ultimate to try and bring down one, specifically onto the jungle of Tyrant Gaming. And they did. But we have Yabutski using the explosive cast, means canceling out the ultimate of Helios, so that was one ultimate wasted. But Essela comes in into the mid lane, went in for the response, got the ultimate out, got the kill. And typically what happens in terms of team fight, 3 ultimates falling down is not worth it on a single champion. But considering that we were into the 3-minute mark, and that was a secure kill, that was the first blood, leads RRQ in a better advantage onto utilizing their ultimate. It will come up in the 4-minute mark, when everything will then go for the reset. So now RRQ coming right in will have the advantage against Tyrant Gaming, especially on the 5v5. This is going to be the wombo combo.
You talked about the 4-minute mark, you talked about the wombo combo, and now here it is. Let's see though if RQ is gonna go with those flash or wombo combo plays. First Drake is gonna be an Infernal Drake, very crucial for these two teams to be able to get extra damage in. Package though has been picked up by Hayes, but Helios actually able to toss it back into the game. No one is actually getting the dragon just yet. Pretty even Steven, that's going to be the weakness being shown, being popped from Fiora, but no one actually jumped in. You have Joms just getting as much vision as they can. Wards being placed all over the dragon area, but RQ giving the dragon a start. That's the auto attacks coming in from Marky. Ultimates are available. Yabutski gonna try to go with engagement, but he did get zoned, and that's to be the red team being able to take that dragon. That's to be disengaged coming in from Tyrant Gaming. They could force the fight, at least get a pick off, but I don't think that they are in the best condition to do so. Ton is gonna connect. He was able to flash out. That's gonna jump in coming in from Yabutski, able to get 3, 4 champions. Gonna be a lot of bomb, a lot of lives being taken. That is gonna be the case being popped, and that is gonna be one dead Escilla in the hands of Tyrant Gaming. He got locked in. He cannot move out, and RQ was just forced to abandon their Baron lane.
Yeah, that moonfall from the latter part of that engagement was phenomenal. Coming from Yuno, he went in for the 4-man knockout that just brought down Esla. Now make it even a 1-1 in favor of none. But RRQ has gotten what they came for. The Infernal Drake. They want to go for the scaling potential,
Yeah.
especially good power spike champions in the form of Esla with a Camille, Charles with a Jarvan, for Helios as a Galio, EP at that, and even Mark with a Kaisa. So I think that is what they were looking for. And I think it was a disadvantage, sort of, by RR2 because they were going for the 5v4. But as we all know, Helios is a responsive champion, Heroes entrance in. So when it comes to like the 2k HP remaining for the Infernal Drake, Helios just went in for the ultimate. That was the Heroes entrance. Zone South Tyrant Gaming, they were forced to back away because they don't want to go for the knockback that came in for the ultimate of Helios. And then they secured the Infernal Drake. And now they got the objective. Now, Rift Herald will be the next thing that we're looking for.
The amount of damage they can dish out is very, very quick. The explosive cast connecting, but it was a tad bit too late. Has to be a knock in and a box in, rather coming in from the side of RRQ. Has to be a jump into Diana, but you're far away from your teammate Chaz being targeted, and he does get taken down by this Corky, but at the expense of his own life. Has to be a jump in coming in from Helios. He's very, very aggressive. Moonfall, no. Moonsoon being popped by Joms right there just to save his teammate. A lot of summoner spells, a lot of ultimates being used. Taunt is gonna connect, but here comes Isilia. Don't think they are gonna try to do anything funny there. But first two major objectives, both going over to RRQ.
Yeah, I think that taunt was necessary because Yoshi, if he isn't taunt there from Helios, he is gonna get pilled down by Fiora in the mid lane, and especially that Helios is more of the champion that needs to farm into the mid lane, needs to go for the defense, especially how the mid lane actually works. In the mid lane, the difference maker here, aside from the Baron and the Dragon lane, is that mid lane minions comes in faster into the mid side of the map. So I think that is what Helios is thinking. We need to stay in ourselves, but now it's going to be the top lane. They're just going in for a bit of trade.
I love the craziness that these two Baron laners show. That has to be the Gatagon being popped and Unbreakable being used by Hex just as quickly. Marky, though, receiving a significant amount of damage, and Tyrant Gaming's Dragon Lane duo, Joms and Hayes, respectively, still, at least, they were able to win that small love tap or that small peekaboo in the lane. But Marky going back into the lane, Chaz just going over and getting his buff. They could do a engage in the Dragon Lane though, but looks like you have Yabutsuki already there. Void Seeker is gonna connect. That's gonna be a flag and being popped by Chaz. The Cataclysm being secured as well. Jump in, coming in from RRQ. Jana gets eliminated in the map, and also they want more blood. They smell more blood. Cool, also coming from Brom. Gragas does get taken down as the one goodbye, another goodbye rather, going over to RQ. Diana gets bursted down, and the moment Diana does go down, you have another Corky being, or rather bowing in front of you, and Rip Herald being summoned at the Dragon Lane. 3 kills plus 1 turret going over to RQ at the 9-minute mark. Must be another duel coming in at the mid lane, but a lot of damage being poked or being used by Fiora. Isilla rather being able to survive that one. Honey Fruit being taken or being eaten by Yosh.
Helios has no fear in terms of the matchup. He just dives in like it was no enemy team coming in. Like there was no turrets at then. He just went in for the taunt. RRQ was able to go for the follow-up, got them an extra kill. And now 2-7, 5-kill lead already for RRQ. They've gotten the 4K gold lead. Even then, so Cloud Dragon will be an easy objective that they could take, because Tyrant Gaming is not that great when it comes to matching it up, especially if they're lacking down behind to consider the game.
Dude, I already highlighted this earlier, but the amount of seconds it takes for them to take down Dragon or the Rift Herald, it's obviously so fast. Just goes to show the tempo that RQ is really setting for us. Isila, that's a 1v2, but here comes Hex. Hex ultimately being popped as well, but here comes Valkyrie just to make sure, well, special delivery, making sure that the fight will be halved or turned into 2. That's gonna be a good save or disengage from Tyrant Gaming, but at what cost at their Dragon Lane turret's life. Baranash is now up, and that is going to be an issue coming in from Fiora, but Estila's, rather Camille's passive popped in at the right time. RQ looks like they're going to hold their ground, but you know what? Who is not holding their ground? Has to be Chaz going in under turret. He does not care. He's going to go with the flag and jog. Is he going to jump in? He can, and looks like they're going to go with the initiative. That's going to be a jump in coming in from RQ, but Phoenix coming over for Kaisa. Looks like they are their prime. you have Isila jumping in, Unstoppable coming over for this J4 double coming over for this Kai'Sa. Gragas does a goodbye to another jump in. So much level of CC. Kai'Sa gets first down by this Fiora, but he gets shut down on the ADC. But instead, Fiora got taken out by Camille.
Helios, how? How can you
Right?
do that?
How?
You just go for the heroes entering into the mid side, just dive in under the turret like you don't care against the enemy team. You have no fear. He just dives in, taunts out to Diana. That gets a secure kill for RRQ, and then and there, he have another taunt to go into the backside and just zones out the enemy team and just got the kill once again. They've got another turret into the mid side. So now, the map control is looking huge in favor of RRQ. They got in the 2 dragons already still, and that will just exponentially increase if they go for a more prolonged fight. Marky is a good scaling champion. Helios is a good scaling champion. With a lot of kills, with a lot of assists, he is fed up with a lot of gold. And he can now buy items for the power spike to come as early as he didn't expect. 10-minute,
Definitely.
11-minute, 30-minute even, that will be something like 2-core, 3-core full items that we can expect coming in from these champions.
Oh no, the sun did connect. That's with Flash being exhausted, being used by Jana, but he got reached by the Kathan Rain. The disengager, one of the 2 disengagers from Tyrant Gaming, already taken down, will not be available for 21 seconds. Fiora gets bursted down as well. So that's another kill going over to RQ. 3-12 on the scoreboard right now, and Marky as well as Hex looks like they'll be able to take down this turret. Again, Baron is up, but looks like Helios alongside Chaz, they're just storming the mid lane. I guess one of the reasons why Helios is very, very comfortable right now is because he has barrier and flash, and whenever he jumps in, he can just pop barrier, or if he jumped in the wrong time or in the wrong timing, he can just use flash to get out. But I like the prediction that Tyrant Gaming did earlier. They knew that Helios does have the ultimate available, so he was able to evade that hero's entrance. But now Helios still getting that honey fruit, trying to get as much vision as they can towards the Baron side. Kai'Sa hovering over at the Baron pit as well, but returns over to the mid lane. Probably gonna rotate to the jungle area of their side of the map. But you have 3-4 champions at the upper part of the map near the Baron side. Dragon is gonna be up in 25 seconds. Chaz already having dibs on that Rift Scuttler. Still waiting for Tyrant Gaming to go and engage, but now 10k gold deficit, 10 kills, well 9 kills deficit 2. How will they come back from this?
And you talked about confidence, and I do believe Helios is one of the confident factor of RRQ. With ultimate up for Helios, he can just pretty much go anywhere, and we saw into the bottom lane wherein Camille was actually being poked up by Yoshi and being peeled up, but Helios just came in, therefore confidence spike level came up once again. Now Mountain Dragon is going to be slain up by RRQ very easily. And I want to say that if you're looking at the draft composition, it's looking really one-sided here for RRQ, because Tyrant Gaming has little to no fast CDCCs. And that is a word, that was a mouthful, because if we're looking at it, only Butski has a CC that is fast cooldown, and that is going to be the body slam, and that is not even long range, because you need the flash to then go for the massive spike.
The duel coming in from the Dragon side. You have Isilia being boxed in, but will they be able to secure the kill? The answer is going to be no, because Isilia still gets the another dance. That's going to be heroes and is being popped. Not of everyone. Here comes Kai'Sa popping in with the killer. Instinct was able to pop, or at least wither a lot of life bars from the side of Tyrant Gaming. And now RQ, they're forced to engage. Kai'Sa was able to get that double kill. Killing spree coming over for Bismarck, and he still gets to live and see the next fight, but still has pretty healthy amounts of health left. And while there was a skirmish at the Dragon lane, Isilia was able to put a hold onto the base of Tyrant Gaming. 14-minute mark, 3-15, and the goal lead just keeps on ballooning towards the side of RRQ.
And this is exciting. RRQ has already secured the inhibitor turret into the mid lane. Natural lane pressure already alongside with the map control of Rex Regum Quan. And typically, the inhibitor turret comes down first into other lanes, in the Baron lane, in the Dragon lane, because mid lane is such a huge objective priority that I don't know how RRQ does it. And mid lane, with the fast walk of minions, you have the slow walk, right? You have the lava walk that we've seen in the past, but now it's gonna be a fast walk from RRQ. And I made a huge reference. I don't know if people is gonna know about that reference, but it's that RRQ knows the priorities here. It's like they have a point system, but now it's gonna be a fight once again.
Woo! Taunts connecting, bodies dropping. That is the name of the game for RRQ. You will have an amount of damage coming in from Kaisa. That's the backline being penetrated. Double kick coming over to Marky. Grand Challenge is going to be popped, but you know at what cost? At your very own life's cost. Marky being able to get a quadra kill. Maybe we're going to see a Penta. No, okay. Well, at least they'll be able to go with the Team Ace unless they're waiting for Kaisa to join. Are they gonna wait? They actually waited. Oh, that's the BIK
Picture
Ray coming
taking.
over, not connecting towards Fiora. Legendary though, that's to be the blue Team Ace, an unofficial pentakill. That was very nice of Yoshi, but you know it wasn't such a good game for Tyrant Gaming because it is gonna be, or the game rather is gonna go over to RRQ. Very clean, very neat, very by the book. A lot of win conditions being taken, and this is just them showing who was dominant in the first game.
Yeah, when the inhibitor turret fall down in the mid lane of Tyrant Gaming, it was pretty much signaling over for the game number 1. RRQ was so huge in terms of gold lead. The wombo combo, the draft composition is advantage for them as well, because we talked about the synergy of both a trio of Camille, Jarvan 4, and Agayo in the same draft. And these draft is just so massive that you cannot fight against in terms of the head-on fight. And yes, Tyrant Gaming had a little bit of an edge when it comes to the 5 minutes of the matchup because they got a counter kill. They got those third objectives counter against RRQ. But RRQ, considering that they have two dragon buffs already when it comes to the 10-minute game, they got their Rift Herald, then they got turret into the bottom lane. By utilizing that same Rift Herald, they just keep on getting objectives that we cannot avoid, and Tyrant Gaming just fell down to the ground and kneel because of how RRQ was keep on getting those objectives.
You know what? Speaking of turrets, speaking of objectives, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Tyrant Gaming was only able to get one turret from game number 1, and whew, what a pretty heated match that was. I can feel it here in my room. Infinity can feel it in his room as well, but that is just the start of game number 1. Very powerful plays coming in from RQ, being able to bag the first game. But what do you think could Tyrant Gaming do to be able to bag game number 2 and push this to a game number 3?
I think what they could do is maybe tackle a bit onto the draft, because RRQ just got the very dominant draft when it comes into the first game. And we all know that rafts have a huge part when it comes to playing in the Rift. Right? When you have the draft advantage, you know what you do next. You know what your power spike would be. In terms of the execution, it's going to be much easier because the draft is already favoring onto you. So I think that is what happened in game number 1. If Tyrant Gaming wants to change something, game 2, they want to change the draft.
A bit tweaked on the draft, I would have to agree. However, this is basically one of the best drafts a team could get. I'm talking about Tyrant's Gaming draft, by the way. 2 really good disengages, but I did not see any groundbreaking disengage from their side. Most probably because RQ, they opted to go with a pick-off first, and then they transitioned to the 4v5 fights, which of course they have the advantage because Tyrant Gaming is just left to struggle and see who will they target. Speaking of targets, speaking of fights, this is going to be the Operator 5 plays of the game.
Now we're gonna see how replay came to be for RRQ winning that game number 1. Slowly but surely, in terms of the early game, we talked about how they got the Infernal Drake first. Rift Herald was there, summoned into the bottom side, got them the turret, and even came through into the tier 2 turret into the Dragon Lane, put it into half HP. And there, it's just pretty much RRQ going in for the 4-1 setup, just going in for the quick responses with Helios' ultimate. Hero's entrance was very proactive into the matchup, and Tyrant Gaming cannot do anything about it. Yes, they have Yabutsky with the explosive cast, Jones with the Monsoon, but if you use it onto a single champion such as Helios, it's gonna be wasted in the 5v5. And
True.
I think they not using it came to a more wasteful type of scenario, right? Because of not using onto those single targeted champions of RRQ being on pressure against Tyrant Gaming, they were not really able to utilize it overall. I think we haven't really seen how the Monsoon and Explosive Cast played very well. Maybe a couple of times, maybe 1 to 2 times, but overall it was not very evident.
Not very evident indeed. But master of the match is gonna be Marky, the guy who had the unofficial pentakill KDA. 17.00 damage per minute is 1,306. Gold per minute 1,090. You have the IE, you have Borg, all of those very hurtful itemizations, as well as the Zonyas to top it off. And during the last flash, he was able to penetrate the back line, killer instinct his way in, literally burst Janna down. So that is one very crucial ultimate down for the side of Tyrant Gaming. And after that, if I'm not mistaken, he was able to take out another champion. So it's just him being able to get the double, triple kill, and he was able to end that game with a smile on his face.
Yeah, and it now bows to game number 2. Is Tyrant Gaming capable of bringing down RRQ? I mean, it looks like history is gonna repeat itself. In day number 1 yesterday, RRQ got the first win against Tyrant Gaming. Tyrant Gaming in game number 2 came back to be in a very close fight, but we saw how they played out. Are they gonna change it up against RRQ this time around? Because if they don't, it's gonna be once again a 2-0 in favor of RRQ. But I do believe there is still something that Tyrant Gaming can bring up. If they want to go for the red side selection, they can play actively against RRQ. I think the loser is the one that chooses the side selection, and if they do, they have the option, right? First, they need to think, what type of composition do they want? Are we going for the 4-1 setup? Are we going for the diving composition? Or are we going for the wombo combo? After then, they had to choose the side selection. Ban out those key champions that RRQ keeps on choosing. If you bring down the Twisted Fate, you open up the Camille. You open up other champions that are really strong individually for RRQ to take in. And that is what we saw in game number 1. So I do believe that Tyrant Gaming needs to prioritize onto the flexible picks instead, and banning out maybe Helios as sort of the third priority if something came to be, as RRQ has banned a champion that they comfortably use. Tyrant Gaming can react onto banning out Helios, Twisted Fate, right? Galio, Fiora. But I think it's not just high priority because RQ is just too much when it comes to a handle. And we have seen how Helios has played from day 1 and day 2. Twisted Fate, Fiora, Galio, whatever champion you put him to be, he is active, he is dominant, he is efficient, and quick to kill the enemy team.
You give him a task, he will most definitely deliver. So I do agree that they could ban out Twisted Fate from Helios, but using 2 bans just for this player, I don't think it's gonna pan out well because he has a very vast champion pool. And the fact that you only get 2 bans in every game opens up more comfort picks for the other members of RRQ. So maybe 1 Twisted Fate ban and 1 meta ban could be, I don't think they're gonna ban out support. Could be the Camille, could be the Akali, maybe even a jungler if they want to. But yeah, looks like they just really want to prioritize the picks that Kibutski is most probably comfortable with. And again, guys, to those who just jumped into the stream, hi, hello, what's good? Did you have dinner? Yeah, game number 1 just finished, and RQ was able to bag that game in a very, I keep on saying V3 times. No more VVV, Yuko, right? Yeah, I'm able to finish that in a very strong manner. Let's see how Tyrant Gaming will be able to answer in game number 2. They need to have more tricks up their sleeves because if there's nada, then looks like the fans of RQ will be able to cheer in our Twitch or YouTube chat.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, having the tricks up your sleeve type of tactic for Tyrant Gaming could really show them big time, especially how we've seen those creative picks in day number 1 and day number 2 a while ago, where Nami, Annie, Ari was being picked up. Aurelion Sol was not, I think, but it has big potential as well to be picked up. The Wukong has been a very good champion that we've seen in day number 1. If Tyrant Gaming can utilize that aspect of playing against RRQ and hiding something and surprising them with a bang, it's gonna be something that RRQ could not expect. I think that will be their only weapon that can match up against RRQ this time around. Because if they go in once again for the Tristana Ziggs combo, I think RRQ knows how to answer it with the backline access. They have the Camille, they have the Galio that they can show up. Even to Twisted Fate, if it is left open, that has big potentials to go to the backside and go for a flank. So I think changing up the draft and making ecstatic movements against RRQ would be key.
And that's actually a very hefty and informative analysis coming in from Infinity. So as we transition, before we jump into game number 2, these are the bans and picks in order before for game number 1. So first ban was Elysian, of course. Chaz, why would you open Elysian if you're gonna be up against this player? Am I right? And they went over with a ban on Twisted Fate, obviously targeting Helios. And I guess when we're gonna talk about the bans, RQ has the luxury, quote unquote luxury, to ban whichever champion they want. The Rengar ban did help or work a lot because no one will be able to chase Marky down. Akali ban working as well because you don't have anyone jumping in with the perfect execution, no one popping in with the Twilight Shroud or Circuit Flip or even a 5-point strike at some point. No one can basically burst down the champions from the side of RQ. Initially, I thought that could have been Diana and Gragas's jobs, and at some point they did make it happen, but the sustain and the counter engage RQ had was just too much for Tyrant Gaming to actually take.
Yeah, I think it's just a lot of happenings here. And I think we've seen RRQ at this point around banning out the Rengar like 90% of the time. Wherein it was really known they cannot fight a Rengar against RRQ because they keep banning it out. And you need to think of something that is a jungle that has big potentials against RRQ. A early game jungle could make a lot of things happen for Tyrants Gaming. Maybe leave Lee Sin open, but instead of giving it to RRQ, picking it up themselves. But of course, it's Gragas being left remaining for RRQ, which they also have played very dominantly in day number
Yeah.
1. So it's so big of a mind games right now that's happening for RRQ. This is the advantage of having a massive champion pool, and I think that is where RRQ will shine out. I mean, the Helios we showed up with Galio, Fiora mid lane, Twisted Fate mid lane. Three
Yep.
champions already into the mid side, wherein Twisted Fate is more on the fringe edge of having the meta and he having the unconventional picks, right? It's in the middle of those two things that you can't really decipher, but with how Helios has played it out, it's known to be the comfort pick of RRQ to be playing in game. But aside from the mid lane, you also have like Baron lanes and jungles that you need to think
Yeah.
about RRQ, right? Camille, Jarvan 4. Aside from there, you also have the potential to go for the Wukong for the jungle for RRQ. You have the Gragas even if they want to go for it. Gragas is just so flexible. To the Baron lane, you have the Garen. If you want to go for the neutralize, especially if Tyrants Gaming went in for the Fiora, I think Garen could match it up even against this
that's
specific
true.
champion in the 4-1 setup.
Well, let's see. They'll be picking up Garen in game number 2. A lot to talk about, a lot of possibilities and a lot of options for these two teams. But let's see what will be the best possible route for them to take to either push game 3 or end series number 3. Hey, I did a thing. But yeah, I guess it's much more difficult to try and play mind games against RRQ because not only do they have a vast champion pool, champion ocean. One of our panelists even said that at some point. They also can react accordingly. In a split second, they know what to do, how to do it, and where to do it. That's why sometimes in certain moments in game number 1, they would, this me zoning out because I'm remembering the clashes. Yeah, they would sometimes bring the fights in tight or small spaces. Sometimes they would force fights in the mid lane just because they were confident enough to get 2-3 kills and they can storm straight to the Nexus, or at the very least get some turrets. And RQ, we knew them as a team that would play objectively, and that's true, they did play objectively, but they're much more comfortable with picking out the fights in series number 3.
Yeah, now I'm curious. Is Tyrants Gaming going back into the Tristana Ziggs or Corki Ziggs even for their draft? Are they going back into getting those demolition duo, as you called it yesterday, and you named the duo synergy of having the Ziggs and the Tristana in the same draft, because the potential of that is getting those third objectives, right? So if Tyrants Gaming wants to go for that, I think there is, you know what, maybe a silver lining that we could look for onto that specific draft, wherein they can go in for the 4-1 setup, and the 4 would be Tristana, Ziggs, and the remaining of a tanky type of champion, wherein the tanky can get all the aggro while the rest of the team is just going for the pokes. And I think it's just so hard to discuss right now how Tyrants Gaming has been playing out. I think they have a lot of strategies, they have a lot of champions, they have a lot of composition that is a lot to take in, right? Tristana is a late game champion. Corki has been played by Hayes as well, sort of the mid game champion. But RRQ has been playing the early game. So often we've seen how the first blood came to be for RRQ. In that game number 1, the first objective was taken by them very easily. And you talked about in-game, wherein the dragon was started up by RRQ after what, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, it's gone.
Yeah.
So that is how fast RRQ is playing the game, and that is how fast those responses are going to be. And Tyrant Game needs to make it even into matching up how fast-paced RRQ is playing to really just bring them down.
Yeah, honestly, it made me think, what could they do to try and match the aggression or the tempo that RRQ is matching? Also, this just popped in my head. I kind of want to see RQ run the Demolition duo. We do not know if Marquis plays Tristana, though. We have only ever seen him play Kaisa, and he was very incredible with that champion. But yeah, I'm kind of just curious what would happen if they had their hands on that duo. Top it off with Camille. There's be a lot of initiates as well as lockdowns for Tyrant Gaming. And guys, right, I hear you, you're excited for game number 2, but we're just waiting for the players to load into the lobby. I'm sure they are just discussing what could they do, what new plans are they gonna do, or what should they maintain. For the side of Tyrant Gaming, they could still pick up Fiora, still a very, very strong pick. They could still hold on to Gragas. Explosive Cast is gonna be very useful, but I guess they can afford to let the Corki go. That's just me. What are your thoughts though, Infinity?
Yeah, I think Corki can be pushed away for now by Tyrants Gaming. It's a mid-game champion. How RRQ is punishing the early game would delay how the power spike will come to be for a Corki. That Trinity Force is going to be very important, because a level 5 and a Trinity Force combo is a power spike of a Corki. Right? A level 5 will enable you to get the Missile Barrage ultimate of Corki. The Trinity Force will exponentially increase the damage of a Missile Barrage, including the normal attack, because the Trinity Force gives you the advantage of every single skill that you actually put out there is an extra magic damage that will be next into the normal attack. And Corki is known to have like how many ammos of the Missile Barrage, and having the Gatling gun, the Valkyrie there as well to spam out in terms of skills. So if you don't have your Trinity Force early into the matchup, you can fight toe-to-toe into the Dragon buff. And I do believe Azrael is still going to be an open. I think Azrael is just is a good champion. It's a burst champion that can bring down RRQ, especially with how RRQ is going in for the melee diving composition. RRQ into the backside can go rather, Ezreal into the backside can just arc and shift back away if he is in danger, go in for those skills that can just peel down the enemy team, right? So I think Ezreal is still an option. Saya is also going to be an option. The Feather Storm is there to go back away to safety. Tyrants Gaming just needs to have those safety in their team, because it's just having like 13 KDA of both of these teams, and it happened successively from day 1 and day 2. It was reflective of that. So I think having a safer play, RRQ bringing down the amount of kills that they could get in terms of the early game, and in like 6 minutes, 5 minutes, 7 minutes of the matchup, I think that is where Tyrants Gaming could show up. That is how they played in day number 1. They got the early game, they slowly pushed it in against RRQ. They almost won that fight. If RRQ didn't play patiently, I think they could have lost that game. So I think Tyrants Gaming could reflect that day number 1 matchup against RRQ in a very, very close series and bring it in for this today.
I only remember Yabutsky popping in with that Vi, and that was just him being the very strong and jungler that has so much presence. So maybe that's one of the things that Tyrant Gaming could do, so they can push the game in further. However, problem is RRQ. This also means straightening out my body, but they really shine in the late game. Even they can just take control from early up until the late game. And I guess one of the things that Tyrant Gaming could also do is, I'm not sure if it's a good thing, but maybe try to avoid fights. Whenever they feel that RQ is gonna go with the hunt, or they're gonna be the hunters, make sure that they will not be the hunted or the huntee. No, the hunted. Yeah.
Yeah.
Made me have second thoughts about myself.
Yeah, Trail of the Hunt. Well, when you're talking about hunting and huntee, I'm thinking of Trail of the Hunt of Rengar. So yeah, I think it's a matter of, yeah, it's hunting the enemy team down, getting those pickups early, getting the early lead, the snowball potential is there. The having the balance between early game champions, mid game champions, and late game champions, and even all throughout the series or even the game of a champion pick can really just stay a whole nother level of competitiveness in the pro scene, right? I think Tyrants Gaming has done so with Tristana and Ziggs. I keep on bringing it up because Tristana is a late game champion, Ziggs is sort of a mid game champion. And I think that's just a reflection of how a balanced team composition works. It's really just up to the execution, man. It's an execution that needs to be reworked here coming into the game number 2. I think there is something that we need to change right now for Tyrants Gaming. Coming into the draft, maybe counter it.
And actually, yeah, this is something that I've been saying ever since day number 1 of the Mindanao group stages. Tyrant Gaming, they know the meta, they know how, they know who to pick, they know who to draft, how to draft. It's just a matter of when it comes to execution, that's where they fall short just a bit, just a little bit. And speaking of drafting and all of that shenanigans, we're gonna jump into the pick and ban phase for game number 2 with RQ starting it off with a ban on Rengar.
It's expected at this point. Right? Ban out the Rengar. We don't know or we don't want to fight against a Rengar from RRQ. They keep saying it. Onto it, Tyrant Gaming. I like their ban here onto the Lee Sin, still reflective on how Chaz is very good onto playing this out. Considering that Tyrant Gaming has now played onto the red side selection, signals to me that they want to change things up. And banning out the Gragas is a clever move so that the flexible picks will now remove through the champion pool of RRQ, but leaves Akali open to gain backline access.
Assuming that Tyrant Gaming is gonna pick up Fiora, I think Fiora is gonna have a difficult time against this Akali unless Helios plans to pick up this champion for himself. So they can get Kaisa, maybe they want to, or they can go with the support. Can still go with Janna. I kinda wanna recommend Tyrant to get Kaisa, but yeah, Galio is also open. Could go over to either Yuno or Joms. Kaisa most likely can be locked in by RQ. They can pair it off with the Braum if they want to, but J4 being hovered in, most likely being locked in. Chaz's performance as a jungler so far is very, very good, very clean as well, despite the fact that people or teams would just ban Lee Sin, make sure he won't have his hand on it.
RRQ is playing actively. They saw the Fjord, they saw the Galio. These two duo only needs a Jarvan 4 to go in for the Wombo combo. But RRQ is clever enough to go and pick up the same counter and the same synergy that have beaten Tyrant Gaming in game number 1. And picking it up leaves Tyrant Gaming in terms of the edge, picking up a Vi instead. And that is still gonna be a very good counter onto a Kaisa. They have a sure secure on lockdown against the ADC of RRQ, but considering that you have all diving compositions, you have the capabilities now for RRQ to now go for the pokes, because Ziggs doesn't go in a 5v5 face front first in terms of danger, and the Galio, well, more often or not, will not connect onto the Ziggs. And they also have the Janet to go for the safe play here, to go for disengage if Corki comes in, if Vi comes in, if Galio comes in, and even Fiora comes in. And Diana will be something that has a big potential if Tyrant Gaming wants to go for the Wombo combo.
Well, one of the things that they could do though is if will be able to do a beautiful moonfall. Galio, well, Doms can jump in with the hero's engines, but they need to time those skills perfectly. A lot of AoE CCs for the side of RRQ though. I mean, you have Jarvan for the initiates, you have maybe even Ziggs for the initiate. And then you have Akali on cleanup duty. Sometimes Akali can just jump in with the shuriken flip or even the perfect execution and just pop it off with a 5-point strike. But in retrospect though, for the side of Tyrant Gaming, I'm kind of liking the possible wombo combos here. But the question is, if they were pressured or if they were put in an awkward position by RQ, how are they gonna jump away? You have Valkyrie for Corki. You have the dashes coming in from Fiora, but what about the other champions?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's indeed gonna be the question here. Is RRQ playing mind games? You know what? We're gonna leave up Galio open for you to take in. We're gonna leave Fiora open for you to take in because we have something else prepared to counter those champions. Are they bluffing in the draft and coming into game number 2? That is sort of the question that we need to see answered here by RRQ. Are they playing bluff rather, or are they playing reality at this point? Right now, I think Tyrants Gaming coming into game number 2, they have the draft that is really good. They just need to go in terms of the methodical execution here against RRQ. Fiora and Vi needs to be the initiator for the Gaio to then go for the hero's entrance, to then let Corki and Diana come in with their ultimates and shred down the enemy team in terms of their HP. I think that will be sort of the scenario or ideal situation that Tyrant Gaming needs to check in on their task list. Now, RRQ has the potential now to go for more on the 2-4-2 type of thing, wherein two are going to be the frontliners in the form of Akali and Jarvan 4, wherein Akali is going into the back lines, trying to decimate onto Corki. Jarvan 4 is locking down onto certain champions, such as maybe the Yana, the Gaio. Champions that doesn't have the capabilities to jump over the wall, because Vi can jump out with the Vault Breaker. Right, Corki can jump out with the Valkyrie and special delivery, and even Fiora as well with the lunge. So I think the Yana and Gaio will be something that Jarvan 4 will be looking into for that Cataclysm. Ziggs just onto the backside, dealing massive amounts of damage with the poking potential that he has with those bombs, and even a minefield that has big potential damage, bursting down the enemy team. Kaisa will be there if Akali is there to finish up already. They are the cleanup crew in this matchup, and if Tyrants Gaming comes in and tries to peel down RRQ, you have Janna there to go for the Howling Gale and even a Monsoon.
That's true. And another combo that popped in my head was, this is something that Tyrant Gaming can do. When Cataclysm is popped, you'd expect members of RQ to jump in, right? That could be the perfect setup for the Moonfall for Diana. It's very risky though, because if we imagine you in the middle of 3-4 champions from RQ, there's a chance you're gonna get boxed in or you're gonna get taken down. And Diana is very, very squishy. But I believe that's one of the risks that Tyrant Gaming should take at very least, since they're already at match point. And again, we're just waiting for them to load into the game itself. But these are the final tweaks, the final decisions for the draft in game number 2. I love the adjustment that Tyrant Gaming did, but the questions still remain. Will they be able to pull this line up off? Because looking RQ, they're not joking. They are here to fight. They are here to kill.
And they are here to win as well, right? They're not here to play around, just play the game and just have fun. They're playing to win. They're playing to have fun as well. I mean, that's part of the game. That is why we play games, right? Have fun and have that competitiveness to show up in terms of our gameplay. So I think it's really much big stakes here for Tyrants Gaming to win up, especially that right now they, I think, are in the bottom seed of the group stages in Mindanao region. They are still up to take one win of the series against the enemy team. If they do so, it's gonna be RRQ. If they do so, this is gonna be an upset, right? They're gonna bring down the undefeated team in the Mindanao region. And that is a statement to say by Tyrants Gaming. Are they more on the late game in this series, in this group stage, or are they in the mid game? Right? Are they slowly building their information in the early game wherein they're having some thoughts? You know what? Let's go for the methodical play because Tyrants Gaming is looking to go for mid game, late game, day 2, day 3, power spike in their team composition, in their gameplay, in their walkthrough here in Mindanao region. And that is what I'm excited for. What else do they have prepared for us in day number 3? Are they gonna bring down RRQ in game number 2 so that they can bring something elsewhere in game number 3 as well?
You know what? Your statement actually made me think. What time is it the Tyrant Gaming's time? Is it the early game, mid game, or the late game? So far, I believe that they can actually pick a fight in the mid game, but they struggle with closing out the game. That's why they can't transition properly to the late game. In retrospect, RRQ, they kind of passive, a tad bit passive on the early game, but during the mid game, once the ADCs get 2, 3 items in, or maybe even the Baron laners, that is when they just go all in. And speaking of going all in, we are now in game number 2. Did not know why. Oh, okay, Chaz was recalled and went back to the Dragon lane instead. Working at the sides, Fiora already able to spot Akali at the Baron lane. Up there, up here, and you have Diana being pressured by Helios. Well, Helios does have the bouncing bombs. Let's see what skill he actually got first. Could be the explosive minefield if he wishes to, but most of the time it is actually the bouncing bomb. Helios gonna go with D ward. He felt that there was a ward in the bush right there. And for the dragon lane duos, you have Hayes just playing this out very, very conservatively and quiet. You have this Hex, you have this Jana just trying to catch them off guard.
I like how you mentioned how RRQ has cleared out the ward into the
Okay.
bottom side river. But if you're looking at Tyrant Gaming, they're playing the vision game at this first minute of the game. 3 wards already into the top side. So I think Yuno is pretty safe at this point. They have the information, and mobile games, Wild Rift to be more specific, is gonna be sort of the vision game centric of a matchup we're in. The information is gonna be key every single time the matchup we're in. They have the information, they know what to do next.
There is gonna be the ward being spotted out by Chaz, and I think he hesitated or thought about maybe if he's gonna get that Rift Scuttler, but decided to just let it go and just got the Rift Scuttler on the opposite side of the map. Akali should play this one very, very carefully because Vi is just a few seconds away from her Helios being able to damage Yuno. Slows and the damage coming in from this very cute Yordle, and Yos is probably gonna get the Honey Fruit and remain under turret Marquee alongside Hex. Apparently the Howling Gale is not gonna connect, but at least they know where Doms is. Wards again being played. It's basically the battle of getting as much vision as you can. And you have Chaz. I'm not sure if he'll be able to steal this because Ibushi is right there at the side. You have the Thunder connecting. That's a knockup coming in from this. Of course, J4. Blue team to get that first blood. Very good micros. That was honestly, that kill was very, very slow. After the flag and jag, Cataclysm already being popped, and there was a second or two or a window for Tyrant Gaming to do something, but RQ still managed to win that one out.
And when was the last time that we saw an ADC having a heal as a spell? Right? It's now just gonna be a very exciting time wherein Marky is now playing more on a supportive and an active role for his team, not necessarily being selfish, having the barrier itself. And I think that is also one of the reasons why Chaz was alive from that aggressive engagement into the bottom side of the map. Using the Cataclysm to dive in, he received a lot of damage. That was 1 HP. He flashed in, yes, but that does not secure his life. But when heal came through, it was survivability up.
Woo! Jumping in, will you be able to finish the kill? The answer is gonna be no just yet. Twitter shot has been popped, 5 points like being popped as well. And look how fast Isilla is able to proc the passive, the Assassin's Mark for extra damage. Dragon is gonna be up in 25 seconds. Looks like it is Akali having time of her life, already being able to get her first core item. Valkyrie being used by Haze. He's just forced to go back. Flag and Dragon, apparently no one is there. they could box them in, but they're too far ahead, and Flag and Jag has already been used. But Cataclysm is also not available. Plus, Dragon is already up, so looks like RQ, they just want to play this one out more safely, more disciplined, so no more unwanted tower dives, and just get the Dragon.
Yeah, I think RRQ doesn't really want to go for the kill. He just went in for the flag for Chaz to cancel out the recalls coming in from Tyrant Gaming. Canceling the recalls means the Joms and also Hayes doesn't have the items coming into the Infernal Drake. They cannot contest it. And having the lack of vision for Tyrant Gaming into the Dragon's Pit and even into the bottom side river lacks them in terms of information.
And that is going to be the dive in coming in from Yabutski as well as Fiora, as well as Yosh rather. But there was no trade for the kills except here in the Dragon Lane. Moonstone popped at the perfect time. And that's going to be the kill coming over to Marky for champions in the Dragon Lane. 1 kill plus 1 turret, but looks like Tyrant Gaming will be able to go with that trade since turret from the Dragon Lane will collapse in a few more seconds, and it did.
Tower first blood kill, first dragon objective, all for the side of RRQ at this point. And that led them right now into a 2k gold lead. First 5 minutes into the game, GA already locked in, Luden's Echo already locked in for Ziggs and Jarvan 4. And Kaisa is now building through into her second power spike, having the attack speed up. 35% attack speed is going to be important for Kaisa to let the supercharge come in and increase survivability in terms of the team fight. So I think that is what RRQ is doing. So get all the gold that we can, get all the objectives that we can, so the mid-game, late game, it's going to be much easier for us to bring down the enemy team.
As much as I thought they were gonna take down Corky, they would most likely at least get the turret. So that's gonna be sila defending the Dragon Lane outer turret. Yoshi not being able to get anything there as well. He could be the distraction. That's gonna try to being popped. That's actually very beautiful micros coming in from Basila. She did jump in. Will he get the double kill? The answer is gonna be no, because Ziggs actually got Fiora, but here at the Dragon Lane, that is gonna be the flag and drag connecting, and that is gonna be the IK Rain popping as well. That's gonna be a jump in coming in from Galio. Here's entrance, but the damage coming out from Chaz is just too much. Top it off with another Keith and Rain. Marky being able to get the best trade out of that mini skirmish, and Diana did join the fight or the skirmish. I keep on saying skirmish, but she was a tad bit too late. You know. Okay, that was just one bomb, but that was enough for Helios to actually scare her off. It was enough for RQ to even scare Tyrant Gaming off because they now have this Rift Herald non-contested.
Yeah, RQ is a mega mine. Elsala 2v1 got the kill on the 2. Means a number advantage for the side of RQ in the top side of the engagement, but now it's gonna be Elsala left alone into the bottom lane.
Perfect Execution is no longer available, but at least he was able to push by Galio away. Fiora, Yosh tried to go with the engage, but I don't think he was confident enough to win that duel out. Tyrant Gaming, they depend heavily on their Baron laner, so they could just invest on this player. Make sure that Fiora gets as much farm as she can, and that space will be created. That's gonna be the Howling. Will it connect the answer? It's gonna be no, because instead RQ was able to get that mid lane turret. One outer turret down for the side of Tyrant Gaming at the shortest lane in the map. And to top that off, Dragon is going to be up in 21 seconds. They could, they should, and they must contest this.
But RRQ though has the 6-7k gold lead currently standing in the 8 minutes of the game. So I think they need to contest this. As you stated, I do agree with that statement, but it's gonna be hard. But now it's gonna be Chaz coming in.
That's just them casually walking in front of their opponents at this point. The flag and is gonna connect, but you have Marky popping in with a killer instinct, was able to secure that kill, and Snowball gold EXP a lot going over to the pockets of RRQ. Yabuski, the front line. Ultimate is available. He did target in that Marky, but Marky is still able to get out of the alive. Let's be the heroes energy being used, and Marky does fall down, but here comes the engage coming in from RRQ. Let's see a lot of damage being taken by Hex, but the shield was not even enough to preserve his own life. Here comes the other path, the other part of the cleanup. We have Esila jumping in, was able to get a double kill. I thought he was gonna commit with a third kill, but looks like they're pretty much happy with taking out another outer mid lane turret.
I thought Rift Herald is gonna connect onto the inhibitor turret. That was just
Right?
gonna be so big if it does, but you know what? Diana was there to defend. It did not connect onto the inhibitor turret, but RRQ got 2 turrets out of the Rift Herald. That was pretty much worth it already. Or maybe one, but that was a tier 2. So map control is looking in big favors for RRQ at the moment. Already at the 9k gold lead. The Mountain Dragon is still gonna be up for RRQ to take in, and Tyrant Gaming needs to contest it. Morello already secured by Estela, considering that Fiora is his matchup in a 4-1 setup if Yoshi goes for the split push potential. The Morello is the only magic damage item that can have grievous wounds against the enemy team. And I think Akali wants to go for the burst damage potential, and even in the same way, punish Fiora if she goes for the split push. So I think that was just a clever itemization here from RRQ, which now led them into Mountain Dragon that they have secured. That's now 2 out of 4 for the side of RRQ.
They have the itemization lead and they have the objective lead as well. The moment I think that was Helios, was able to get or steal the buff from Tyrant Gaming. They're also able to get the Dragon as a jump in coming from Sila, and the damage from Akali is just too much for Fiora to bear. Perfect execution at the perfect time. Yes, the Grand Chat has been popped, but it's okay because I am still alive. Chaz popping in at flag and drag towards his teammate, and that is going to be another skill down from the side of Haze. What could they do? Galio did get knocked up airborne, flag and drag connecting. He did get exhausted as he gets something coming in from Ibuchi. I do not think you should jump in right now, but I guess that's okay. GA is available for Chad, but he's forced to go back, as well as Tyrant Gaming. They are forced to go with the recalls, with Esila being able to take another turret, maybe. But Diana and Kiara is making their way downtown to where Esila is. But at Brown Lane, they were able to get turret. Very good diversion and very good priority and very good objective takes from our Kiras Benjamin coming from Ibuti. Oh no, where is the follow-up though? That's gonna be the hero's entrance connecting as well. That's gonna be the Mega Inferno Bomb, and it really hurts a lot. No casualties for the two teams though, but RRQ, safe to say that they are in the better position.
And Ursula, it's just a matter of bait here from RRQ. 4-1 setup, Estella goes for the split push, while the 4 goes in and confuses the enemy team to bring in half the manpower at that. I think RRQ has been known to do this. This is synonymous to their team. They are Mega Minds and they are baiting the enemy team in terms of objectives. And I think at this 10 minutes, they were baiting out turrets to match it up against Tyrant.
Ooh, Grand Challenge being popped, but you know what's happening? Esila, basically that's happening. And is he gonna die? It looks like the answer is gonna be no, but still going at it against Yabuski. Dude, what is this? Yabuski coming in with a jump in, but at least 5 points like was not enough to actually burst him down. A shutdown on Akali. More gold for Yabuski. Yes, that did rhyme, but you know what's gonna happen next? Looks like that's gonna be the Void Seeker not connecting. Yabuski thought he can just go with a suicide mission, but no. Ikeathan Rain apparently already hurts a lot, and that is gonna be the kill going over to Marky.
What a massive play from Esela, actually getting the kill onto Yoshi while being targeted by the Soden battery of Vi. And Vi came down into, like, what? 1/8 of an HP left because of how Esela played it mechanically and micro played Yabutsky in that bottom lane engagement for RRQ to then sweep up. They have finished down the jungle of Tyrant Gaming. Now the Baron Dash is still gonna be alive for them to take in.
10k gold, 11k gold lead actually in favor of RRQ. 10 they have the 10 kills rather than the Codex being pop right there, and you have the Mega Inferno Bomb at the side, and you have the taunt connecting, but they don't care. RRQ is very much happy to be able to go near Tyrant Gaming. They can jump in, knock up after knock up, but look at the damage dealers. They are just in the back lines. Diana able to commit onto Diana. That was a wrong decision for me because you're not in the middle of everything. Your team needs you. You have to burst down members for RQ. Killing spree coming over for Marky. You have Chaz, and you have this J4 as well. You have J4 as well, J being popped, but I guess Chaz still has number 2 or another life to spare. Marky Marquee alone. Looks like that's gonna be a lot of damage being taken by this ADC. Void Seeker is gonna connect. I do not think he has Killer Instinct. He do not, and most likely he will not jump in even if he has, because that's very, very risky. And now RQ being able to put another hole into the base of a Tyrant Gaming. No more turrets for the Baron and the mid lane.
It's not just one inhibitor turret this time. RRQ is gonna take two against Tyrant Gaming, putting a hole into the mid lane and also the barrel lane, as you've stated, and now the natural lane pressure is going to be an advantage for RRQ this time around. They can go for the 4-1 setup, go for the Baron Dasher, while Esla goes in for the bottom lane. We've seen them do it in the past, go for the backdoor potential, and if Esla dies, there is still going to be the Baron Dasher that can finish the game off. RRQ has a lot of control in the current standing in game. It's a matter of utilization at this point in time. They have to choose their poison. Now it's going to be a fight.
Estela, what was that? Perfect execution. No, not perfect execution. She does become golden. And she was able to take down Hayes. And he is still alive. Alley-up coming over to Marky. That is going to be the exhaust being used as well. You don't even know everything. She does become golden. But now Tyrant Gaming. And you have the moves being used by Hex, just to go with the heals, just to go with the sustain. That is going to be the Void Seeker. You can jump in, and Marky does jump in, but the IK turn is not going to be enough. Here comes the Galio. Taunt not connecting, but RQ still holding their ground in the base of Tyrant Gaming. They have the waves pushing in into different areas of Tyrant Gaming's base. They can commit, they can still stay, but looks like, you know what, let's just try to get this one last turret before we jump in. And you have Yabutsky the front line, you have Galio there as well. Heroes Engine is available. That's gonna be a duel coming in from both Fiora and Akali. 5 points is to connect, but you have the outplays, you have the lead coming in from RQ, but Akali does get taken down, and here comes shutdown coming in from Fiora. But you know what's gonna happen then, already popping that moonfall. RQ, they're one by one, they're actually falling and kneeling in front of Tyrant Gaming, but the damage still coming out from Helios is too much. That's gonna be a micro coming in. That's gonna be satchel charge being popped by Helios. You have the Gatling gun, they're kissing it down. Hex is not in any position to actually win this fight. Helios will most likely go down as well. Kingspeed coming over for this Fiora. That's gonna be an ace coming in from Tyrant Gaming. RQ, I guess that was an overstay on their side.
They were overextending. They were overconfident of their advantage, having the 15k gold lead. But they were fighting under the Nexus. The Nexus has a better attack speed when it comes to the damage up against the enemy team, and they have been melted down by the Nexus. And now, with the Baron Nashor secured by Tyrant Gaming, it is not looking that good for RRQ. A bigger potential to make it back into the matchup, and you just have seen the Oppo Reno 5 teammates coming in from Tyrant Gaming. But regardless, they still have the opportunity to go for the Ocean Elder Dragon, or even go for the backdoor at this point in time and finish down Tyrant Gaming. Finish what they have started in this game. The Elder Dragon, I think, is going to be much more important and much more valuable. It gives you the true damage potential that burns down the enemy team in terms of those fights. And with how RQ has built their items up, has built their advantage up, the damage is going to be exponential.
They are mad moonfall connecting, but it is not going to be enough because the damage being dished out by RQ is just too much. To be fair though, the damage coming out from Gorky hurts a lot as well. Yabutsky, no, do not. That is a bait. Do not jump in because you're gonna get boxed in. So Tyrant Gaming, they're off to rotate over to the mid lane, clear the wave. They should focus on clearing out the waves first. And yeah, you now have Chaz, the front line. You have not actual taunt, but you have Fiora dashing in and out, and RQ, they could clear out the wave coming in from the Baron lane. Just make sure that the Mean Equilibrium is into their side, still standing at a 11k gold lead roughly, and still has that 11 kills ahead compared to Tyrant Gaming. Tyrant Gaming still waiting for that opening. They can actually storm mid lane considering the death timers RQ will have if they win the next two clashes.
Yeah, I was thinking that RRQ has a bigger potential. When Yuno was dead, they were fighting a 5v4 against Tyrant Gaming. They had the ultimates up for every single champion of their team. So I think they could match it up against Tyrant Gaming a while ago. But with now Yuno now alive, I think RRQ is literally playing it safe. They have learned from their mistake, diving under the Nexus, and now they're just waiting for the Ocean Elder Dragon to come up, have their dragons be buffed up, have the true damage in their favor as a permanent buff in their team, and the damage output is something that they will play alongside against Tyrant Gaming. But now it is alive, and now they're fighting against Tyrant Gaming. They're looking for the kill.
Okay, they were a tad bit excited there, but that's gonna be Jabunski. Oh no! He's being chased. That's gonna be the jump coming in from RQ. Flash already being used by gets disseminated in front of them. It's already becoming golden. Was able to save her life from that. That was a bit of a deep dive, but it's okay because no one still died in the no one still died for the side of RRQ. Jungler is down. 38 seconds. They are pretty much free to take this Elder Dragon.
Dragon, RRQ gains 4 dragons in the game. Every single one checks out. Tyrant Gaming hoping for a contest. Howling Gate Killer Instinct.
Yo, Marky jumping in all alone and was able to take out Corky when he popping in that zone. So he's gonna be able to get that second kill. That's gonna be the jump in coming in from that Galio. But you know what? The bombs coming in from Ziggs hurts a lot. That's gonna be a double going over for this Helios. And last target. And looks like RQ, they were able to take that Nexus very, very quickly. And the King of Kings is still reigning, still at the top, being able to close that series with a 2-0.
RRQ remains undefeated. And I think the reason why Marky jumped into the back lines was because of the extra sustainability that the Ocean Drake provided. And of course, the true damage as well. With the sustainability, have you seen the HP that he was restoring every single attack that he does, including the BRK that exponentially increases the amount of Omnivamp that a Kaisa would be getting. He was gaining 150 HP in every single attack, and that was only a single attack. Imagine that attack speed that a Kaisa already has as well. That was a great fight that we've seen, you. I want more of this game. It was so amazing.
So good. And yeah, to be fair, Tyrant Gaming in the first few parts of the game, they have small mistakes here and there, but they were able to prolong the match long enough for Yuno and Yosh as well as Hayes to have the damage in. But the problem here is, yes, you're able to prolong or you were able to reach the late game. You have to remember that the lineup for RQ is all about that scale. Esila, Helios, and Marquis scaled the living hell out of that game. And you know what? If this is one of my mottos whenever I'm playing Wild Rift, if a Kaisa killer instincts her way in to 2 or 3 people and the support is nowhere to be found, you should be worried because that's how confident that Kaisa is, and that's how much items she has and gold she has in her pockets. But yeah, what a way to end series number 2. RQ, they're mad and they really want to get those Globe Cup points and get those wins in.
RQ has won another 75,000 Globe Cup points in their pockets coming into the Mindanao group stages, and I think they're not gonna stop. There is a lot more games to be played out in day number 3 tomorrow when RRQ will now come in. It is the determining factor. Are they gonna remain the undefeated team in the Mindanao region? Or is there a team that can bring them down and make an upset for Mindanao group stages? And I'm excited, Yuko. What are gonna be the champions that can come up? Are there gonna be some mistakes that RRQ has did this game number 2, wherein they were overconfident, overextended? Are there gonna be the dominance when it comes to the game as well? Are they going to sweep down the enemy teams? And those are some of the questions that I have in mind. And even then, we still have another series later on that I'm excited for.
Yep, and to be fair, RQ is not as undefeated as they are. UCE was able to
Mm-hmm.
take one game from them, but if we're gonna talk about series RQ, definitely the team up there. And one of the things that, well, I'd like to answer one of your questions. The words, Yuko, words. Yeah,
Words,
RQ,
yeah.
they're only human. So yes,
Uh-huh.
they were
Yeah.
bound to make mistakes, but in the pro scene, any pro scene, honestly, in any game, when you commit mistakes, it's all about how will you be able to recuperate and how will you be able to just cover that mistake. And RQ, they're very good at that. Yes, the overstay was a bit of a question mark, but they had the luxury to give what I'm this is not gonna sound good, but they have the luxury to give one ace to Tyrant
Yeah.
Gaming solely because the turrets are still up. Imagine though, if Tyrant Gaming was able to get at least two turrets out from RRQ's mid lane side, they could have at least put a hole onto the base of RQ and things could have been different. But again, RQ being very powerful in the early game, focusing on turrets, focusing on objective, all those wins, all those win conditions being checked, and just them being
Mhm.
very, very dominating, and it shows. I mean,
Yeah.
0-0, man.
Yeah, I like your statement regarding when you have a mistake, you can pick it back and make it back with a big dominant fight against the enemy team. And that is what RRQ has done.
That is gonna be the Ocarina 5 plays of the game. Most highlights probably going over to RQ, but I I kind of like the presence that Kibutsuki has now from jungler, but it's still not enough. And there were times when jumps in, but there was no follow up. So, you can see Tyrant Gaming, they learn in every game that they play. But there are still times wherein they don't really know who to target first. I personally, if I were in their shoes, I would try to catch maybe Esila or maybe even Helios because Hex alongside Marky is at the far part of the pack. They are behind, and Chaz, I don't think so. He has
Yeah.
GA. So by the time he reaches or he just comes back from the dead, comes back from 6 feet below the ground or meeting a creator, he can just go there, engage, and the cooldowns on your skills will already be available.
Yeah, and Jumps is a known counter onto the champion of Vesela. Right? Agalio can taunt into the Twilight Shroud, get the information where Akali might be, and even then go for the AoE damage against Akali and peel them down.
Oh, master of the match, of course. Player stats. I'm gonna do that intro first. KDA of 10.00. Damage per minute of 1,567. Kill participation of 8%. And the gold per minute of 896, almost 900 per minute. We have Marky on this Kaisa. You mentioned this, you highlighted this. Barrier who? Heal is the real deal.
Yeah, it's a new meta that RRQ is building. You know what? Let's play a bit more sacrificial. Let's not be more selfish. Especially, I do think this is synonymous and synergetic with their team composition because they're playing more on the poking side of their draft. Right? Having the poking side means that Kaisa and Ziggs will be remaining into the back line. And the barrier would not really be one of the key thing if you're going in for the poking compositions, right? Because Kaisa will remain safe on how dominant aggressive tanks were coming in and getting all the aggros rather for RRQ. Jarvan 4, first 3 minutes of the matchup, Cataclysm in, got the first blood. Without that heal, they could have gotten the trade for the side of Tyrant Gaming. So I do believe this is where RRQ is play alongside. They're changing their spells, they're changing their runes, they're changing everything based on what composition they have and what Tyrant Gaming is building up against on their team.
And they, of course, will try to see what fits in every series that they are gonna be up against. But man, we said this earlier, but what a series! Such
Yeah.
crazy series. I'm sure the viewers love that as well. To the analysts and other casters out there watching, I'm sure you guys had a treat And yeah, RQ still being able to assert dominance, and I actually like the fact that they tend to play with fire, not literally, please don't do that, but they tend to play with fire in Wild Drift. You said this earlier, that Cataclysm, that turret dive from the early during the early game by Chaz, had Marky not popped his heal, things could have been different. Marky could have been taken down. Chaz could have been taken down. Any of those two targets has an X mark on their heads, because if you're not able to snowball in the early game, whether you are the ADC or the jungler, that will not spell good for you. But yeah, Tyrant Gaming, do not fret. I'm sure you will get your footing. Just take baby steps. Just how much of a baby face Infinity has here.
Yeah, I'm so excited. I'm so excited, Hugo.
All right, we are all very much excited. But you know what? I know you guys are excited for series number 4 too, the last series of the day. But we're gonna jump into a very, very short break. We have been your casters. I'm Yuko alongside Miss Infinity. So sit back, relax, and wait for the panelists to come back.
Welcome to Wild Rift.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat.
RRQ with another win to the Kaigo belt. They take the series 2-0 against Tyrant Gaming and they add another 75,000 Globe Cup points to their winnings. You know, they really are emerging as the Titan, the big boss of Mindanao. And Tyrant Gaming, you know, they showed signs of life because they got that team ace at the end. And, you know, that was really their window. But RRQ at that point, they were just so painful. I mean, Helios on the Zigs and Marky on the Kaisa, there was just little else that they could do, even though they did get that ace and they did get the Baron that time. But going back to game number one, as we check out the series highlights for this one, Otilus, let me know your thoughts on this series.
Marky Mania! That's it, right? Marky is just so good. Give him an inch and he will take a mile. There was a point in where a clash happened, and I think one Ikeithian Rain just evaporated 1/4, or at least 1/3 of the HP of the Porky on the other end. And that I think is the reason why Marky is a better fit right now with RRQ. RRQ is just able to dish out the aggressive plays, but even though that they are doing some aggressive plays, you can still see the discipline, and you can still see that we are not going to go further than what we know we can do, right? Chaz here in the jungle is just so versatile. You can play the tank initiators, you can also play the Lee Sin, the duelist, and there you go, Marky, right on cue, quadra kill, almost a pentakill. And yeah, this is actually a pain to watch because normally in LoL PC, the seconds interval from a quadruple to a pentakill is quite longer than what we have here in Wild Rift. If it was in LoL PC, 100% sure it was an official pentakill. But still, in our eyes, that's an unofficial pentakill for Marky. Marky Mania, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, Tyrant Gaming, you'd see them initiate, but as they did so, you'd also see them kind of second guess themselves, and the initiate kind of becomes a little half-hearted, and the timing suddenly all off. And again, RRQ, they can smell fear. They can smell fear, and they're going to exploit that, and that is exactly what they did. So this just went all in favor of RRQ every single second along the way. Even the team ace, it's like, okay, they got the team ace, but did they really win? Did they? At that point, it was a little too late. Osiris, what about you? What do you think?
So it's a pain to watch. So does it mean, is it pain to kill? An official pain to kill?
Oh my gosh!
I'm gonna go take that as a yes from you guys. So yeah. Going back, game 2, if you're gonna check the first 5 minutes, that's where the most juiciest part. You can see the first quadrant of the upper left of the map with few wards. It was the Vi who's sticking on the red buff quadrant mostly, while J4 already started on his red, finishes up the blue, tried to contest on the scuttler but failed to do so, switches back onto the other side, and when he got the Gromp, that's where he got the Cataclysm. And when they wanted to contest the blue buff, level 5 J4 versus a level 4 Vi. So they already got the advantage, you already got the experience. What's worse about that, with that kill, it was a quick Guardian Angel. And it was all utilities coming in from this J4. So I really love the showing from RRQ with their calculations, with Marky also getting that Elder, not just the sustain as Infinity told us, that's the AD also making Marky more confident with and trust with his own team.
And look at that, 300,000 Globe
sweet.
Cup points.
Wow.
Just like that, with 4 straight wins so far here at the Mindanao group stages. VVV with 150,000 Globe Cup points, UCE with 75,000 Globe Cup points. And Tyrant Gaming, well, we'll see if they can get on the board tomorrow, but right now we're going to turn our attention over to VVV and UCE. As you can see, there is only a 1 series difference between these two teams. And guess what? That series is coming right up over here. VVV right now, they do have that lead. But if UCE wins this, then we have a match over here. We have a battle for that second place, that second spot. And again, we're only taking the top two over to the playoffs. So you can just imagine how intense this fight is going to be. And their series tomorrow as well for day 3. They're really gunning for that second place. And again, this is the series that, is supposed to be the status quo. This is that battle for that second spot. And currently, VVV, thanks to their series win earlier, they do have that leg up. And this is UCE's chance to pull that back. Checking out the team lineup so far for VVV, just reminding ourselves of this amazing team so far that has really impressed everybody here at the Mindanao group stages. Onlus, what do you think? UCE is also improving really, really greatly over here, but we have VVV over here that looks like it's slightly more polished.
Right. So VVV Esports has a very, has a team that has been tested through time, right? So no roster changes in the past couple of months, and you have Hero here subbing in, and that's the captain, right? That's the brains of this lineup. And when we're talking about VVV Esports, again, we all know about the Rengar pick, right? But I also would like to highlight Dragon's ability to just impact the game, right? On game number 1, earlier on that Diana, she suffered a lane kill, or she suffered a lane death, right? A solo kill at the hands of the Ziggs. But he turned it around, and that's when you know that a player is very impactful if he can, turn things around and still has that mental fortitude. So this is going to be a very exciting team to watch, especially heading into this matchup, because I still believe that they have that mental edge over their opponent. Because if we remember, yesterday they already have a 2-0 win against UCE, and so they have the confidence, I think. So VVV Esports, I think they have what it takes.
Yeah, I agree with that. They do have that sort of, like, they won the mental battle against UCE that time. So they still have that victory over UCE sort of looming over them, saying that, okay, we beat you once, we can beat you again. But again, UCE, on the other hand, is slowly improving. And as we check out our solo player highlight over here, Adelus, you were talking a lot about Dragon over here on the mid, and I'm seeing the that they really are twins, Dragon and Demon Knight over here. Like it was like the first time I really got a good look at them. Like, yeah, they are twins. But yes, focusing on a Dragon this time over here on the mid. Osiris, I want to get your thoughts on this player.
Yeah, and you can see that 8.50, the KDA looking really good right there, as he is completely delivering, as what Autolus told us, that this guy can bounce back the same as Nasjo. And I think that's one thing that's the advantage of VVG in terms of their playing behind. They know how to pull themselves back. They got this kind of confidence that whenever there's a team fight, they can shrug off any of those previous failures, and they can just bounce back. So Dragon right now, as one of the mid laners here in the Mindanao, one also players to watch out.
Yeah, definitely. I agree. And you know what? On the other side, we have UCE. And as we mentioned earlier, they did suffer this loss from VVV Esports yesterday. So it is a battle of that, because I can imagine that VVV Esports, they still have that momentum. They still have that confidence that they are going to have history repeat itself, and they are going to beat UCE once again. But again, UCE has been slowly getting the ball rolling over here. And it's a matter of whether they can ride that to eventually come on top of VVV Esports. This is going to be a really close series, I think, especially since that second spot is on the line here for both of these teams. And taking a closer look at the lineup of UCE over here, Adelus, I want to get your thoughts on that, on how these guys can come out on top of VVV, because I think that there is a chance they can actually do it.
Yeah, I believe so too, right? So the last 2 series that UCE did play, we tried to, shrug them off, and we predicted their opponents to win. And that happened earlier, right? But if we remember, game number 1 of series number 1, UCE went on top against RRQ. So the only loss of the King of the Kings or King of Kings right now is at the hands of QCE. So you can really see the promise there. And if we look back as to what happened during their first series, that was the Rengar show, right? So if there is going to be a ban on the Rengar of Renzi, maybe we will see a different Wild Rift there.
Oh yeah, I really think they gotta take that away from him. If they were watching, I hope they were watching. I hope they ban that out as soon as they can. We will get back to Renzi and Renji actually a little bit later, but first off, we have our solo player highlight for UCE over here, and it is going to be Xpayang over there in the mid lane. Osiris, let me know your thoughts over here on this player.
Xpayang, there's still a hurdle to take on if they wanted to snag this second spot. He needs to surpass the power of the dragon, and if he wanted really to step it up against Rex Regum Con, this is the first task to do it. And with that, KDA, not a bit of a fancy play right here, but if you are playing for the team, this is the type of a player that you wanted to play into. You don't want that kind of flashy plays, not the solo killer, but going to deliver in terms of team fighting. That's where Xpayang can shine. But so far, there's still a lot to improve and lots to show before he proceeds to playoffs.
Yeah, we'll see how UCE seems to have shifted and changed and evolved over the course of just a few hours, over the course of just a few days, because they have been slowly improving. And again, as Otlus mentioned, that one loss that RRQ suffered was at the hands of UCE. That's got to count for something, definitely. And checking out our Globe key player clash right now, this is a bit of a tongue twister over here. We have Renji versus Renzi here, and I want to get your thoughts on these two gentlemen and just how different they are or how similar they might be. Otlus, we'll start with you.
Renji Abaray is the smite god of Mindanao, right? Multiple steals from this guy. So this is the numbers right now. If it just shows the amount of objectives that has been secured by Renji Smite, then I would favor Renji in the jungle. And Renzi, if he gets his hands on Rengar, which I doubt it, right? Then I will have to favor Renzi. So this is going to be a very exciting matchup in the jungle. Really excited to see as to what picks will come out from this both gentlemen.
Yeah, really excited to see the draft phase for this as well. What about you, Osiris?
Wanted to put in here that, of course, the Rengar of Renzi, he showed that he needs to be respected as the battle with Tyrant Gaming. He completely delivered, and that's the disparity with the KDA, because Renji Abaray is some player that mostly play on a utility side, which is a Camille. And if they really wanted to win this, Renji Abaray should be painful, as in Renji Abaray.
Stop, Cyrus. Stop it now. we're gonna stop this right now. We're gonna have your predictions, and then we're gonna get into the riff. I can't. Getting late. Gentlemen, Otlus, will start with you.
Time out. Let's go. All right. Anyway, guys, for my predictions, I have predicted twice against UCE, and I have learned my lesson. I believe that UCE has the mechanics and has grown over time with the shot calls over the course of this tournament. So I'm going to favor UCE this time around. This is going to be a 2-0 against VVV.
Wow. Okay. Osiris, what about you?
Well, I believe UCE took a game against RRQ, but it's VVV right now who knows how to play behind and take advantage of what they have. So I want to go with 2-0 in favor of VVV.
I will echo Osiris actually and say that this is a 2-0 in favor of VVV as well. But we'll see. I am going to cut this short now before Osiris can get anything else in. Casters, take us into the riff for this last series of the day.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, panelists, Des, for that wonderful intro and analysis for series number 3. And they have talked about VVV and UCE. For this series specifically, how UCE has beaten the undefeated team in one game, and how VVV has become very dominant right now in the Mindanao region. And I think this is a very close series. My name is Infinity, and together with me is going to be Riku, joined for the cast for today. And now we're going straight into predictions, Riku. What are your predictions coming to the series number 4?
You know what? It's a UCE game, so I think it's impossible for it to end in a 0-2 or a 2-0. So I think I will still give it to VVV, but a 2-1 victory.
I have the same thought. I think VVV being very dominant, they have played against UCE in day number 1 and defeated them in a very dominant fashion. And I do believe UCE has beaten RRQ, yes, but VVV still has the knowledge on how to play against UCE. So it's going straight to 3 games, but still going to be a 2-1. So it's a magnificent series to be. It's a magnificent time to be a Wild Rift fan right now for the Philippines. And we're looking at the players right now for both VVV Esports and UCE. And I want to hear your thoughts, Rico. I think you were one of the casters that have casted UCE's game against RRQ. What are your thoughts on the winning game of UCE?
Yeah, you know, for UCE, they've beaten VVV on defeating RRQ 1. So excited as we head on over to the draft right away.
Yeah, we're in to the draft wherein everything will be molded into the matchup wherein VVV is banding away Olaf immediately with Rengar to follow through. I think these two teams are falling down into the brand lane, to be more specific onto VVV Esports, having the respect onto Majo. But Greg is being banned away by UCE. It's a clever move, banning away those flexible champions that VVV Esports can pick up.
That means, you know, Lee Sin is open. Usually we see the Lee Sin ban when people are up against RRQ, a direct ban towards Chaz. But this time around, this is Renzi playing the Lee Sin this time around. It's just a fast decision coming from UCE there. Getting the Fiora for themselves and and Bo on this Janna. I mean, VVV can opt to still get the Garen to get a better sort of soft counter, the neutralizer, the combo canceller up against Majo on this Fiora.
And this is what you were talking about a while ago in a different series and a different teams. Fiora, Janna priority onto the red side selection, having a good disengage and having a good 4-1 setup. But Corki and Vi now being followed through, Vi being a counter onto Kaisa, a secured lockdown onto the ADC of VVV is going to be very important, but VVV is going in for untraditional picks.
Yeah, I mean, that's the first Malphite we're seeing in the Mindanao group stages. I like what I'm seeing here, mainly because there's a lot of AoE magic damage, a lot of burst, if you will, and I can sense it, that it can be a little bit difficult for the side of UCE, especially they're the type that like to congregate near dragon fights, near Rift Herald fights. So this is perfect. This is VVV bringing in the perfect ammunition for these situations.
Yeah, and we're speed running the draft. It was like how many minutes? Only like 2 minutes to go in. But now into the mid lane, forcing out the flash immediately for the support of UCE down to the greatest spell advantage, going to the side of VVV.
Yes, spell advantage, just as you mentioned, as actually, yeah, flash being burned from Bo. So Bo has to be a little bit careful when he does the roams, as you have to face hero on this Galio Taunt. Renzi on this Lee Sin, incredibly strong early game.
Hero Taunt connects onto the Corki, tactical needs to fall back away, force out Ibari once again, forcing out another spell from UCE.
The thing about Kaisa pick is that how it can be still very flexible, still very painful as well. Especially if, for example, if you pair a Kaisa with a Janna, okay, nothing will happen there. But if you pair it with an aggressive support like Galio, and things can magically happen there, and add a little bit more on the aggression part.
Especially as a support, it's a level 2 power spike for Agayo. He can jump in, go for the knock up, immediately followed up by the taunt. And I do believe that is what's going on here. You talked about aggressive support that is good with a Kaisa, especially with how Kaisa's power spike would work. He needs to farm up very quickly and very safely so that he can build up the BF sword, the Executioner's Calling, and the long sword in the first 3 minutes of the matchup, and then go for some ganks that can lead their team into victory. But now it's going to be the flash, taunt onto the Janna. Now it's the jungle of VVV jumping in. I was speechless, and that will be the first blood from VVV Esports, gaining them the 900 gold lead.
And the thing is, they had complete information where Renji was. The blue side jungle, never mind a potential dive.
Is Nasjo gonna be 3-man dived against the top lane? And Nasjo will be traded in by UCE. Although there was a flash being burned by UCE there, but that will still gonna be enough for UCE to take it back into the game, not really giving a landslide for VVV.
Yeah, I think that's still a VVV win, I suppose, considering that your target was tactical and AD carry, stalling his growth a little bit. I mean, we're still waiting for tactical, of course, to get his Triforce, and that's where he can get a little bit more comfy in these fights, in these pokes, and of course with the IE as well, to get a little bit more oomph in the fights later on. But for now, Nasjo is fine. A Malphite dying is okay, especially again, he's there not for the lane, but there for the squad. I mean, a Fiora Malphite is kinda air quote a loss to begin with, especially if Majo just times the riposte with the unstoppable force, and after all that, it will look a little bit dire for Nasjo.
Especially with the power spike, I think you talked about it slightly onto the tactical, right? Trinity Force is one of the core item power spike of a Corki, and that Trinity Force cost is 3,533 gold. Punishing him once, getting that first blood onto the dragon lane, delaying how the wave will work, and losing one wave overall is punishable. But now, speaking of punishable, it's gonna be the top lane. It's Mega Inferno Bomb decimating Vi's HP with Lee Sin to take the finishing kick. And that will be now 2-1 VVV.
Yeah, unfortunate timing too. That is when the dragon spawns. I guess lucky for UCE that VVV caught him off guard at the top portion of the map, and therefore UCE can still sort of vie for that competition for that dragon take, but that's still an additional kill for the side of VVV.
Definitely, but now we're matching it up again. Once again, the taunt is there, the knock-up is there from Hero alone that will be available to them to force them out of the riverside. Now delaying how UCE will gain the information on what's happening already on the Dragon's Pit. It might be too late. The Vault Breaker is there, but it only connects onto one. The Dragon Rage was there to gain the knockback. That would be the Infernal Ray connecting onto VVV. That will be Galio falling down though, but VVV is looking for more. The flash is there, the kill is there as VVV has taken 1 for 1.
And there we go. VVV is going to be satisfied with that, despite losing one member and then getting one down on their end, which is the jungle, which is Renji from UCE. VVV, at the end of the day, still gets that Infernal Drake for themselves. Really would love that extra damage on the board. And for VVV, this is going in their favor so far. You know, hunting down Renji as much as they can as well. Already 2 deaths on his scoreboard. But good news though, Tactica already having his Triforce. So I think for the Rift Herald fight, UCE may be a little bit well equipped. Now, Shockwave from Paeng, definitely looking forward to those plays as well. Especially you have Renji serving as your potential ball delivery system, maybe even Majo if he decides to go in.
Yeah, Paeng just commands his ball to do some stuff and decimate the enemy team in terms of command attack. And Shockwave as well. But into the top lane, Taunts connects onto one. But VVV has another thing in mind. They have their sights onto the tier 1 turret into the top lane. But Zayg's available satchel charge gains the tower first blood. And UCE will continuously lose gold against VVV Esports.
Yeah, that's the difficult part about having the Ziggs in the opposite side of the spectrum. They do not need to get this Rift Herald to be able to take down these turrets fast. The Rift Herald is such a huge bonus and a huge denial in the potential weakness that UCE has when it comes to the sieging. Oh,
Flash was
boy.
actually burned down, and that's gonna be the unstoppable for Force, knocking him down. The Sword and Battery was just there to delay the fight. Howling Gale will connect onto Renzi, but Flash was there as well. Monsoon was phenomenal from the support of UCE. That was the knockoff from VVV Esports, and that will force them back away. That will not give them the kill. The Dragon Rage was forced as well as Hero was being pinned down by UCE. No kills will be done. Ultimates will be casted out.
Yeah, just a summoner spell that Renji will need on this Vi. Because the thing about a Vi is that once you go in, there's really no option to go out. So that flash is absolutely vital when you do get into these engages. And the thing is, VVV is doing such a great job just hunting for Renji because he's basically the only mode of engage for UCE. If he's gone, then UCE has nothing, can't really do much.
Oh, it's gonna be the top lane, Majo, receiving a lot of damage. That will be the Zeds going into the fray, getting the kill. That will be a tier 1 turret into the Baron lane, traded off for a kill onto Fiora in that engagement. And now it's still gonna be the 3k gold lead coming for VVV Esports.
Yeah, an absolute great start. 3k gold lead already for VVV. Now they're slowly whittling away the towers. All first-tier towers gone, actually, except the mid lane. That's the reason why they are unleashing it already in.
Knock-up is gonna be there, but it connected onto Renji. It was not supposed to be that way. But Rift Herald being spawned up into the mid lane, now crashing down into the tier 1 turret. Smacking it down, gets the turret down with a satchel charge as well to get the easy secure. And VVV Esports has gotten all tier 1 and gets the map control.
Yeah, it's so scary when you see a Galio in the opposite side, and as well as a Malphite. You know what their plan is when VVV decides to, siege a tower. You know a dive is coming, and that's the reason why UCE can't really afford being sandwiched into these two towers and try to defend under tower, because they will risk of maybe a death or 2 or 3 because of how much tower dive potential VVV Esports' composition has.
That brush being set up by VVV Esports gets the sweeping ward up so that they have the knowledge on what the ward might be, but UCE doesn't care about it because they're gonna take down the Risk Cutter for their team. But VVV Esports came into a surprise. They're now going in for the Cloud Dragon. Now Vi comes in with a Bullet Breaker, tries to get the steal, but not gonna be enough as Blue Team has secured the Cloud Dragon. VVV, another Dragon into their favor. Pang will go down. It's now gonna be the 5v4 as UCE will be forced to back away. It's a 1-for-1. Renzi tries to come in, tries to get for more. Renji will now be locked in. It goes for the stone, bringing him down to a slow. Hero comes into the fray, goes for the stun. The flash will be forced away.
Oh boy, they're chasing really long at this point, and I guess Majo is able to get a tower down after all that chaos in the dragon. So I feel like that prolonged fight in the chase is pretty worth. UCE didn't get to suffer too much consequences, but they cannot deny the fact that they're lacking dragons on the board. VVV doing a good job with securing these objectives all over. We get to see Dragon almost close to his Rabadons already, so his bombs were already hurting. It's gonna hurt even more soon once he goes back to base.
And that's faster. Clear wave potential as well. Look at the wave control on how Dragon just finishes that wave in couple of seconds. And Fiora matching it up does not have par in terms of the wave clear potential. But VVV Esports, you know what? They don't have any knowledge onto the Baron Nashor, and UCE has all the information that they need to get coming into the Baron split. I think VVV Esports has something else in mind, maybe going in for the tier 2 turret into the mid lane, or maybe into Dragon lane, as Fiora has their sights onto Renzi, trying to get the Grump here. Ward has been placed, set the information onto Renzi, no kill will be done, and that will just be it. It's just an information game for now.
Yeah, they are actually going
Dragon?
towards Dragon here.
It's a 3-man roam, but the Satchel Charge actually connected over the hill. That was amazing coming in from Dragon. And now it's going to be the Mega Inferno Bomb killing off Corky in that one. And Tactical will be stand away once again. It's now the 3-man from UCE forced to back away as VVV Esports is thirsty for kills, is thirsty for blood. But Tactical being forced out the way, no damage will be done by UCE. Nastro fighting a 1v1 against Majo. They rhyme with each other, but they're not rhyming with their damage output as Nastro is slowly peeling down. Fiora in the bottom lane, but here in the top lane, it's gotta be the 2-4-2 heroes entrance come in, zoning out the enemy team. Renji will be falling down once again, and UCE will lose one member.
Oh, unfortunately, yes, the jungler, the most important player at this point of the game in the 11-minute mark when the Baron has already spawned. And unfortunately, this could be a free Baron.
Baron indeed gotta be free for VVV Esports and make it a buy one, take one, as Tactical will be killed down by VVV Esports. And now they gotten the 5-kill lead. They have the Baron buff, they have the Infernal Crowd Dragon, and also getting those all tier 1 turrets against UCE. They can utilize it very well, splits up the manpower of UCE, and bring them down with a blink of an eye.
This is looking like a toughy one.
Grand challenge, a challenge indeed for Renzi, but with a GA there, Renzi just wants to go for the wave clear, and he got it, and Fiora will be forced to back away. He wants to go for a safe play, considering that the Baron buff is available for VVV Esports. 1 kill will be so valuable at this point in time. Demon Kai will now jump in with the Blaster Cone, and now Vi Volt Breaker route under the tier 2 turret as they get the mid lane tier 2. Repose to just delay his life, but Majo will not be given time. Nastro will be split pushing onto the top lane, another tier 2 down. It's 9k gold lead for VVV Esports. Hero goes for the stun against one. Vi is just running down behind. He doesn't want to overextend, but that overextension, VVV Esports now going in for the inhibitor turret into the mid lane. The barrier from Bu will not be enough to defend the inhibitor turret into the mid lane, and that will be another turret down as VVV Esports really is utilizing the Baron buff very well. It looks like it will be a quick game for this game. Number 1, Satchel charge out, that will be another turret. They really want to finish this game very early, 13 minutes into the matchup. Every single objective they're taking.
I know, it's insane. VVV is in such a huge gold lead already. Objective-wise, they also have and will have all the early dragons and will unlock that Elder Drake soon after. For UCE though, it's looking a little bit tough. I mean, they've been trying to slow the game down, even though they have an adequate amount of wave clear in the form of the Corki, in the form of the Orianna. Staying under tower is just so risky in a comp such as VVV with so much dive potential.
Ooh, I love how Renzi did there. He did not go for the smite instead and let Kaisa go for the final hit. That is gonna give him 300 gold for that Kaisa alone, and that just exponentially increases the amount of items that he can build up. And now UCE will be forced to just hide under their turret, hide under their base, especially defend the very last inhibitor turret into the bottom lane that is remaining for them to defend into. The unstoppable force though will connect onto the Vi. That is gonna be everything for VVV. Killer Instinct in, Dragon Rage coming in for the knock up onto 2 as UCE will fall down 1. Renzi will overextend, he will fall down as well. GE is gonna be popped in now. VVV Esports still has a lot to take in. VVV Renzi will be going away with the flash safeguard. He is safeguarding away, removes all the germs available for his team, and he will be going back with another turret in their favor, swipes in all objectives.
Yeah, that is a clean sweep on the inhibitor turrets now on UC's base. So for VVV, they are in the position to get the Baron that is going to be spawning in 11 seconds. And for VVV, all they've targeted all this time in this game is Renji. They keep on isolating Renji, and it's just, at this point of the game, it's a 2 birds in 1 stone kind of thing, where you not only eliminate the sole engager of UCE, you also remove the jungler for you to be more free in getting all these objectives.
Yeah,
and now again.
They're doing it step by step, right? If a Baron or a Rift Herald or even a Dragon is available, they're going to lock into Renji no matter what. And if they get the jungle down for UCE, that is the time that they're gonna go for the objective. Pretty much, the stealing objective of UCE is no longer gonna be there because the jungle is not available. But with the Baron Nashor being baited out a bit by VVV Esports, UCE has the knowledge to try and go for the contest, but that will be the bait here as Majo will be forced to back away. It's going to be Nasjo having their sights onto it. Will just go and throw some stones, and UCE will fall back as they have the knowledge that VVV Esports already has a massive gold, the 9k gold for their team.
Yeah, Unstoppable Force 2 is available. That is the reason why we see Nastro in position here.
Renji, Vault Breaker, but that is going to be the wrong hill to go over. But now it's going to be VVV. It's not going to be a bait now. Baron Nashor will be secured by their team as well. Dragon Spit, Vi comes in at a very light moment. He will get taken down. It's a 1-for-0 trade-up, and Majo will overextend. He will get killed by the Isa, and he will be melted down. And Renzi will just get some time. The safeguard and the micro play from VVV Esports will take it down against UCE. 3-man against 5-man of VVV. He will take the Malphite down, but that will only be the bait here from VVV Esports as Demon Kai. Killer Instinct in. Gets the kill onto the Rihanna, make it a quad unofficial kill from Kaisa alone, and Pew will be the only one remaining. But you know what? We have Hero going for the back door, finishing the base, and that will be game number 1 for VVV Esports.
What a dominating finish from start till the Nexus fell. VVV just had complete control over the map, over objectives, and over UCE. And now they have shown how strong and confident they can get in entering these finishes. Demon Kai, look at that. 0 deaths for sure as well, despite the very aggressive killer instincts on the board. And for UCE, Renji has been the target all this time. From the beginning, they kept sending Renji back home so early to the point that he never had Guardian Angel in the first Dragon. So Renzi had that upper hand in that second life. And therefore, since Renji was their main engager, it was so difficult without that, GA head start.
And this is typically what happens. As a jungle, you go for the GA to go for more of the aggressive setup. And considering that VVV Esports has locked into the Lee Sin, getting the GE onto second core item was amazing. That just enabled Renzi to just go in some fights, not having to consider his depth. Because if the GA is going to be popped, there is a champion that will respond more or less in that team fight. And I love how VVV Esports were going in for the team coordination and going in for those quick responses that was leaving UCE not getting any trades from those kills.
Exactly. It seemed like, UCE had a lot on the board too to offer. I mean, there's a lot of siege for VVV because of this Ziggs pick. But then, UCE had a lot of wave clear, Corki, and then Oriana. But the threat of the tower dive was imminent. That is the reason why they weren't able to utilize the wave clear at all, because they're afraid to stay under tower and just basically get sandwiched by the Malphite, get sandwiched by Nasjo, get sandwiched by Hero, basically. So I understand why they weren't able to be a little bit more forward. And for VVV, again, it's just complete control. I think the point where it all fell apart is when they hunted for Renji time and time again and killed him twice in the first few minutes of the game.
Yeah, the early game was the name of the game for VVV Esports, and UCE was thinking to go for more of the mid game, late game, especially having a Corki which has a late game power spike. So I think that is what they were going for, but the aggression of VVV Esports was just over the roof. That just disabled how UCE will be playing it out, especially how we talked about briefly a while ago, where in VVV Esports got the first blood, they were pressuring into the Dragon lane, they got onto Janna, and even next got onto the Corki as well. And having that kill delays how it will come through for the power spike for tactical. But speaking of which, we're now looking at the game 1 highlights presented to you by Oppo Reno 5 play of the game.
Yeah, this is the first this is the first dragon fight that we saw, and it looked a little bit hopeful for UCE, considering that both the carries of VVV were a little bit low, but at the end of the day, dragons were slowly building in the side of VVV's favor, and again, having to hunt Renji every single time, sending him early back to base, therefore not able to basically itemize well, because you had to leave the base with with what you can, with the gold that you had in your hand. So at that point, VVV just basically targeted Renji all this game. It makes me wonder if that's going to be the same strategy for our next game after this.
Definitely, jungle, jungle, jungle. Let's dominate the jungle. After we dominate the jungle, he cannot steal no longer in terms of those objectives. And even then, looking at the 16-minute mark of the game, 3 Dragon buffs for the side of VVV Esports, they've gotten the Baron Nashor in their favor as well. And that is just how dominant they were onto the jungle of UCE. They keep on killing it through. And that Baron Nashor just enabled them to now go for the Nexus base. And even though Janna is alive, he has no damage, he has no more CC. The base was open, all inhibitor turrets was down. The master of the match from game number 1 of series number 4 to today is Demon Kite from VVV Esports using the Kaisa.
Demon Kite, very aggressive with his killer instincts for sure, and a lot of trust with the whole squad as well. Just following up with so much aggression. Again, their team comp just fits Demon Kite's playstyle so well, with also the Kaisa pick and just being super aggressive and just catching UCE off guard in their own jungle. And of course, I'm excited to see more Kaisa picks from Demon Kite, especially it just meshes with VVV's playstyle so well.
And it matches with a Kaisa as well. Kaisa was just kiting the enemy team. Demon Kite. He was just demon kiting the enemy team at that. And I think just the amount of damage that he provides for the team, the space that he gives, and just the responses that Demon Kite gives, Golden Heart is just a phenomenal player, and he deserves the master of the match for that game number 1. And now Mysteries comes up. How will UCE beat down VVV Esports in this next game? Will they change the draft, or will they change the execution? And Riku, I want to hear your thoughts on this specific question.
I like that how you brought that up, because I think this is totally different from what we usually see. I guess Najjo is the type that plays the tank for the squad of VVV. That's why it works well. And the Malphite is definitely a huge surprise, I suppose, for UCE. Again, we talked about how the composition of VVV not only fits hyper invade, hyper jungle invade, but it also supports how it can do well in 5v5s earlier on, which UCE kinda likes to do, even though their comp isn't 5v5, if you will. A lot of heavy skirmish, as well as, again, waiting for that Corki to get that Triforce in, as well as the Infinity Edge. But it all fell apart. We didn't get to see all those 5 members sort of culminate together, just because Renji was basically stalked inside the jungle, his own jungle, basically. And because of that Galio pick, it just enables Renzi so well in that Lee Sin pick.
Definitely, I think there might be changes in the draft in this next game. And I want to see the same draft that UCE built against RRQ to win the match. It was Camille, Gragas, Janna, Corki, Aurelion Sol, and they made it work against RRQ from the previous series. It was series number 1 that they have dominated that specific game. And if they do get the same draft, I think they could use it up against VVV and try to go into game number 3 and try and win another series for today. So I believe that they have the capabilities on knowing how to use this certain champions. And even Aurelion Sol, I think typically he is not being used that often, but when you make it work for your team in a wombo combo setup, especially with Star Surge and the Celestial Expansion for your skill kit, that is a big radius for the stun to connect against the enemy team, to set up a play for your team, to follow up, give space, and consistent damage as well from that ASOL. So I'm expecting to have sort of a similar draft from what we have seen a while ago.
Yeah, we're talking about UCE. UCE is the type of team that takes it to a game number 3 after, I think, the only game that they've never reached game 3 is when they went up against actually VVV yesterday, actually. So it's gonna be very interesting to see whether or not history repeats itself from last night, or whether or not it changes, because again, RRQ, when they went up against RRQ is the king of kings. They are currently at the top of the standings. So it says a lot. There is something there for sure, especially when we see the draft later.
Yeah, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. And now we're looking at the draft for this game number one. We're in UCE. We're beaten down. And I think Vi was the contest, right, of VVV Esports. Now, I want to ask you, Riku, what can be switched up onto a Vi that still has good capability against a Kaisa or maybe some of the champions that VVV Esports might bring up that can sustain himself when it comes to trying to go for the steal?
I mean, they were going for this heavy mid game fight anyway, so might as well go for the Jarvan, Corki, or Rihanna Jarvan. Also a good delivery system. It also supplements if you trap people in the Cataclysm, and then you can just funnel in all your rockets, all your AoE basically. So I imagine the Jarvan might fit well into this composition that they wanna. It's also a very good 4-man as well. So flag and drag will be a very, very good initiate. But at the same time, I guess there's a lot of mobility on the board as well when it comes to VVV. Just straight up jungle invade, no fear at all.
Yeah, and I think Jarvan 4 will be so good for this current specific draft of UCE because you have the Orianna, right? Orianna can follow through with the Shockwave if Jarvan 4 will go for the Cataclysm and just go all in, especially with the Corki being there. Gatling gun outside the walls of the Cataclysm, receiving a lot of damage against VVV Esports. They can bring down the HP of that and get maybe a secured kill. Then get the number advantage, then dominate the rest of the members that remains for VVV Esports. So I see that Jarvan 4 has a big potential when it comes to this specific draft of UCE. Now it depends on them what they want to pick up next. But with this in mind, we talked about the jungle role of UCE, and now I want to talk about maybe the Dragon Lane. Is Corgi and Janna the best that UCE has gotten in terms of the dual lane, Riku, that you can see so far in the draft?
Yeah, because people, most of the teams rather have been fighting over the Kaisa when you just basically get your prio picks first, and then whatever second rotation you pick up the AD carry right away as well. I mean, Corgi can be pretty strong, especially that they're if the game is a little bit slower than usual, I guess, for you to reach your two items, your Triforce and then your Infinity Edge. The problem is, again, for VVV, they basically did not allow for UCE to have a comfortable laning phase. As we saw, they practically just kept diving the Dragon Lane, basically. Even though they had a really good, solid disengage support with them. They have the Janna. Corki has the Valkyrie for extra safety. It was definitely not enough with so much dive coming from the side of VVV. I think it's still pretty good as well. I think I would love to see the Tristana just to get a little bit more of that sieging power, I suppose, to compensate a little bit. Just because usually when you have a caster AD carry, a little bit difficult when we talk about sieging. That's the reason why we see a lot of poke champions. They go alongside a Ziggs to compensate for that weakness.
Like the backlane axes, or not the backlane axes, but the backline damage the Ziggs that provide, and even the Tristana when it comes to the late game, I think has a big potential, right? Especially how UCE was losing the early game because they were lacking the aspect of that matchup, right? If you're looking at their draft, Fiora is there. Trinity Force is required. 3.5k gold is required for the power spike to come through. Corki, Trinity Force as well. And I think Autoluz has spoken to us about how much gold that you can receive into the lane alone without any other source of gold income. It is only 3.5k gold. And if you lose a kill, or if you lose a death rather, that you get slain by the enemy team and lose a wave that will be decreased exponentially, only providing you around 3k gold instead, that will not be farmed into the Trinity Force coming into the first dragon. And I think that is what happened against UCE. They did not get their favorable and most ideal power spike coming into the Rift and coming into the first team fight. And VVV Esports was just smashing down in the early game. They got 3 kills in the first 5 minutes, in the first 4 minutes. And I think that just exponentially snowballed the arena, especially how Lee Sin would work when it comes to the game. And this is what I keep on talking about when it comes to like the balance of the early game, the mid game, the late game. Lee Sin is an early game champion. Mid game, you have Ziggs, you have Kai'Sa to scale out. Late game, you have Gaio to go for those quick responses. If a Baron Nashor comes up, Lee Sin can come through, Hero's Entrance comes in, Kai'Sa can go for the Killer Instinct, right? So you have a lot of those axes, you have a lot of map control, and even the Ziggs to go for the Mega Inferno Bomb. Another sort of half global that can connect to half of the map and can reach out those edges of those matchup, edges of those objectives that can really just state the game for VVV Esports.
Yeah, and we've seen how a Ziggs pick with the Mega Inferno Bomb sort of denies any sort of siege turret ship damage attempt by clearing the wave from far away and then basically scaring off whoever was trying to push the tower, as you basically it bought you some time. And yeah, VVV did a phenomenal job in basically shutting down UCE before anything could happen. And we talked about how it's a little bit struggling without going back to your base forcefully. We're talking about Renji here, and unfortunately had to just grab whatever he could in the shop, even though he wasn't ready to be back to base just yet. And yeah, usually we see both, especially Vi in as well as Lee Sin, we usually see them sort of race to this Guardian Angel take before the maybe first or second dragon. But that didn't happen. Basically, Renzi did get that upper hand and more survivability, more access to be a little bit more braver in the aggressive plays.
Yeah, definitely. I think the Lee Sin was just a main key of how VVV Esports has played when it comes to the early game. They've gotten the early advantage, and at that point, they were dominating the dragon. And in a certain part that I want to point I want to put a quick note on is the 3 minute and 30 seconds mark, wherein UCE was trying to go for the recall, but there was VVV Esports just diving it, baiting it out, canceling out the recall. 4 minutes in, the first dragon comes up, then they come in for the Dragon's Pit. UCE has no vision onto that pit, no vision onto the riverside. VVV got a free objective, and after that, they got in the tower first. What? They got in every first in that matchup against UCE in game number 1, and that is typically you don't want to give against an enemy team. What happens often is if an enemy team gets a first blood, you want to react into another kill. If the tower gets down, you want to react with an objective. And similar goes way, it's a vice versa type of trade-off wherein everything is important coming into it. So if this doesn't happen, your team is gonna lack off. When it comes to the mid game, you're not gonna have a great time, and you're just gonna get peeled down by the enemy team in terms of the HP. HP advantage will come into the enemy team.
Yeah, it's definitely a huge factor when we look at the dragon fights or objective fights in general. That's the thing though. Makes me wonder what the call could possibly be when, for example, you use the Infernal. Maybe you're not in your power spike just yet. You lose a dragon. You're not ready to fight just yet. Maybe take a breather, maybe reset the lanes and stuff like that. I mean, of course, you see the opportunity. You see low HP bars. Why not get an exchange kills and cash in off from that? But yeah, for UCE, again, their playstyle, where they shine is these dragon takes, these objective takes. I think this is where they primarily shine. So more on that 5v5. I think it's still possible to take this into game number 3, even though VVV really had a dominating game against UCE, even a dominating series last night. So for UCE, I mean, they've already found their strength on these, objective taking strategies. Disengage, disengage, disengage.
Yeah, I think UCE has a big potential to try and win this game number 2, especially that they have now picked the blue side, selected the first pick that has beaten RRQ in series number 1 for day number 2 of this Mindanao group stages. But with now being set and done, we have UCE VVV Esports for the draft for game number 2. Rengar Ziggs being banned away, followed up by Gragas and Olaf by VVV Esports UCE, locking into Camille.
This could be a possible Fiora Janna response on the opposite side of for VVV. Looking at this, Camille, you don't want to see Fiora and Camille in the same rotation. I mean, in the same team for sure. But because of that Camille pick, still don't know if that's going to be a jungle Camille or a Majo Camille. In the meantime, though, Kaisa, we talked about it. A lot of the teams really are sort of wanting to prioritize one and then followed by a Kaisa secure. But looks like they're comfortable letting Fiora go for UCE instead.
Ooh, it's gonna be the Kaisa Janna. It has been a very, very long time that we have last seen a dual lane secured by the red side selection, and that leaves UCE open for the Gaio to now be picked up. Even the Lee Sin as well. Now punishing VVV Esports is main key when it comes to the game. Now UCE has in store a lot in the mid game, in the early game, in the late game, and VVV has answered with the Wukong and Garen to neutralize how UCE are now playing with skill shot and caster champions.
Yeah, they are going to be switching it up a little bit here as actually going back to the usual picks. The only switcheroo that we see so far is the Galio and as well as the Lee Sin that was in the opposite side, that was in VVV, but now they're topping it off with this Nami pick. I mean, Janna is on the opposite side. You already have that cool disengage for VVV. Might as well just get another utility support for yourself as well. And I think the tidal wave will be huge to punish any sort of potential tower dives or maybe even strong engage. Yasuo, hello?
Wukong Yasuo is back?
Yeah.
Whoa! The last
Is this South Luzon?
yeah, the last thing that we have seen this came up was in the South Luzon. And now it's coming right back for VVV Esports. This is so fun. Now UCE also brought up the Nami. I cannot be more hyped up for this game. Because Nami was how UCE has beaten a team yesterday in day number 1 with huge CC potentials. And now VVV is answering with the same thing. They want to go for AoE CCs. Wukong is there. Janna is there to knock up enemy teams and set up a play for the Yasuo. But in the first 15 seconds, we have VVV Esports going for a bit of an aggression there against UCE.
Yeah, 2 knockups we're talking about here. You got the Cyclone, you've got the Howling Gale from Hero on this Janna. So Dragon wouldn't be in trouble when it comes to proccing his ult, at least on this Yasuo pick.
Definitely, and we have to see what will happen. Is this gonna be a 0-6 power spike Yasuo, or is this gonna be a 6-0 power spike Yasuo? Right, because a Yasuo is sort of a late game type of champion wherein he needs like 2 items. Infinity Edge and a Static Shiv might be a different change item here. Bloodthirster from time to time, wherein it was prioritized to just go for more of the safe route. So it depends on what Dragon wants to go for. But I think VVV Esports, when it comes to the first early game, are going to play very passively. Especially up against Renji with a Lee Sin. They cannot afford to go overextension against UCE. And you're looking at it right now. Dragon is not overextending into the mid lane. Because if you go for the hyper aggression, that opens up for Lee Sin to go into the mid lane. Safeguard and Sonic Wave, Galio taunts GG for the first blood. So I think VVV Esports has that in mind coming in.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a little bit risky. I mean, he does have vision over the river, so they're aware that Renji is going to be around the corner. So I guess Renzi and Renji. Renzi was hoping for a counter gank, but looks like Renji did not pull the trigger.
It's I think a clever move, especially having UCE, the knowledge that Lee Sin just aim into the Rift Sculptor onto the top side of the map with no contest from VVV Esports. That states the signal that UCE enemy team jungle is onto the bottom side getting the Rift Sculptor there. So I think Lee Sin was thinking, you know what, let's not just go in because Wukong is probably hovering into the mid lane bush. Because if you look at it, VVV Esports also has the information, as you've noted out a while ago, into the topside river. So just basically even right now for these two teams, not going overextending, not really going in for the early first blood because one kill can state the game, especially with good power spike champions for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, for VVV, they can opt for a snowball route if Dragon and Renzi is able to get early setups and sort of propel this Yasuo, this Dragon, into his growth earlier on than expected. I think it is a very possible route, but at the same time, VVV does have the late game in the bag. We're talking about Demon Kite, we're talking about Dragon here, Yasuo, Kaisa. Gonna be so insane in the later stages of the game.
And Dragon, level 6 already, the last breath is there, and you also have Wukong into a level 5. And I think that's what we're waiting for. Tactical, though, is going in for the missile barrage. Demon Kite heal will save his life from Hero. And UCE will not get the opportunity to get the first blood. 20 seconds, Infernal Drake.
Whew, hero. Being a hero for the AD carry for Demon there with the nice body block with heal as well for an extra measure. But so far, the Renji does have first dibs on towards this Scuttler. So that's an edge here for UCE, at least having that vision and control. Doesn't have to worry too much for VVV to start this early. So far, though, it is a win for UCE, I suppose. They actually did not bait out any summoner spells at all from Demon from that encounter. So it's only the heal, flash, and barrier still available for this dragon fight.
The discipline was there from VVV Esports, and I love how VVV Esports is having the spell being saved up into the first dragon objective, and this is where everything comes down. Who will get the first blood? Who will get the Infernal Rake? Because Tactical is on a Corki. Demon Kite is on a Kaisa. Any one of these teams can utilize Infernal Drake, especially onto Yasuo into the mid lane. VVV Esports has a big potential to do so, and UCE does the same way. VVV hovering onto the Infernal Drake. They want to contest the Infernal, but now it's 2.7k HP remaining. It's now going to be the special delivery, knocking up the enemy team. Monsoon is there, HP there all around, and Renzi is still going to be alive to try and go for the smite onto the Infernal Dragon. That will be VVV taking the objective. The Mission Justice will kill off one. Triple kill from VVV Esports, and UCE will not get anything.
First of all, Demon Kite was sort of separated from the team, from the rest of VVV that were already positioned in the Dragon. And UCE, they were very focused on this Infernal Drake for sure, but I can imagine a different path where what if you isolated Demon Kite first as he was all alone? His support hero was not around.
Definitely, but now to the mid lane, Yasuo tries to go for the last breath, but the Howling Gale saved his life, knocked up Paeng, and Paeng will no longer have the capabilities to go on, and will just go back. Dragon will be safe, go into a recall.
Yeah, the time for the resets now because the Rift Herald has spawned. So this could be part 2 of UCE's attempt. Again, take note, VVV is hoping to get to the later stages of the game to be a little bit more effective with their comp, because we're talking about Yasuo and Demon Kite, and that is going to be their win condition for VVV. So, but
Nice
the
joke.
different priorities.
Yeah, Cream and Rome from UCE. VVV has the knowledge that UCE will no longer be into the Rift Herald, and they just got it for free. And now the Yasuo and the Janna will now come in, patting away into the bottom lane. But UCE, you're overextending. VVV has another thing in mind. They went into the mid lane and into the top lane. You get the tower first blood, but your mid lane, your top lane are now being shredded out by Dragon, by Demon Kite, and the Wukong going in 900 HP remaining. A third plate has been melted down, and Dragon slowly building up into his item kit. 4k gold lead stuff for VVV.
And this is with VVV still keeping the Rift Herald. They can still open up the map a little bit more later on once they get a pick, possibly. Once they get more kills on the board, get a comfortable numbers advantage, and then drop it somewhere, maybe the mid lane, to open up access, especially towards the Dragon part of the map.
Jada Garen just having some fun into the bottom lane, or Camille Garen rather, for UCE and VVV Esports. In mid lane, it's gonna be Janna, Yasuo, trying to pressuring in mid to get the map control in their favor as well. Right now, I think it's just gonna be the objective game, the tower game for these two teams. The Baron Nashor will not be alive anytime soon. The Dragon will be the same thing. And now it's just patience game, tower game, objective game.
That's so interesting how for VVV, you keep mentioning how, they will be, their win condition is just reaching the later stages of the game, the late game, to get Dragon and Demon online. And basically,
Oh, Demon
That's
Kite
so
very
close.
low. Very, very close indeed. Inches of death there. But UCE opting to back away. It's really going to be a very difficult scenario because if they dive in under the turret, extra damage all around. And I think that's something that you need not to belittle, especially how VVV Esports has stated dominance onto the map and has quick responses prior to this matchup. But Majo having the sights onto the jungle of VVV Esports, hovering into the bottom side, back away, 400 HP, one hit delete. Tower will be gone, another turret secured by VVV.
that's the thing. UCE are the ones that are supposed to find these fights. It's already the 9-minute mark. I assume Tactical is already done with his Triforce. You have a Lee Sin. You have a Galio. That means it's go time. That means it's dive time. That means let's go. You have a Nami with the tidal wave. So I imagine with in the duration of these off times where there are no dragons, I feel like they can be comfortable being a little bit more aggressive, but VVV played as well.
Oh, it's now going to be Camille trying to get the kill onto Nastro, but that will be the Cloud Dragon being secured by VVV Esports. Now it's one down for the side of UCE, making it two as Tactical falls down as well. Kaisa is just massacring against the enemy team, VVV Esports, dominating the arena. Renji will be dead for a while, and now it's going to be the Galio, the only one remaining. Got to be Team Ace, as VVV Esports has taken everything from UCE.
And they can drop the Rift Herald. That is the bonus. They've already taken all tier 1 turrets without the Rift Herald. They were fine. And now they can maximize its full potential with possibly one more charge. I don't think so. The rest of UCE has already spawned, so they're able to defend their inhibitor tower. And yes, as we can see right now, Tactical trying to work his way a little bit more onto his second item. And he is one complete item behind his enemy AD carry, which is Demon. So I understand the struggle here to find these fights, even though they have the tools to engage as much as they can.
Yeah, it's on Nastro though, just going around, round, spin. Renji will be falling down, half HP remaining, and Nastro is just fed up. Look at the wave clear that he does into the Dragon Lane. Hookshot to try and go away, but the silence is there. VVV Esports is going into the Baron Nashor. Double sweeping ward to get that information out of the way for UCE. They will be up for a surprise. The Baron Nashor will now be secured. Nastro is gonna be 2v1. The mission just is on a wrong target, but that will be the right thing to do as he gets kill onto the Lee Sin. Flashes away, tries to delay the fight, but VVV Esports will then go in to get objectives instead. UCE force a 3-man roam into the bottom lane, and now VVV will get the pressure into the Baron lane, trying to go for the Baron Nashor. Inhibitor turret secure. Now, what will happen next is up to UCE on how can they defend it. Inhibitor turret will fall down. Hookshot connects onto Janna. It's gonna be the tidal wave connects onto 2. It's gonna be the hero's entrance, knocking off onto 2. But Kaisa with the killer instinct was a perfect timing after the hero's entrance, and they're now opening up the base. They're looking into the mid lane. It's gonna be the Corky emoji just to taunt out the enemy team. Nami and Renji will be the only one remaining. Another inhibitor turret down, and VVV will fall back away, utilize the item, and buy some items.
It's crazy how just one bait from Nazjo did so much at the bottom side. There were no vision in the Baron area, and UCE were definitely baited to just get Nazjo out of the way. He's able to take Renji down with him before he fell, and after that, boom. What it felt like 20 seconds later, no inhibitor towers already for UCE. So it's a little bit of a struggle. VVV still has that Baron buff, so they do want to keep using it.
They're now looking into the Dragon Lane. They're trying to get the hold of UCE. Hexic Ultimatum out. It's going to be the knockback onto Nastor. Animation Justice against Camille. Justice has been served. Another kill will be secured by BVV. Tier 2 will fall down. It's now going to be the fest right now into the base of UCE. Wukong dives in into the Nexus. He will be risk tolerant, but he will get the kill. It's now going to be teammates once again. 700 HP. Another inhibitor turret will fall down. It's going to be the swipe from BVV as they ring around the Rosie onto the Nexus base. They held longer and they held for kills. They held for objectives and now they went in for the Nexus base. Finish the game off. It's a 2-0. UCE will fall down and BVV will be on top.
What a dominating finish from VVV there, taking them closer to RRQ's score over the top of the standings. And what a performance. Again, we talked about how, you know, when we see a Kaisa, when we see a Yasuo, we're talking about the later stages of the game. And when we look at UCE's composition, Lee Sin, Galio, that means it spells aggression, potential tower dives. You've got the Nami with an additional CC under the tower. You've got the Corki that can get Triforce in 4 minutes, 4 to 5 minutes for your first item, and then IE later on. So it's a little bit unfortunate that we didn't get to see all that action. And now looks like VVV just went with the snowball route, forcing fights that UCE weren't prepared for, and this is the result.
And I do believe if you're looking at the draft, VVV is full of AD, and UCE has a route to go for the armor resistance, but I think it was too late. If you look at it, it was the last items that UCE was building up into. Armor resistance for Renji, into the second core item, building up into a GA. Paeng, building up to the third item, going for the armor resistance. Go alongside with Camille as well, but it was too late. VVV already has the 10k gold lead, already has the Baron buff, inhibitor turrets was falling down, and they got the dragon buffs throughout the game, throughout the series, and that was just how VVV has defeated UCE. And they told us, you know what, it's not a 0-6 power spike, it's a 4-0-8 power spike.
Yeah, it's not the 0-6 Yasuo that we see in our game. So Dragon is showing and flexing some of his champion pool, and it's a little bit of a throwback, a very, very not so far away throwback back in South Luzon, where we get to see the Wukong being paired with either the Yasuo, the Oriana, or the Katarina. I mean, we did see Katarina yesterday, but for VVV, that is a statement. That is a statement that we can confidently, you know, finish games. 15k gold lead, just go Baron, just end the game. And at that, with that said, it just shows, I guess, how, you know, confident they are, how textbook, and a little bit of chaos, I suppose, as we saw in game number 1, that they brought the fight to UCE, even though they didn't want it at that time. So with that said, wow, looking forward to, I suppose, VVV. Now I bet they're looking forward to their next match, which is going to be a revenge against RRQ, since so far, you know, they've defeated everyone else. They've defeated Tyrant, they've defeated UCE, but they haven't defeated RRQ just yet.
Yeah, they haven't beaten the undefeated team yet in the Mindanao group stage. And I like how you mentioned about confidence, because I think confidence is a double-edged sword. I think confidence in terms of the early game, getting the lead, but if it doesn't go your way, the confidence will retract back, and UCE has the power to make a counter engage. And I think it's a double-edged sword, but hopefully, or thankfully, VVV Esports went in for the sharp edge of that sword. Not for them, but away from them. And they got the advantage from that confidence alone. And that was just so amazing to see, Riku. What's gonna happen next in day number 3? Are we gonna see the same thing? Are we gonna see a Nami once again? Are we gonna see a Yasuo once again? I like the creativity here at Mindanao Group Stage.
Yeah, because you are just basically this is the last series of the night. There's only 4 games left in the Mindanao group stages. So for the teams that want to sort of catch up in the Globe Cup points, it is a do or die situation tomorrow.
And now, with everything that we have talked about, let's look at the Game 2 highlights presented to you by Oppo Arena 5, play of the game.
And this is one of the first few team fights that we saw in the Infernal Drake. And again, just having to layer all these skills. And Demon Kite was isolated in that first dragon fight. And unfortunately, there was no threat at all. And now you can see him just chasing isolated targets of the backline. And unfortunately, again, for UCE's composition, they all need all five pieces together for it to work. We never got to see, Majo get these Hextech Ultimatum onto like maybe Demon. There's just a lot of damage going on the side of VVV, especially they got early game kills in the first dragon take.
It was keep on being played as like a defensive skill, as a defensive ultimate by Majo because of how VVV went in for the early aggression. So he was forced to use the Hextech Ultimatum to try to defend themselves, to lock into certain champions to try and save his teammates. And I see that onto those dragon objectives that they were trying to contest. But at the end of the day, that was not something that you want to do, especially trying to lock down onto enemy champions. And with that, it's going to be the master of the match right now for VVV, Renzi, using the Wukong.
Yeah, Renzi just secured a lot of the objectives for the squad, and it was able to set up too for Dragon in the mid lane for that Yasuo pick. So he had to do 2 different things, the usual jungle job, and of course to supplement this Yasuo pick that the team did for this game number 2. So everything just all came together. I think it was really a very textbook VVV. A little half aggression and half having to secure all of these objectives, and it's definitely all thanks to Renzi.
He got a lot of objectives for his team. That discipline onto the smite, because I think those certain objectives, it's simply a smite wars. It's like the jungle of UC and jungle of VVV has a different story to tell, has a different war that is ongoing on top of the overall war that VVV is trying to protect the jungle, right? So it's a smite war. And Wukong consistently gets the smite war for their team, gets the dragons, gets the Rift Herald, and even gets the Baron Nashor. And speaking of the Rift Herald, I think VVV went in for the bait a while ago. Having the knowledge that UCE went in for the 3-man roam into Dragon Lane, VVV was just going in for the Rift Herald uncontested. And this UCE got the tower first blood. But VVV came in for 2 turret plates in the mid lane and a huge turret into the top lane as well. So I think overall, when you're looking at the gold, it was pretty much even into the turret. But Rift Herald coming into the VVV exponentially increased the gold, giving them 300 more gold than UCE.
Yeah, that's the thing too. They were very patient in releasing that Rift Herald, and they were able to sort of maximize it and just chunk more away from UCE. What a beautiful series to watch for VVV for sure. They just look like they keep getting better and better and more confident and more confident.
What an amazing series, what amazing day that we have seen and experienced here at Mindanao Group Stage in the Philippines Icon Series summer season. And I want more of this. But we will not be faltered here today because there will be more tomorrow then. I'm Infinity and this is Riku. We're saying goodbye for now. And as we return, it's going to be the panel's desk discussing on what had happened in series number 4 and what happened throughout the day.
Why don't you watch me do my thing? Reinvent and show the world, yeah. Just to be more, just to be better, just to evolve, just to be more, just to be better, just to evolve, just to evolve. Every time the world spins round, reinvent 360. Thinking you gon' mess up your thing, yeah. Show the whole world, reinvent. Nobody should know something is strong. You watch me do my thing.
Take it to the next level with Globe's fiber, LTE advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the power to reinvent your world. Globe.
Keep up on me, come on, let's keep winning till the world stops spinning. Come on, now let's get it. I'ma keep winning till the world stops spinning.
When you want to level up your entertainment, G-Pay your way and get the latest games and movies on Google Play using Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Add payment method on Google Play. Enable payment through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid and confirm. No credit card needed. Simpleng-simpleng steps para tuloy-tuloy ang purchases at downloads sa Google Play. Your safe one-stop shop for apps, games, music, and movies on your Android device. Use Google Play now through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid para level up ang entertainment. Also available in TM.
Sekreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer? Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sekreto ng mga gwapo.
Dear Mother, light of the home.
Dad?
Hey, baby! Greetings, Professor Rodolfo.
May I be absolved from
Math club tomorrow?
May Globe Virtual Hangouts kasi.
Go and hang out from wherever you are. Just open the Globe One app, choose an event, and click join.
Watch concerts online!
Dance together!
We can do quiz dance.
Yo, let's go! If you allow me,
I promise.
To make it up to you.
And repay your kindness tenfold? Truly, your favorite child.
I love you, Dad.
Mimi.
Please, please.
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy your fave events with Globe Prepaid Virtual Hangouts. All together now.
Yes!
Play League of Legends Wild Rift with Globe.
Oh no! Our spot's closed?
No prob. With Go 50, you can play anywhere.
Wow!
Game on with Go 50 and level up with Go Play 10 for even more League of Legends Wild Rift. See ya!
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we
VVV Esports secure the last series of the day, secure the lead, and possibly, quite possibly, that second spot into the playoffs because they take that 2-0 and 75,000 Globe Cup points. And for the time being, yes, that second spot to the playoffs. Unless there is a major upset that happens tomorrow. But first, let's focus on today as we check out the series highlights. Otoluz, break this down for us. What were your impressions of this series?
This is a refreshing sight to see, my friends. That's Lee Sin right on the first item of Yumu's Ghostblade, and that was unlocked by none other than Hero. Hero was just all over the place and allowed Lee Sin to just go play aggressive. That's Renzi, by the way. No Rengar, no problem for him. Now, I just want like to emphasize as to how amazing that is because on the other side, USP did draft a ball delivery system of Vi and the command shockwave on top of it. Now that's actually one thing that you would need to pay attention to whenever you're a Lee Sin because there is a possibility that you will be targeted down by the assault and battery. But the Galio does his job and allowed Renzi to just go frenzy. And my friends, we have Renzi just I think unanimous MVP for 2 games for me. Yeah.
It's becoming a thing. That frenzy coming from a Renzi. What about you, Osiris? What were your impressions of the series?
Well, I really love how well VVV showed their teamfight prowess. They are one of those teams that really showcase their decision making. Who's going to prioritize first? Is splitting the whole squad or the opposing side. You can clearly see the Dragon really spiced up everyone at his Yasuo pick. And what I love about that is the Wukong play that on the first Dragon, he flashed onto the backline, making sure Dragon giving them their last breath to put them 6 foot below. So considering also that Hero, this captain, functioning really well. I must say that they are one squad, one unit, and I can say that this is my Hero Academia.
Darius, we said you're gonna stop this!
Plus Ultra! Let's go!
Right there.
We're also seeing like a little shades of Omega over there, Omega Esports, as they do that ring around the Nexus thing as well. Always so fun when our teams have fun as they head into the Rift. But right now, we are very, very happy to have with us some special guests over here to join us for the post show. We have Dragon over here, and I do think he has some members of VVV Esports as well alongside him.
Let's
Hello,
go,
guys!
Hello.
Congratulations! Congratulations on your wins, rather, today.
Hi guys!
Hi! Hello! First up, I want to ask you guys, it looks like it's going to be you and RRQ for the playoffs. Who are you most excited to go up against in between, all of the stages here at the Sea Icon series, and why? Is it Next Play Esports? Is it Liab Esports? Who is it?
Siguro po NXP kasi nakalaban na namin sila dati sa Shinbo nung na 1-2 kami. Yung dikit lang yung laban. Kaya gusto namin bumalik sa kanila sa sa regional.
Ooh. Very nice. There's some history over there. We are looking forward to that, of course, should you guys advance into the playoffs. Otoluz, I know you have a very interesting question here for Dragon.
Right, so Dragon, I think I know where your gen came from, right? So your real name is Dragon. Now the question is for your brother, your twin brother. Why did he not go for his original name? Because I think that it's awesome for you to have the same name as your IGN.
Okay. So, actually, dati po talaga, bakit ba? Golden Kite talaga IGN niya dati. Golden Kite.
Oh!
So, parang, paano ka nga naging Demon Kite? Demonyo daw siya mag-kite sabi niya. Kaya naging Demon Kite.
Okay. That's passable.
So, apparently it's in the IGN itself. He is a demon when he kites. Otoluz, I think you also wanted to ask the twins another question.
Yeah, who's the older twin? And if
okay,
who does the shot call? The older twin or the younger twin?
Shot caller po. Ay,
Yeah, and I mean,
sino mas
first off, who's the older twin? And then my follow-up
Okay.
question is, who does the shot call? The older or the younger twin?
So yung mas matanda sa amin, ito lang sabi sa amin, yung una daw lumabas, yun daw yung yun daw yung panganay. Yung unang lumabas, tapos yung pangalawa, yun yung bunso.
So who came out first? Did you know? Do you know? In
Ako,
terms of-
ako po una lumabas.
Oh, okay. So you're the
Ako
older
po yung
twin.
panganay. Yeah.
So Dragon, do you tell Demon Kite what to do, or does Demon Kite tell you what to do in game?
Actually, kami talaga dalawa ay di, papalit-palit lang. Nagsha-shot call siya, nagsha-shot call din ako. Pero madalas kami, sync kami talaga lagi.
Oh,
Synchronized.
interesting.
Nice.
That twin
power.
dynamic. Twin power. We are using that. Osiris, what about you? Do you have questions for VVV Esports and Dragon?
Yeah, question for Dragon. What made you decide to pursue pro play? And then, follow-up question is, what made you also decide to choose VVV as your organization?
Actually, nang nag-push sa akin ng mag-pro player, kami lang talaga ng kambalo. Kasi simula bata kami, nag-LOL PC na kami since season 1. Then, kasi tsaka lang kasi kami nag-step up talaga nung lumabas si Wildlife kasi mahina yung LOL PC sa Mindanao. Tapos yung mga kasama namin, lang talaga, mga taga-Luzon lahat palagi. Alos wala kami naka-team sa taga Mindanao. Kung may taga Mindanao kami mga naka-team, mga on-site tournaments lang. Pero pag all Philippines, mga taga Luzon kasama namin.
Very interesting. And of course, now you guys are one of the front runners right now for the Mindanao group stages. Before we head over into your shout outs, we have to ask, what are you guys having for dinner? Or did you have dinner already? What are you guys eating tonight?
Actually, nag-Jollibee kami kahapon. Ngayon, mamaya pa ata dadating. Jayco.
Oh!
Or depende, nag-ano pa sila. Kung ano kakainin namin mamaya.
Ooh,
Mamaya
there
pa
we go. Yeah,
po.
it's a surprise. But you guys do love your Jollibee. That is great. And last but not least, let's have your shout outs for maybe all the supporters watching you guys and cheer you guys on.
Mag-shoutout kayo, wait. Shoutout lang pala sa VVV Esports at VVV Complex. And sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta sa Team VVV Esports ng Wild Rift. Tsaka kay Boss M, kay Boss D, kay Boss A, tsaka sa editor namin, sa coach namin, Coach 6, Manager Shin, yun po. Si James Torneros yung editor namin. Then, sa lahat ng teammates ko. Tsaka sa pamilya ko pala, Dao family, mga kaibigan ko nagsuporta sa amin. Mama ko, papa ko, kuya ko.
Do the
Shoutout
rest
kayo.
of the team want to give shout outs as well?
Shoutout sa GF ko! Pa-shoutout sa Unliving Silayo Nation!
Shoutout po sa family ko sa Pampanga, Basilio family. And sa girlfriend ko po si Lorraine.
Sana all.
Thank you po kay Boss D, Boss M, at saka po kay Boss A. Lalo na po sa namin, Coach 6. At saka sa editor namin, si James Torneros. Yun po. Thank you po.
Shoutout po sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa VVV Esports and shoutout po kay Boss din na walang sawang sumusuporta sa amin and kay Boss din po sa coach din po namin. And shoutout din sa GF ko na si Eli.
Shoutout sa crush ko.
Shoutout nga pala sa Mango sa nagtiwala sa akin. And sa lahat ng mga sumuporta. And sa teammates ko, salamat sa tiwala. Na hanggang ngayon nandito pa rin tayo. Salamat Boss D and Boss M and BBB fam.
Shoutout sa mga mako. Tumakas mo to!
Alright, thank you so much, VVV Esports. You guys are pumped. Congratulations on your wins and best of luck tomorrow on the last day of the Mindanao group stages.
Thank you.
Thank you po.
Congrats again.
Congrats. Thank you.
Congratulations, guys. Oh, that is so fun. It is so nice to see them all celebrating and really, really pumped. It looks like for day three, they are looking confident. It looks like they're feeling good. And of course, you know, what else would make everybody feel good? If we had some wild cores in our Wild Rift accounts. Yes, indeed. Good for you guys because we have four lucky winners for today for 380 wild cores. I believe we do have them coming up real soon. So let's pull up these names over here. We have Chuck, John C, G, Bayona, Paul, Parasi? I'm not sure what's going on there, but congratulations! Joshua Anthony, Penetrante, and Albances Michael Bryan. Congratulations to you guys. Please send over a PM to the PPGL Facebook page so that you can find out how to claim your prize. All right, guys. Well, we are down to the last day of the Mindanao group stages tomorrow, and it's over in one weekend. We wish that we had more time to get to know these teams, but right now it's looking like we have RRQ and VVV Esports as the teams to beat. Checking out the standings as they are after the last series of the second day, we do have again RRQ and VVV Esports on top. Now, for UCE over here, they have to win both of their matches tomorrow in order to possibly contest that second spot, and VVV Esports has to get none. That is, it's not impossible, but it is asking for a lot over here for UCE and on the side of VVV as well. It looks like, right now, VVV Esports, they are feeling good. We saw them earlier, and I'm not sure they are going to drop a game tomorrow. What are your impressions on this? Otlus, we'll start with you.
Yeah, well, tomorrow is a very exciting day, right? For RQ versus VVV, we could see a tie in the first place, and then we could also see a tie in the second place. So every match tomorrow matters, right? So for Tyrant Gaming, I would say that tomorrow is their last day to prove themselves to the public, because basically reaching this par is already a feat by itself, and I know that they have what it takes to really take a serious win and getting that 75,000 points.
Yeah, that is true. There is still 75,000 Globe Cup points on the line over here. And as we can see, RRQ, they do have 300,000 Globe Cup points. VVV Esports already with 225,000 Globe Cup points. UCE with 75,000 Globe Cup points. And yes, tomorrow is the last day for Tyrant Gaming for their chance to get on the board with this, at least maybe winning one series. And right now we are looking at that intense battle between VVV Esports and UCE. We're gonna find out what happens to them tomorrow, and let's actually check out tomorrow's schedule as well. Osiris, I want to ask you, which match are you looking forward to the most with our schedule for tomorrow?
I wanted to greatly look at match one because this is the battle of top one and top two, and this will be also match three might be also a decision maker if Rex Regum Con will be the ones who's running it with an undefeated streak. But you got match 1 to 4. Everyone is looking out for blood as this will be the last day. Really excited for those.
Yeah, and I was looking at that match between UCE and Tyrant Gaming. It's looked like UCE, should they win that, they are looking like the gatekeepers for Tyrant Gaming. And yeah, there is a lot more in store for us tomorrow, of course. So do stay tuned for that. I am really excited to see who our top two will be for the Mindanao group stages as we get closer and closer to the playoffs, which will be next week. Yes, indeed. So, guys, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for being here. And, of course, thank you so much to our sponsors. Thank you to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league here in the country. And thank you so much to Mineski and to Globe for organizing this event.
And of course, thank you to our official mobile partner. Picture yourself playing like the pros by trying the all-new Oppo Reno 5. Enjoy all-day gaming with long-lasting fast-charging battery, a powerful processor with a smooth 90Hz refresh rate. Get the ultimate gaming experience with the all-new Oppo Reno 5 4G for only 18,999 and the Oppo Reno 5 5G for only 23,999.
At nakita nyo naman na buong araw tayong nandito, still everyone's looking guwapo, and dahil nandito ang sekreto ng mga gwapong gamers. Kahit buong araw na naglalaro, hindi mukhang na-GG, fresh pa rin at para fresh all day. Bring your clay game with you, Master All-in-One Clay Face Wash. It cleans 99% of germs, controls oil to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All-in-one, bring your clay game with Master, sekreto ng mga gwapo.
And of course, we can all still hang out virtually via Globe Virtual Hangouts. Globe Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. All you have to do is download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated and get hashtag OL Together now on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. And that brings us to the end of day 2 of the Mindanao group stages. Tomorrow, we will see which teams will proceed into the playoffs. Can Tyrant Gaming get on the board? We will see, and we will also see if we're going to get that battle for that second slot to the playoffs tomorrow. But for now, Mika Fabs over here with Autolus and Osiris on the panel, signing off for now. We will see you guys tomorrow for day 3. Thank you so much for watching. Stay safe and stay healthy.